approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to week 3 of LEC Summer. Yeah, what a week it's going to be. There's a heat wave in Berlin. There's a heat wave at the analyst desk zone because look at these. Jack Spectra and Dagda. Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, Jack and Dagster, you know?
I see. Unique, like rare spawn of you two together on the desk. I don't think I've had the pleasure.
No, I mean, we had the cast there for finals, which was 6, so we demanded that it have to happen again.
I get it. So, something I want to talk about, even though it is not around the corner, but yet it feels very close due to the season, is Worlds. And I mean, it's always the main question, right? And now for if you're not in the know, it's literally if you are in the top 3 of summer, at the end of summer, you're going to Worlds. Jack, what do you think about that as opposed to some of the previous versions of this?
I think it's a lot better. The most important thing when it comes to Worlds is how are you performing up to Worlds, right? I don't care if you were good in winter. That's so long ago. Like, who even remembers what happened in winter, you know?
So Casey does though, so.
But just being good up against the tournament is so important with patches and everything.
Yeah, I think it also gives fans much more to cheer about when you see your favorite team is picking up steam, going towards Worlds. We hear so many teams talking about how they want that lead up and that ramp up. To actually have that crescendo where it all comes together right before you hit the world stage is just going to be so sick.
Oh, crescendo, I love that. It's going to be in Madrid, of course, so the stakes will be super high. And talking about Spain and Madrid and Mkoi, when we look at these two groups, we have a couple of quotes from people that we want to talk about in this kind of freewheeling ready check. But Zeph said, on which other teams will make Worlds, so that would be Mkoi. He said G2 and KC. I don't see any other teams right now that can make it. So, I mean, famous, I hear Fnatic from here, right? What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't think it's like set in stone, like he says, but at the same time, if there was a team I'd say to not make Worlds, it is Fnatic. And it hurts me to say that because I really want Fnatic to make it. I love Mickey, I love Upset, I think Poby's a great addition, but they always fall apart.
They do. That's the thing, right? And they're like, oh, the pieces change, but it keeps happening.
And also, like, we haven't really seen them be tested, right? I'm kind of like holding my breath for Fnatic until we see them against G2 tomorrow. Yeah. And I think that'll give us a much better indication of where they stand in the grand scheme of things. But I'm at least holding out hope that Poby will give them what they need.
Yeah, and I will not write them off before we've seen it because regardless of what happened in the past, you're right, they didn't really get tested in this system, in the group that they are in. But that does mean that the test is going to be so much tougher when they do get to it. Now, Oscar also did quite a long interview as well. I would recommend everyone to go read it. It's a doozy, saying how, you know, we need to be more disciplined in practice. It's been working pretty well. He's pretty confident that they're going to get to Worlds, obviously. I mean, hopefully, if you're a player, you are confident that you will. But what do we think about kind of how everything's working with the new roster?
I mean, I think with Poby, the biggest thing that you'd hope is that their practice is better. Because on paper, I think him and Humanoid, it's not clear exactly who's better. Humanoid, you know, has been a great player, and he wasn't exactly playing bad. But more the criticism that have been levied towards him is just his attitude, his work ethic. And I think if Poby's bringing that up, like all you need for a team to kind of falter is if one player isn't putting in the effort, because it demotivates everybody. So if Poby is being more of that shining star that's making everybody work even harder, I think it'd be huge for the team.
I think it's just a breath of fresh air. And Oscar even said in that same interview, hey, look, Poby is stepping up. He is far more vocal than we expected. So I think that's the coolest part. But I do think for Oscar, we need to see him kind of be a bit safer on those side lanes. He said himself that he kind of got caught out a few times. So I think that's where my focus is going to be for this upcoming weekend.
Match of the week tomorrow. Of course, Mkoi today, and Mel's had said he thinks it's a 4-team competition. Now, if we have the race for Worlds, then apparently they agree only 3. But of course, a 4-team competition, they will give Fnatic that kind of time of day. Let me ask you though, with what they said about, or what Zeph said rather, would you be happy if we think about prospects going into Worlds, if it was G2, KC, and Mkoi in terms of kind of what we could show as Europe at Worlds?
I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah?
I think, yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that. I would like to see Fnatic as well, but at the same time, with how competitive the top 4 is, if any of those 3 teams make it, I'm pretty happy. I mean, Giant X could sneak in, for example, but then it's like, I don't know if I believe in Giant X.
Yeah, do we give anyone else the time of day to get in there? GX probably.
Yeah, I like that Giant X are stepping up, but the problem is we're still seeing those big mistakes in the mid game where I just don't hold that confidence, right? Like, even in situations where I see Carmine falling behind, I'm like, well, they've just these insane team fights. There's 9 times out of 10 they're going to be able to bring it back, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that is missing from some of the teams that aren't in that kind of top 4, top 3 discussion, is that that crutch factor that we're going to pull it out in the end, and that just isn't quite there.
It's true. It's very interesting to see how it's all going to play out because it's pretty condensed. Like you gotta show it now, or you'll probably be out for this year. And Nuke, he found that out firsthand. He had a little bit of banter with Poby last week before their match together, and so let's see the timeline. So Nuke started it right. Don't get cocky because you'll beat those silly monkeys in lane on Sunday, the really important day. Let's see who's the real boss. I'll make you look like another monkey. And
if I lose to you, I remain in solo queue to new monkey. And fair play to Nuke, he did go for it. Yeah. But it does hurt when it's shots fired and they're immediately just into the foot.
Yeah. I like what Poby's bringing to the league, like also on Twitter, on X, sorry.
But I think that's the coolest part, is like so many people have been like, he's a great addition of both on the Rift, but also like personality-wise, like he's vocal. And I think that was the biggest part that a lot of people were like, I don't really know if Poby's going to have it. Like, is he going to be able to be that big vocal part that Fnatic need, or can he kind of integrate himself? And he's been playing off the memes, he's been setting up new ones. Like, I think Poby's just been sick, and fair play to Nuke for playing off it.
Yeah.
I've been really surprised by just how comfortable he seems, and like a lot of the time, for example, when I played with Ruby back in Heretics and Ebby, it took them a long time to actually get comfortable to express themselves. Well, it seems with Poby that he's kind of, maybe it's the confidence from playing so long in T1 that he's just coming in and just willing to express himself and learn so fast, and it's just beautiful to see.
It's been great to see. That's what you hope for everyone who's new blood, who's coming into the league. I think for Navi, it's kind of been with mixed bag. I want to say they're going up against Mkoi in our first match of the day, and I wasn't here week 1, of course. So guys, tell me about Navi. Did they, like, which site did they prefer? Like, did they get the bomb down a lot? Like, what was the deal? Yeah,
I think there was a lot of like trying to rush B, but it just didn't really happen. The setup wasn't really there. The smokes weren't in the right position overall.
Yeah, like that was cohesion.
Kind of,
some entries though.
Yeah.
Got some entries.
Which site did they prefer between Dragon and the Baron?
Well, I think that was kind of the big problem, was like, I think Tiger and Malrang kind of liked going towards Dragon, but the rest of the team was kind of more towards the Baron area, and there was that like miscommunication there. So I think if they can kind of shore that up and kind of maybe have one player defend one of the sides, but the rest of them can attack another direction, that's probably good.
What about the retakes?
Nah, that was retakes. They were just getting hammered, I'm afraid.
Okay, fair enough. All jokes aside, though, this is like such an interesting situation, right, for Navi, because I personally am not putting them under too much pressure because of, we know the situation, this is what they're going to go with for summer, and then they'll see. But that does mean if you're those individual players on that roster, you're under tremendous pressure because it means that you might be playing for a contract for next year or else.
Yeah, and I think it's also just like the stress of that, let alone like adding so many new pieces in as well. Like, it's a lot to work on. So I think for Navi, the pressure is there. I just don't know if they're going to be able to sort it out within the next 2 weeks, realistically, especially as you say, like Malrang swapping, and he's got
it's a strange situation. And with Tiger already, they have the next jungler signed for next year. I don't know how I would play in such a scenario where you already know that you're going to get replaced on that team, but you also know that then if you play well in LEC, you can go to another team. But it's a really strange pressure towards them, and for me, I can't really see them making it work.
I see. Well, we'll see what happens indeed. Tall, though. Wow.
Yeah,
and I think it's maybe the way this plays out. Like, even
I was going to say, we haven't done the
They are
favors.
not that much smaller, but it's just because of how the picture is. But let's talk a little bit about their opponents as well, Rob. Mkoi, they're on Euphoria this week. Jojo was talking a lot about kind of, something we learned from internationals is we got to make sure that we're faster on every play and every aspect of the game. Have you seen that last week?
Yeah, I saw the good and the bad that came with it, right? And I've got a clip that I want to bring up that really, I think, showcases that. So one of the big things that they talked about was trying to become part of like an LCK style, which is setting up the map in their favor to make these plays and catch people off tempo. And I think this is a good play to kind of showcase that. Excuse me. The things I want to show you are Ayoya is pathing up towards topside. And essentially they want to try and make a play here in towards this topside jungle. The other thing I want to point out is going to be the Rakan. Alvaro is resetting, and he's already changed his summoner spell to teleport. What they want to try and do is attack this top side of the map. So as I play this out, you're immediately going to get Alvaro, who TPs the top side. He's then going to move up here to help out Jojo Pyun to guarantee this push in towards the top side. Then, as Sivir comes back in from mid, they end up with this push and this invade onto the top side. Now, I think this is sick. Like, this is not something we would have seen from Mkoi in spring. And then what I want you to do is see kind of just ignore the next like 15 to 20 seconds. This is now where you get to see some of the cursed side of trying to play this much faster play. Because we end up in this position, you know, where they end up getting caught out and they kind of die and then it all kind of goes a bit crap. But we just ignore that part, right? Because then what I actually want to do is bring it into what is actually the good next part. So obviously things are going a bit haywire. One of the things I've seen a lot from LPL and LCK teams is this ability to go, okay, what has been used? So what ultimates have been used? What abilities have been used? How can we then try and retake on these positions? And that's exactly what Mkoi do here as well. So we see that we've already got this push that's come through on mid thanks to Super, and immediately they just go for this retake. Because if you look, there's been a bunch of ultimates that have been used that actually make it a little bit more difficult for them to try and continue on in this fight. And Mkoi do a great job of understanding that. So they retake this position knowing that there's no vision really here for KC, and then they're able to turn this fight back in their favor. So even though they initially went in and lost the player, they're still able to go, hang on a second, no, we've got good position because Vladdy's has to come in from this top side, we can get on towards these people, and they end up salvaging the play. And I think these are some of the really cool things that Mkoi have started to adapt into their play since coming back from MSI. The ability to play much quicker on the map, set up the map in their favor, and then spot these little windows of opportunity to then make plays in their favor.
Okay, we'll see what happens today in their match versus Navi, which, you know, should be relatively straightforward, but you never know. And I did have the chance to speak to Adam earlier in our Marriott Bonvoy pregame interview. Thank you very much, Shocks. It's nice to get a cue from such a lovely, intelligent, and beautiful lady. And I've also got a lovely, intelligent, and fantastic player next to me. It's Adam, who is ahead of the game versus Mkoi. Adam, you just did a long interview with BO3, so I'm sorry if some of the questions overlap. I would recommend everyone to go read it, because it was awesome. But every time I interview you, you're in another shirt, almost, right? It seems like it. I'm wondering how you're doing with that. You're kind of a gun for hire. How that works for you as a competitor, because I feel like you want to have a long-term project, right? But you constantly have to adjust.
I mean, that's true. I mean, like for the first time when I joined LEC, I was in Fnatic. I was hoping for that long-term thingy, but it happened only for one split. I could say the same for BDS, but I mean, I stayed 3 years with them, so that's kind of long. With Rogue, I mean, I kind of knew they wanted to sell, so I was not looking for a really specific long-term project with them. But hopefully now with Navi, who's there, maybe it can work as well. So, I mean, I don't know. I would say that I'm just focused on myself and right now, and maybe we'll beat Koi today. I don't know. Maybe.
It feels like an audition almost, right? Because, you know, in a situation where you know they're going to go with this roster for summer, and then who knows? How are you dealing with that?
I mean, I would say it's fair for me to say that I have no clue how well we can do in the LEC. I feel like we got kind of smashed by the KC. We couldn't really play the games. So we didn't really show much. But fortunately, I think I would say that we're a pretty good team. And I really believe that we can do some stuff, some damage. I would say we'll just try our best today. And but the pressure is not on us, basically. No, it is not. You did say in that interview that I mentioned, KC, we can't beat. Everyone else, though, we can beat. And I guess a lot of people would be like, Adam, seriously. So why do you think that? I would say, I don't know, it's like player instinct. I have good feeling with this team. I don't know, I feel like we have good atmosphere. Everyone is kind of enjoying each other's company. It feels way, way different than work, for example. So I don't know. I'm just. It feels like I'm just happy to be there. You know, with this team. So I have confidence. Yeah, I see it. What's your message for Mkoi? Apparently, you know, there's this guy top laner Mirwin. He likes to trash talk me a lot, but I guess I'll make him show today. Okay. Who's the daddy? You know. Okay, let's go. We'll see. Indeed. Let's get into it.
And here we are, getting ready for this incredible series between Navi and Mkoi. And like an episode of Maury Povich, we will find out who is the daddy on the top side of the Rift. I'm Dracos, joined by Goldberg. Look, it's hard to know what to expect from this particular matchup, but I hope at the very least that it'll be explosive.
I mean, they might have more in common than you are giving them credit for. They have both just come from a loss against KC, so that's one of the things for now, at least.
I think the context in which they lost, we could argue is different. But as we know, the result is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, that's not our job to give that context right now. But yeah, I think for Mkoi, heartbreaking loss against KC. I'd really love to see some clean gameplay from them coming up against a team like Navi, who obviously also struggled against KC. And I really like the desk talking point. I think that vast League of Legends that we want to see from them, this is a perfect playing field for them to kind of explore that.
It definitely is, right? You can kind of take the gloves off, and we know that Mkoi have, kind of in the earlier iterations of this team, even last year, been a team that can really blow open an early game lead. Now the question is, can they transition that? Can they keep that pressure up? Can they do it when they don't necessarily have that, you know, 3-4K early game gold lead? Something that we'll be tracking. Opposite side for Navi, to be honest, I think we just, I'm not going to say clean slate, right? They're kind of, but they do get a second chance. We didn't really get to see too much against KC outside of a couple kills. Hope that we see more in the series today.
I mean, I'm hopeful. I really want to see some cool stuff down from the bot lane. I'm keeping my eyes peeled. The Super Alvaro matchup versus Han Sam D and the GOAT Malrang. Are you kidding me? Down in that support role. I can't wait to watch these guys play. I'll be checking out his solo queue account. He's still spamming all the engaged champions. So I want to see a guy who's crazy with it.
Look, Nautilus already banned.
Well, there's still Alistair, there's still Leona, there's still Rail. Rail is actually
some would argue it's the recently buffed, very incredibly powerful Nautilus jungle clear that's being nerfed, but I think it's Mal.
I like the strategy we're seeing from Mkoi here. They're banning a Roy.
Javno su ljudi moji. Lagani dav, samo Dimo koji kolega mi je tu. Spremni smo polako da gledamo, da uživamo. Sad da je zvuk također taman. Ok, Mare nam je tu. Samo da stavim share. Mare legendno veliki poz, dobro mi došao.
Pozdrav svima.
Taken out of the equation. If you saw the disable came through, I don't think we're going to get that today. But Sion remains.
I šerujemo ekran da možeš da vidiš.
Won't matter too much for the tank Sion that we've been seeing, but maybe there's a bit of AD in the build. Adam can benefit.
Vreme je da iščilamo jako. Gledamo lec. Ja se nadam kako koji lomi Navi. Ali vidjet ćemo.
Cleanest game, there were some deaths on side lane, but they did tighten up in the second one.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was still very relevant in some of those late game team fights, and that's really what you want from him. One of the junglers I'm looking at is Wukong. I think since all the other junglers kind of got nerfed a bit, he's one of the champions that still rises high with the priority. Trundle did get
da vidimo šta se događa s metom, da znamo iz EBL šta će biti.
But obviously still very powerful against an immobile AD carry like a
AD Silas, ali ja mislim da je to fiksovano.
Jeste.
You know, that's a key part of that kid as well.
Yeah. So this is
ne znam i da li mogu da igraju te nove stvari. Mislim da oni, nisam siguran u stvari.
I think it's safe to say. If they add another immobile mage to the mix on the side of Navi, it'll only continue to get better. But it is going to be the Ambessa coming through. Mirwin, I think of this as comfort, right? At the start of the year,
jer igraju na live patchu, tako da ono, AP kalista je stvar, live patch je, mislim, ne znam. Ali mislim da oni nekako su uvek uplašeni da probaju nove stvari.
Is it going to be a phase rush champion? I think probably yes.
That would be lovely at least in this scenario.
Da, brand jungle, za ne, brand je buffovan za džunglu.
Da, Nautilus također.
Nautilus, da, također.
Not so much on a clear speed, which is what you really want on the AP junglers, but it's an
mislim, Nautilus je prvi ban i baš razmišljam da li su ga baš zbog toga i banovali.
Ja sam pričao sa likom koji kaže da je u high elo svaki game Nautilus jungle.
Moguće da je zato i banovan, mislim, Nautilus je generalno giga koristan heroj, tako da...
Zaira, to je nešto što nismo vidjeli od početka sezone.
Iskreno, jako mi je čudan da je ko je banovan Nautilusa, a oni su prvi pik. Mogli su samo da ga uzmu.
Dobar je, što je ono, dobar je i za flex, tako da, slažem se, ne znam zašto.
Inače sam slikao story pre 15 minuta. I kad je ulazio koji u studio i napisao sam danas ide Canadian Shuffle i Jojo je pikao Vazira, tako da lagani predikt, to tako ja volim da zovem.
Ali ne znam koliko je predikt ako znaš, ako su ti poslali skriptu.
Pa znam, ali kao za veće mase, znaš, kao volim da se pretvaram da ne znam unaprijed.
okej.
To je fora, da. Jinx jungle. Zyra jungle u Trundle također mislim da možda radi jako dobro.
Very on characteristics. You have a peel back composition, but here comes the Akalian from Larsen into the Azir.
I don't quite know what to make of this, to be honest. The immediate lock-in from Mkoi, though, they know what they want to do. What they want to do is dive. Jojo's going to have to peel for himself. Every other member of that team is looking to get right into that back line and delete Han Samdi as quick as possible.
I would have really liked that Rakan as well for Malrang, so there still is
Ovo je sve jako standardno sem Zyre, to je jedino.
It does prevent that Jinx from getting that peel we were talking about. There's still Desire,
Pa da, mislim je to fair.
Like a Rakan and Ambessa, Kaiser, Azir flying at you. Is it enough?
Ali ako ovi Navi sa ovim kompom ne probaju nešto, ja mislim, ako Larsen opet bude igrao kao da igra Aurelion Sola, onda stvarno je lik skuvan do kraja.
Zanima me što će biti Zyren tempo također, mislim, malo je, ne znam, interesantno kako funkcioniš u smislu da mislim da Zyra sa teglom kliruje ko luda, Trundle ne ide na Tiamat, ne ide na Titanic Hydru rano, tako da mu je clear znatno slabiji i mislim da ako Trundle ne nađe genkove ili objektive, bit će mu jako teško da mečuje Zyra u clearu.
Da. Ne znam. Baš dugo nismo vidjeli Zyru. Baš je ono ispala iz mete kad je došlo proleće. Prestali su manje više da je pikuju. Kao na zimu, sećam se da smo gledali. Čak i na first standu mislim da se igrala. I onda samo je kao, bum, nema je.
Sad ćemo da imamo. Možda se vrati nakon ovog gema, ali eto imamo malu pauzicu. Ovo, Mirin je baš šaren.
Šta, ima baš zelenu tastaturu, šta?
Da.
Čekaj, je li Joja isto? Izgledaju lepo, ne mogu da kažem. Okej, gledaj, vidi što su se mečovali, svi imaju zelene.
Da, ali drugačiji Underlight.
A dobro da, ono kao jedan je za AD carry-a, drugi je za jungle i tako.
Got it. I wish I knew Spanish. We kind of need Jack here to translate these signs. I see Donde. Riot. Is that? All right, bro. Team fight. Tell me you're a cheater without telling me you're a cheater. Right there.
Au. Rekao im da provere PC.
Čekam PC. O, Adam igra sa... Ne. Jel Adam igra sa full tastaturom? Jel se meni učinilo samo?
Nisam vidio moguće.
Ovo je sve kao 75%. Kao do strelice, nema onaj numpad. Čini mi se da je Adam imao.
It's a simple story, right? We know what a Jinx, Zyra, Sion, we know what it can do as we get later in the game. The early game, though, might just be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to talk about a little bit of an early game struggle for bot lane, not so much a champion, but maybe two players. I mean, Super and Alvaro, they've had some early games where I was really disappointed in that performance, and that sucks, because I think they're one of the best bot laners we have in Europe, and I still think despite some of the struggles, because they've been to Vituka, what, 3 times in lane now?
Ništa od toga, ali dobro. Za vas koji možda niste gledali Let's ove sezone, jako bitna stvar je da je Navi u suštini rog, samo su promenili dres. Napravili su male izmene, tu je Tiger, ali Han Sam također svakako i dalje manje više ista ekipa i dalje više manje isto, mislim, igraju isto. Očekujemo da će Mkoi vjerovatno da ih burniše ovdje. Druga serija bi trebala bude nešto bliža, ali to je zašto su obe ekipe u blagom raspadu, tako da vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija. Dobili smo eto Zyra jungle. Tiger igrao ok prvi game prošle serije. Tako da vidjet ćemo kakve će biti ove.
A njemu je baš dodeljena ono loša situacija. On zna da igra do kraja splita za ovaj tim i to je to. I kao igra sa ono tijelom roga, mrtvog. Bukvalno, igra sa Larsenom, ono kao...
To, znaš ako, to možda nije ni toliko loše ako već zna da je benčova, nego ako ga iznenada benčuju, zato što onda može da bude u fazonu nemam šta da izgubim. Idem full ham da nabadam, da nosim, da budem ono najjači lik ikada. I... Ne znam, to mi nekako, neko mi daje nadu da ono može da bude jako cool.
Meni je problem u tome što oni dalje pikuju kao da hoće da igraju normalno. Mislim, nema ono kao puno da se pita on lično kao šta će da uzme, zato što Navi i dalje nije ono kao da su u fazonu ok, ajde sad kao evo ti igraj šta god hoćeš, evo uzmimo Lisina pa nas nosi ili tako nešto, nego kao u fazonu igraš za tim i pikujemo se Joani i sad on kao ok, šta da radim se za Joani kad imam dva lika koje gube lane ono stalno.
I'm curious to see it. I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised. Going into the junglers as well, Tiger was spotted on a ward on towards the Raptors. They did have that mid push as well, so they know fully where this Syro is right now. On the top side though, Elioya skipped his top camps. Adam does have flash. Question is, yeah, I think he's just gone.
Adam maybe just trying to set up for a kill once the passive does come through. Slow on Demir, went dash back. Good pillar to get things kicked off. Adam will finally fall. A wave there for him to eat, but a nice first.
I sad se Mirvin kao u EBL-u vrati da ga ubije pasiv od Cijana.
Opa!
Tiger! Wow, lepo, kako predikt.
And Jojo with a late flash as well, so he won't have that for the follow-up. Once this Akali starts getting level 6, that's usually where the matchup starts swapping around a little bit in the favor we can look.
Ok, Sajna, možda si upravo. Mislim, lik iskreno samo treba da igra tako, ono koga briga.
Da, igra na ruke. Pa mislim šta možda izgubi, neće ga valjda benčovati, čekaj već jesu. Tako da realno, mislim šta. Roka i udri, brate, pokaži najbolje što znaš. I to je to, nema šta.
Ja navijam za njega, iskreno. Samo zato što su ga tako, ono, baš kao... izvukao deblji kraj svega ovoga. -1. -2.
Now Adam's just pushing in a wave for free. Mewin doesn't have TP to catch it, and at the same time, Handsome D had the push in. So he actually picked the wave up first in topside, and they're still controlling the pace of the game. So say what you want. That was a pretty good swap by Navi.
Yeah, definitely not too bad. Well highlighted.
Thanks, Dragos.
Yeah, you're a smart guy.
Oh my god. I'm blushing.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've had you on the caster disc. How does it feel to freely be able to yap?
Koga su benčovali? Benčovali su Tigera čim su ga doveli. Znači oni su njega doveli i rekli su, ok, ti si ovde za jedan split i nakon toga više ne igraš Let's. On je došao iz EMEA nivoa i to je to. Znači on igra jedan split, šta uradi, svakako je benčovan. Znači nebitno šta god uradio, benčovan je. Već su potpisali Rileča za sljedeću sezonu.
Ne znam samo, a ne znam zašto nije on odmah. Mislim da je bio neki problem, ne znam sa čime je bio problem, ne mogu setim, pročitao sam.
Doing fine. Level 6 obviously.
Nema energija.
Come in, you've got electrocute. Pre-6 can be a bit tricky, but doing relatively well to trade. Even and Adam, oh my god, suffering in the trade. That much is certain. Does still have TP though. As you mentioned earlier, can just come right back to lane, all set up, ready to go.
Moves from supports as well here. Alvaro coming down, matched by Malrung.
Malrung off on the side. Looking for the setup. Instantly Larson goes in. Nice dodge away on the knock-up. Larson finding one. Oh, he's popping off in the midst of the team. Larson with the kill. That's a great early game.
Larson je rekao hoće on da igra na ruke. Može.
Da, Larson je bio u fazonu, ističe mi ugovor, mislim da je vreme da počnem da igram. Da budem plaćen ponovo.
Ali samo dok ne potpišem sljedeći i onda se vraćam na AFK farmovanje.
Ali legit mislim, to je uradio kad je potpisao onaj sa Rogom.
Ono njegovo.
Ne, ja mislim da je Huni, Huni je bio, generalno se trudio, ali nije bio toliko dobar, ali lik imao jednog od najboljih agenata ikada. Oko činjenica koliko su oni plaćali Huniju, gdje god da je otišao, bez obzira na njegov nivo performansa, kao, hoću ja takvog agenta, možda on meni možda nađe tim, a ja nisam ni blizu ovih igrača.
Ima tu istine.
For now though, just back to standard full clears from junglers, opposite clear here. Vision control decent enough from Navi as well in that river. For Mkoi, not too much vision has been put down just yet, so they actually don't fully know where Tiger would be on the map. But right now, all Navi wants to do just push this wave in, back off, wait for your jungler to come down in shadow, and then you can start accelerating the game again.
Seems like a similar plan from Mkoi though, as Elyoya is there to cover. Luckily, they've already laid down the control ward, so as they concede pressure there, they'll at least know Elyoya's in the area, but there's no objective for him to take on the bottom side. Still 30 seconds till the grubbies spawn. For now, topside pressure in favor of Mkoi.
Mislim, kažem, ako ništa, bar malkice više igraju, tako da to je cool.
What a small victory. I mean, it's an interesting position, because I thought that they would maybe try to swap again to get control topside, but it doesn't seem like Navi have been set up to do that, or maybe they're just hoping they can make a trade. Push back, nice back to from Mousepad. Who is he? He's dancing on his, oh my god, who is this guy? He's been possessed by the spirit of Sentinel.
Okay.
It's the only way that it makes sense. Don't believe it, that's Seka right now.
Proverite Larsenov kompjuter nešto se dešava.
Iskreno, check iz PC. Check iz PC ko kuća.
No, but it's the resources you get out of it. There's no ultimate on Jojo. You get
Interesantno, Larsen ne igra ko Larsen. To je zabavno. To volimo da vidimo.
Excellent spot. Of course, topside pressure still in their favor. They might just concede one or at least just try to find an exit kill. Elyoya gets a cheeky.
To je ona klasika kad dobiješ batine pa zoveš starijeg burazera da igra umjesto tebe.
Jojo still waiting off to the side. Larsen without ulti, much less of a threat outside of the 1v1 if he can land the shuriken flip. So
mislim da gride, sada će ga ubiti.
it is a promising initial start, but the topside pressure and just getting obviously some key cooldowns out of Larsen, even if they were traded, does make it easy for them to pick up the Void Grubs, and that's going to make that side lane threat even more threatening from Mirwin himself.
Yeah, nice one from Mkoi. I feel like Navi got a bit too hypey after they made that play in the mid lane. You know, they still didn't have that pressure from top side, so the moment Mirwin would down, you can really contest that those Grubs. So there could have been an avenue where
meni bi najsmješnije bilo da je Navi odigrao jednu dobru partiju, dobili KC i ono, kao, ništa nisu uradili, i već se smeo, je bi umro od smeha. To je bila takva fora.
Kako ide led sa rezultatima, iskreno, ništa me ne iznenađuje više.
Navi trying to take control of the bottom side of the map. They are spotted out. Rocket into mid. It's just a tempo rocket, but Jojo still going to be forced to TP back, just kind of delays the inevitable.
But that's actually so nice. He's going to be forced to TP back to this mid lane. Now he can look bot side instead.
Okay.
Jer kao ovako Navi generalno ne igra. Jako imaju mali pressure u ranim fazama partije. A sad ono, imaju Jinx, pressureju rano, a Kali igra, Zara im daje prije, očigledno, pričali smo o tome Zara, ne možda nema prije na Trundlom, jednostavno je samo mnogo bolja, ima mnogo bolji clear. Trundle se drži okej, ali bi Zara svako trebala da bude u mnogo boljoj poziciji.
It's possible. I mean, the thing that we don't bring up anymore because it's not usually a positive at this point is that Larsen was, for a large part of his career, a consistent top 3 mid laner in the league.
Oh, absolutely. And I think as well that it wouldn't be fair to say that Larsen hadn't been on a decrease in terms of skill level, but I really feel since winter and spring, he started to come to a point where he can raise that bar. He puts in the work and the effort. And you're looking at
Jako reka pa i treba, mislim, realno, imao je dobre dane, Larsen je bio nenormalan, pogotovo na Aziru, tako da imao je dobre dane, imao je dobre splitove, ali definitivno teško nizbrdo ide.
I'm just going to say that I remember the last Larson LeBlanc game and did not end.
It was a good early game.
Super well.
Yeah, it did not end well. I will give you that.
Good early game overall. So as we have a moment of calm here, I think reminder, the desk highlighted it before, a ton of pressure on this Navi lineup. Contracts coming to a close. Larson, though, obviously a greater commitment from the org. New org coming into the league, took over the contracts from Rogue. But there is so much pressure on
Larsen ima 4 godine ugovor potpisao s Rogom, pa Rog treba da se... Ništa, ne smijem ništa da kažem. Dobra organizacija.
With the pressure, and they have so much CC. This Leona finds one.
On je imao ugovor do 2027, ja.
Sajnuju ga kod je faker.
To će biti strašno.
A bit ahead there. Mirwin still holding on to his. So if Navi don't get this objective, it will just be a TP advantage to the side of Mkoi. But again, the setup here, when you have the Zyra and Sion, is so difficult for Mkoi to walk in without a flank. Mirwin still walking up. Larson looking to do the same, though. They're both just trying to find that angle onto the back line. Larson for now unspotted. Well highlighted by our observers there.
Lepo igra Tiger. Stavio je biljke tako da ako ovi engage dalje će biljka se trne na njih.
Aj god, Alvaro, šta je sad upravo uradio? Bože, dragi.
Ovo ljudi, pa nemojte trandla, krenite se, ne može Jinx za gubi.
Ajoj.
Pa loše fajtaju.
Ajoj, katastrofa.
Ala Navi fajta užasno, ja ne mogu da verujem što su oni uradili. Postavili su Trandla na 150 health-a, bili su u fazonu lagano braćo našije. Nije bio njih.
Ljutovo Siona i preživao.
Bukvalno, i onda je basicovo Jinx i dobio 300 health-a nazad, ja ne mogu verujem što su oni uradili iskreno.
A taj fight je počeo tako što je Alvaro katastrofalno odigrao. Rutovala ga Zyra, on u pola ruta bacio ulti, isteklo mu pola ultija i onda uleteo u Sionovu Q. Gledaj Alvara. I oni su i dalje to izgubili neka.
Ja, pogledali ovu, molim te, znači imaju Ignite, imaju sve. Zajedno, i gledaj sad ovo, svi su prestali da ga damage'uju i u fazonu su Madala Han samo ubi ga ti. Bro, s čim? Da ga udara s kundakom od puške, ono. Kako očekuješ da Jinx na levelu 7-8 sa pola item možda ubije Trandla?
What se upravo desilo sa ekranom? Jadan failo je to na minjena. Joj!
As highlighted by Melzat, like a top 4 team in the context of the league, but this is the second week in a row that
Nesretan razvoj događaja, tako se to zove. Ne znam kako Sion solo killuje, ali dobro.
Roknula ga Jinx raketa. Kinula mu brdo health-a. Bukvalno produkcija leca. Katastrofa. Vratili su iz replaya instant, onda su odradili onu animaciju kada se završava replay, tu je Jinx raketa udarila Azira i onda je nešto ubogo u ekran i onda samo onako vidio si kako je Sion flashovo i eksplodirao shield.
Da, samo je shot.
I onda kao, nisam ništa video, hvala vam.
Locked down Alvaro multiple times, but continued to throw that damage into Elyoya. And I think one of those moments where the comm's still a little bit split for Navi. So despite the fact that they have this small gold lead, they are stacking the Drakes. I think it is a really good position for them. They still have things that need to be tightened up if they want to pull this one out. Okay, here's the picture-in-picture. Thank you, observers.
Well, here's what I think you're right.
Oh, Rocket. Yeah,
yes, I was going to say, I think a Rocket's going to come down.
Oh, my God, fight on the top side. Push back onto 2. Doesn't matter. Hunt's up, he's up on the side. He's finally getting a reset. Oh, he's found a reset.
Slobodno minigun, Hams, u redu je, nema sramote.
Larson just completely whiffs. Slow, steady chase down. Elyoya down, another reset. Larson grabbing the kill. A little bit messy, but still kills in favor of Navi.
Yeah, you said it was stable, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, I feel like it's getting there, Dre, because this Jinx now getting another kill, Larson getting a kill on the board as well. They're becoming scary, and these skirmishes, they're not going in the favor of Mkoi, which is what you wanted with their tools they had in this early game.
Definitely. So take a look back. Obviously, we're caught a bit off guard as we were watching the replay, but initial knockup is good.
Oni nemaju jači early game.
Absolutely. But it is just this untouched Jinx, and even despite the shuriken flip not hitting, just red buff walking Elyoya down.
Sometimes that's all you need.
But now a second item from Supa, who despite the action we saw from Hansamdi in the previous fight, is still holding on to the gold lead. And I think in the isolated 1v1, if the reset isn't there, the Kaisa is still incredibly scary for both the Zyra and the Jinx.
I mean, for such a long time now, Supa has actually just been the late game insurance for
Hansam se iznenađujuće loše fajte, iskreno.
And I still think on a champion like Kaisa, with so much backline dive, with so much follow-up you can get from the Rakan and the Mbessa, he's still such a clear win condition in this game for them.
Number one in damage per minute, number one in damage relative to how much gold he's getting, number one in damage shared.
And this is even after that GX series where
wow, 31%. Holy. To je baš puno.
How well he does with individual resources.
Yeah, and it's impressive stuff, right? The Kaisa champion that we know a lot of our players to play, but not afraid to bring out things like the Sivir, try new options as well. But it's nice to have that late game insurance policy. It definitely is.
Jojo, you spotted two members. They're coming down here.
Jojo baš griduje za taj wave, a dobro. Aziri.
Doing breaks celestial opposition, he's fine.
Absolutely.
You don't need to be nervous, GB.
I'm not nervous. I'm just, you know, it's a little bit of a play-by-play in the moment, you know?
Yeah.
And speaking of that, Rift Herald being summoned up in the mid lane, 10 seconds on this dragon.
Tell me what we're seeing on the screen.
Exactly, you love it.
Tower.
Jako messy game, što znači cijel dan će biti jako messy, jer kad pogledaš i Heretike i SK, ne bi trebalo bude ništa pretarno bolje.
Juju, Alvaro šta radi danas, to je katastrofalno. Ajoj, pa ode.
Opa!
Rob, Faker.
No, nek neko proveri Larsen opisi 100%.
Dragon, soul point, 18 minutes into the game. This is fantastic.
This is incredible. I mean, again, the instantaneous reaction from Hansamdi is so clutch there. Alvaro goes for the engage. If they kill the Jinx, it's such a different fight.
Look at this as well. Alvaro way too over-aggressive, but also this is why you love Leona into Rakan. Marang immediately, Q, ultimate.
Mogu da ga shotaju, onda samo Jinx uradi Jinx stvari. Si kad dobije reset sve postaje 300 puta lakše, ali...
He's so casual.
Mora se hajpuje, čovek je streamer za Navi, a i ovo je jedina prilika koju će imati kako stoje stvari.
Ne, dobit će jedan game i onda će izgubiti naredno dva. Čisto ono kao da pokažu da mogu da igraju kako treba i onda će da...
Postoji šansa, iskreno.
I think it's so difficult for Mkoi right now because while Supa, again, we talk about him as that late game insurance policy, Mirwan's falling behind, will still be a threat on the side lane, but both your carries don't feel like they're in a good position. For Jojo, it's the gold, right? For Supa, it's just diving into the Zyra.
3 Drake-a, 2000 gold leada, mislim, pokupe solo, oni su manje više ovdje lagani.
How do they actually play this out?
The thing is, this competition has become kind of awkward as well because Larsen has become as fed as he is.
Jojo je 0-5. What?
Now, Akali's worst nightmare is this lockdown CC, something that stops.
Pazi, bar nije na jednom ni po itemu i kupio je 60 vardova, tako da ima i toga.
Jeste, istina.
For them to walk into them, and then suddenly that's a kiteback composition when a composition that wants to engage.
Yeah, usually when people say the best, you know, defense is a good offense, I don't always agree, especially not in League of Legends. But in this case, it is because yeah, if your engage tool and the player on your team with all those proactive options has to use them defensively, you feel pretty damn good about it.
Tempo as well from Malrong easily coming down here with TP, has finished up that redemption as well, so it's going to be a little bit harder just locking down a target and blowing them up immediately in these fights.
Yeah, luxury items. Second item for Hansamdi, the extra crit, i.e. it's only going to get more terrifying. Narang
just walks it off.
Synchronized souls. This man knows what he's about. Roaming, stunning.
Big plays.
Big plays. Could have gone lock it. No, he wants redemption.
Well, here we go. Full vision here, so tri-push warded. Sweeper not up for any of them. This is kind of desperation.
Putting the pressure on. I think just hoping to catch Navi out, force them into an awkward position. Larson pushing on the flank. They already know he's coming, but they don't have perfect info. Jojo on the backside. Is it just going to come down to
Dobro, pustili smo Atakana, otišli smo od njega.
Čak idemo stani Larsen.
Okej, Larsen.
Sad je već i previše head, ovo nije dobro odigrao, ali samo je dovoljno fed da to može da uradi.
Ne mogu njega da uhvate, ja mislim. Oh, never mind. Wow. Koliki je range na tome? Holy.
I Drake za minut i po. Mislim, oni u teoriji ne bi trebali da izgube. Što je jako čudno jer smo očekivali da će bude 2-0 za koji ovdje, ali ajde. Očigledno ništa ne znamo. Ne, Larsen je izgrifao ovaj fight, ali je toliko fair da nije bilo ni bitno. Ako uzmu sol, verovatno je over. Ako uzmu sol, verovatno je over.
Mkoi dao samo. Tiger jako lep smite kroz charm. Oh.
But you lose so much here. This was your moment on the map.
Well, I think the other big thing is that you saw there is as Larson goes in, Jojo and Supa have to shift their attention to him. So despite the fact that we saw 3 members locked down by Alvaro, there's no damage follow-up. They're not jumping into a Zyral. They can't.
And you see how much freedom Larson just had in the background, because if Alvaro is looking for these engages, there is not a lot of people who can lock him down in the background.
Yeah. Third attack speed item coming through for Supa. Wouldn't mind seeing a bit more AP as Mirwin just starting to get aggressive on Hansambi, a little bit isolated. Flash forward from Malrang, looking to get Kings kicked off.
Ubiju šta god Jinx dobije, reset igraju, ali da, ne moraju. Mislim, lepo prave pikove, a mislim da se Alvaro baš ne zabavlja, ko igra lepo.
Larsen?
Prefidan, jako lepo, jako lepo.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. 23 minutes into the game.
Navi uzima sol, zamisli. Ovo se nikad nije dogodilo. Ima je prosek 23 minuta da uzmu prvog Drakea.
Okay, bro, calm down. One game at a time, dude. One game at a time.
We're starting with this game 1.
Yeah. Stop the tape. We're good here. We've seen everything we need to see. Look, I do believe, I trust. Coming in the series, I would have trusted Mkoi on the map much more. I think the Otacon flip, like you said, I understand. I get why it's there, but the fact that they're in this position...
Coming into this, I would have trusted Mkoi individually on the map as a team.
Yeah.
On all those factors, Drakers, now he's been playing better in game 1.
And what a time we live in.
What a time we live
Relish in it. Enjoy it. It might not last.
It might not.
But it might.
Neće, verovatno neće kasteri, ne brinite se ništa, kolege naše drage, sve je cool.
Ajde game, idemo revertujemo.
Maybe now with 3 items on Supa. Again, if Hansamdi dies, if Larson wastes his cooldowns, there's so much room for Supa to do stuff, but it is still tough when...
Ne, Larsen je u stvari kidao na LeBlanc. Njegova LeBlanc je u stvari bila baš jaka.
Ja mislim da je on assassin player, što je najsmešnije. Ja mislim da je on tako i kao mislim, okej, poznat je on zato što igra control mage-ove, ali zato što je pasivan jako kao igrač, ali generalno ja mislim da je on assassin igrač bio.
A mislim da je sad bolji na Assassinima. Pre je bio jedan od najboljih Azir igrača u Evropi. Mislim, njegov Azir je bio nevjerovatan.
Da.
Ali mislim da sad očigledno ono, da li... Verovatno ima malo i do tima i sve to, u smislu kao kako hoće da igraju, ko čiji god da je cool, da li je njegov ili nečiji drugi. Ali... Mislim da izgledaju jako slabo kada... Kad igraju taj hyperscale, slow tempo.
You want to be able to shred that tank. Will you have the space to auto attack is the question. So far the answer has been no. 4-0 for Supa though. Again, individual scoreline is solid. It's just across.
Are they on it?
The entire team. Been a bit harder. TP in. Mkoi ready to go as 5. Navi just backing away. Really nice for Hansamdi. Can just get the poke. Larson fishing with the proto belt. Alvaro forced to back away. Really nice. Again, essentially infinite mana for Hansamdi to poke with those zaps if he wants to.
You did get the TP advantage. You can slow the game down. You don't have to rush this whatsoever. You can still.
Mislim, gledam sada statove Larsenove. On ima u karijeri 69% win rate na Akali. U tipa 20 gemova.
Larson continuing to poke off the side. Connects onto Mirwin.
Tako da, očigledno mu ide na tom heroju.
Mkoi will have the extra cannon. Maybe can just try to push for tier 1. Lock up onto Jojo. Pune is there. Manages to dash out. That's 2 ultis down, but a low blinking health bar. And immediately
to je jako puno.
Mkoi need to be ready to fight. Ulti body blocked by Elyoya. Mirwin zoned away. Shuriken flip doesn't connect. Slowly but surely the objective falls. Alvaro going to get the vision that he needs to make a decision. Jojo TPing back in. Again, 2 ultis missing. Mkoi, if they want to go for a fight, they need to go soon. Baron getting lower. Elyoya on the way in, but the objective secured. Hansamdi managing to grab it. Mirwin now needs to run. Extra movement speed there. Alvaro to the back line. The immediate follow coming in from Mirwin, but he doesn't quite have the distance.
Hansamdi je mrtav, Supa je živ. Ali Supa nema kako preko zida.
Jojo Pune continues to push forward. They got the Baron, but they need to get out with their lives. Adam doing his best to survive. Larson holding on. Backstep from Elyoya good. Gets away from the decimated.
Ocean Soul koliko ih healuje samo.
Da.
The root won't hit. Navi still managed to get 3 out of the fight. A glimmer of hope for MK, but overall a much better trade for Navi.
That's still a win for Navi, you're right, but that was almost best case scenario for Mkoi. Super. He's gonna have to escape from Larson, who's TP'd in together with Adam. Double TP. They're gonna be hungry for this one. Sharks in the water. Super the prey. Is he gonna get out of this one?
A minute 45. Flash away. TP going back in. Now they're redirecting their attention. Uh-oh, Alvaro.
Oh, no flash.
Where are you going? Dash over. Knock him not there, but the slow is Celestial opposition. He should just be done. Extra heal comes in from the Gleaming Quill, but that's 1 dead support. Meanwhile, Mirwin getting a tower. Trying to keep the gold close, but again, we take a look back at this. Navi securing the objective.
But this was best case scenario. Alvaro, even though he spotted
Dobro, nije mogao, nema cleanse. Bio je okružen. Jedino Larsen da je blokovao. Ne može.
Mislim, nezgodno, Jinx. Ono, mali misposition, ako mogu te dovate, samo si mrtav, nemaš ti kako da igraš tu.
It really does just come down to Mirwin on the flank as well as Supa laying down damage. Supa really just allowed to free hit Malrang after the initial engage. Didn't get him much. But for Navi, again, the path before them feels crystal clear. A minute 15 left on the Baron, 40 seconds until Elder spawns. On red side, they won't be able to take full control over the wall. It will be a little bit awkward, but they should have waves in their favor. They should have setup on the objective in their favor. Elyoya does have flash, but so far, every time we've wished for Elyoya to win the 50-50, every time he's been close, it just hasn't gone his way.
Tiger je možda mrtav. Nema flash.
Redemption goes in. Taker going golden. Alvaro looking for the follow-up. Charm is there. Jungler taken down. That's crucial for Mkoi.
And you set it up. There is nothing that could go wrong. They would have all the setup. They would have all the priority.
Tiger se malo zezno, ne smije tamo sam da ode.
A mislim, generalno Zaira kao Zaira je... malo nezgodna za igra ako malkice mi stepaš. Da, imaš stopwatch, imaš zonju, sve to super, ali i dalje si jako skviši.
Navi će da izgubit game.
Da, oni ako izgube Eldera, oni su u problemu. Pa nema, ili se bijete ili bežite. Malang, on se treda. Mislim, probao je, imao je smite flash, ali neće dati Leoni da ušeta uz Maja, pa nisu toko valjda ludi.
Find the clutch pick. Punish the over-aggression. Take the major objective. The question now is how much can they get?
Oh, they're going to get a lot. They're going to get this one. They're pushing in mid lane as well. They can rotate over after. Marang's still dead for 20 seconds. They're going to make the most out of this Elder Dragon. Super, the vacuum cleaner, just cleaning up the entire enemy jungle right now.
Oh my god.
That it is. Poke goes in. Might be too eager. No, it's not. Super continuing to step up, forces the flash out of Hops down.
Ovo će biti GG ovdje. Ladne.
I oni ako izgube ovaj game, ja mislim da samo su u fazonu ono quality day.
Well, perhaps over eager, but at the end of the day, pushing the wave in, forcing Navi back. 3K gold lead in their favor.
I mean, over Ego, Pixel Perfect, they didn't really use any summoner spells for themselves, right? They're still getting Handsome D with no flash for the next team fight. That's crucial. Alvaro's gonna have his flash available. This could be the avenue that sets up Navi for their downfall.
Ne znam šta ta igra radi tamo, iskreno. Kao to, možda to funkcioniše u tier dvojici, ali ne smiješ bez nekoga da odeš tamo u džunglu. Morate zajedno da ostavljate vision.
Sometimes you go all in. Sometimes they call your bluff. Mkoi. Happy with that one. To be honest, that was, again, I think I've said gift wrapped a few times this game, but that was gift wrap for them. They gave away very nicely wrapped up an Otacon for the side of Navi. Navi very nicely wrapped up an Elder Dragon for the side of them. I am convinced you saw this one coming. You build up Navi with all the positive things you could say right before the downfall.
Legitimno nevjerovatno šta gube.
I believe that Mkoi could come back, but I didn't think it was going to look like that.
I mean, and not only have they come back, they're actually driving this late game now, right? Still Elder up. I mean, Baron's really what you're looking at in the next 1 minute. 30 seconds on this Elder is going to give you all the priority on the map. You need to set up that objective. You finally have a...
Mada dobro, realno gledano, kad moramo setimo da gledamo Rogue, tako da očigledno će ova partija otići u 70. minut jer je Rogue u pitanju, tako da... Bar imamo tu nešto.
Luxury item for JoJo has access to the Seekers. Still no proper defensive item from Larson, although perhaps the needlessly large rod will take him there. And yeah, what a goal tells tells a very clear story of the game. Close, close, close. Definitely not close. Definitely like, wow, Navi, you're gonna win, and then whoa, okay, maybe not. Nice little Elder Dragon icon up there.
Well, that's how the story goes. Millen looking for Larson. Ultimate comes through.
Finds Larson. Shroud about to fade away. Again, Larson, no defensive itemization. Trying to dash to safety. Forced to use the ulti there to make it out to safety. So again, another major cooldown. It's going to make Super happy to see that one taken out.
And you were talking about build earlier. One thing this Kaiser build does do is shred a Baron if they get on it, right? Yeah. So I think the moment that Navi just loses vision control, that they have to go for their resets, it's going to be dire for them. Wards right now has been replenished from Malrong. He is sitting on 4. Pink Ward's still available, so it's going to be a while before Navi would ever feel like they'd have to go back.
But we need to see them keep...
Mislim da, Jinx ako dobije reset, on ima itema, samo što opet problem je što duže traje partija, Jinx scala u pure damage i radi mnogo damage-a, ali Azira koji pogodi s ultom shota je od 100 do 0. Znači Jinx legitimno ne igra u Azira. Iskreno niti u Kaisu s dovoljno itema, niti u pola stvari koje gledamo ovdje, tako da mislim će biti baš teško za Hans Samde, ali jedna mala greška i to je manje više rip.
Pink Wards are going to come through again from Taker once he's back in that base. But he's actually completely stopped it because that's what we're talking about. You lost the vision, now they're going to start it up.
The vision starting it. Healing through the damage for the most part. Navi now uncertain. Are they continuing? A ward gives them a brief moment of insight. The objective getting lower and lower. Eyes on Taker. Ready to go over the wall. The 50-50, but this time El Yo-Yo wins out. The knockup is there. Taker already overcommitted here. The knockup now coming through as well. Super going godlike.
Okay,
and that's the
GG.
For Mkoi.
And this is what we talk about, right? You make a mistake against Mkoi, they're going to take the game away from you. Doesn't matter.
Fightamo 4 na 5. Okej, good, GG.
Oj, ode, da. To je ono što kažem, da Jinxa i damage ako dobije reset super, ali oni su ladno izgubili ove game, ne mogu da verujem. Oni su ladno izgubili ovu partiju.
Jojo Pune retreating back into Larson's base, and it feels like Mkoi will just end it. It was a rocky game one, but again, we said at the start of the series, all that matters is the scoreline, all that matters is the result. Larson getting chucked down,
cancela, nije ni bitno. Ja ne mogu da nešto su oni izgubili. Igrali su clean, Larsen imao u ruke, 4 Drakea su uzeli, Ocean Soul sa Sionom si pokupio i ti izgubio si game. Ja stvarno mislim da ovo je jedna od onih partija koje je teže izgubiti nego dobiti, najiskrenije.
Strašno, strašno. Katastrofa. To je sve jer su pokazali Jankosa. Da nisu pokazali Jankosa, pobedili bi.
Ja mislim da ima istine, iskreno. Mislim da tu ima neke istine, najiskrenije. Moraju da razmisle o tome koga pokazuju u programu, jer ovo ih je opasno koštalo. Ja ne mogu da verujem. Dobro, 11 minuta pauza. I onda ide sljedeći game, ja ne znam, ja stvarno ne vidim kako će Navi išto uraditi ovdje, ali svako da, idemo na pauzicu. Tu smo za 11 minuta i vraćamo se s game broj 2.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
Red Bull gives you wings.
GB Sports, GP Barrel Challenge, Larson versus Adam. There's not much more to be said. Let's get it started straight away, except I should probably explain the rules. Larson will throw a barrel first. Adam's gonna try and clear it. Then Adam's gonna throw a barrel. Larson's gonna try and clear it. Whoever dies first, they lose. Let's get right started. Larson, throw the first barrel.
Okay. I put it down and I hit.
You throw it down and then you both of you try to
Wait,
hit.
I won, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. HP, top laner. Mid laners are better than top laners.
What? What?
Oh my god.
Oh, it is comeback here.
Adam is joking.
Okay.
Okay, Adam is making.
Larson did say he wants to put him under pressure.
3-2.
So far he is under pressure.
Oh. Oh.
What? No, if he's throwing a barrel and you hit it, that's the enemy gangplank. So that's not gonna explode.
Please die. Please die.
Last thing is choking. I got the video.
No!
I'm known for choking.
Die! But not today! But not today!
No more rogue, no more choking.
Yes. Adam, you can give your pirate outfit to Malrang.
Am I eliminated?
Yes.
There's no loser bracket?
No.
What?
Yo, yay! Let's get ready into the semi-finals. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone's so hype. Let's do this. Larson versus Malrang.
You're like.
Oh.
You can't say.
We can censor it. Oh!
We're gonna win because it started.
That's how it goes.
Oh my god.
There's no deep rest for this one. Oh, hey, Malrang straight to the final.
You lose to this?
Well, you two pirate, you can swap now. Hand Sunday and Tiger. Please.
Man overboard.
You just placed the first barrel. Oh, the couch is so ready for this one. Only.
The Sandy is left, I guess.
Wait, who puts it?
Wait, 2 birds?
Oh my god. Remake.
It's fine, I don't mind.
Okay, you don't mind? Okay.
I will win anyway.
Okay.
Pretty cocky. Classic rookies.
Go.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Okay.
To the last one. No. You have to get this one. Wait, guys!
Wait. That's crazy.
And the confidence paid off! Straight to the finals!
Okay, the younger man's RP.
Okay, Battle of Junglers.
Is that what we're calling it? The Battle of Junglers?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's get this final started! Woo!
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
What is this?
Hold up, settings have been changed, hold up.
It's okay.
It's okay? Okay. I like that, there's confidence in both these players. Doesn't matter if there's a mistake, they'll play through it.
No, maybe not okay.
Joking.
Maybe not okay. Not exploding in a while now. Good defensive player, not so much offensive. I take that back.
Okay. One more, Mara. I'm coming.
No way. Malrang, under pressure. Oh. No. To this one.
No way.
I want to go home, man.
Please.
Yes! Hey! And there it is. The best gangplank on Navi is a jungler.
New generation, guys.
I mean, he's young. He's too young.
Control top side, but it doesn't seem like Navi have been set up to do that, or maybe they're just hoping they can make a trade. Push back, nice back to promotion. Who is he? And it just makes Jojo, makes his life so easy for him to come in there. Oh my god!
Look, Shandal. Nice.
It has to back away in the meantime. Mkoi pulling back. Larson going forward, anticipating. Will finally get cut down by Mkoi.
Guess where we are? We have a super special guest who's co-streaming from the arena. It's Yankos! Oh my god! Let's go! Hi, it's so great to see you. May I hug you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, nice. So, I also wanted to hug you because of the end of the last game. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Tell me from your perspective, where did they leave it?
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. To be honest, I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked that we lost that game.
Yeah, it was crazy. You also didn't like the draft, so maybe you're happy that it didn't work, or?
No, I mean, I think the draft was very, like, I spoke to Jack Spectra about it, and I feel like the draft was very playable because they had to snowball, right? And they were actually snowballing, and I was so surprised with how Larsen played. On Akali, he was smurfing, and then Tiger had this, like, early game plannings, and we got Dragons, and Marek was playing well in team fights. He was marking Alvaro. Alvaro couldn't do anything. He was inting.
Ah, it sucks. Do you want to, like, your eyebrows are all back, right? So how about if they reverse sweep?
No, I'm not doing it. No, okay. I'm not touching my eyebrows. I think that was a stupid bet, and I'm not doing that again. But I still believe in the boys. I think they had what it takes to beat Mkoi. They just showed it. I mean, they didn't because they lost, but they almost won. So I just hope that we don't have the roundup from KC where the game 1 was competitive and then we lose. Let's see how the mental is. At least from talking to them before the games, I think they're confident. They are cocky in a good way, not too cocky, but confident that they can win. So yeah, let's see. I think we can still make it, you know. At least we want to make it a banger. I mean, that game was exciting, so more of that.
It was more of that, and if they do win, we'll come back. Thank you so much, Jankos. Let's go, Navi.
Jankos obviously very emotional.
But where's the moment? This is UK. He's happy. He's talking about it. He's seeing it. Yes. Yeah, there it is. That's the moment.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
And I think many people felt that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
How about you shave your eyebrows, dude?
No, absolutely not. You put yours on the line first before you start telling other people to share
I've made a lot of
theirs.
bets. I've done a lot of things.
You've just drank a lot of liquids out of various shoes. You have one bet.
I know. I drank out of Finn shoes. I did a bet with Broxer that made him a clown in PGL.
All right, that's fair. That is true. I did like that one. Now, as we enter game 2 here, Picks and Bans, obviously, we got to watch Navi play some games. You hear from Jankos about Navi, but as fun as Navi are, Mkoi did win game 1. So the pressure is now on Navi to pull something out, something a little bit spicy. I would love an Aphelios, probably not as a first pick. That seems like a bad choice, but the hover's all right. And instead, first pick, blind pick, Jace.
That's an interesting one. Adam has
Evo nas nazad, vraćamo se u Champions League Game broj 2 i ne znam da ste čuli šta je Jankos rekao, ali u suštini ja mislim da će biti baš ono čega se on plaši, a to je da će da se raspadnu nakon prvog poraza. Vidjet ćemo da li će to biti slučaj, ali da, imam neki osjećaj da ovaj prvi game je mnogo bliže nego što će biti drugi. Dobili su od duše plavu stranu, tako da ajde, to je bar dosta cool. Dobili su plavu, to je obično jača strana, možda mogu da izdraftaju nešto pa da bude malo više kompetitiv.
I'm a little nervous for this Jace. You know, I'm sure that Adam has busted out the Duolingo. You know, he's hitting him with the consonant, but I think you need more grasp of the language if you want to play that this champion. So we'll see. But if this gets
no. Okay, I've got lots of things to say.
All I'm saying is, look at that hair. You see that slick back hair? This is a new man.
No, it doesn't happen. It's an old school from Larsen. It was actually one of the champions he made his name on.
Yeah.
And I would have a ton of things to say about him if he locked it in.
Instead, the Jace.
Yeah.
Or the Rise.
The Rise.
That one.
I mean, the Jace is there too.
The
Rise is for Larsen.
Okay, so, I mean, 2 excellent side laners, good skirmish champions. If the initial damage from the Pantheon isn't enough, perhaps more to come through. And we'll get the pick ban up there.
Wow, što se desilo sa ovim draftom?
So, really strong top
Samo je pukao odjednom.
For Mkoi especially, it's really easy to see how their top side will play out.
Sve lagano, sve kako bi trebalo da bude. Vratili smo se u normalu. Malo mi je krivo što je 2 gejma za redom Nautilus banovan jer želim da ga vidim. Ali pošto svaki game svi igraju Nautilusa, razumem zašto je banovan, ne želiš da ga ostaviš. Ima smisla.
Into the Jace, you have to be aware that you're putting your bot lane at risk at the same time.
Koji tim u EPL-u će ga prvi pustiti open?
Neki Nel team.
Fair.
Ja mislim da je to play, mislim će neki Nel team da bude u pitanju. Ne, sakrene, Navi će promeniti ceo roster sljedeći split, tako da oni će promeniti ceo roster. Ali ove sezone jednostavno tako su kupili slot u nezgodno vreme da nisu imali kako da naprave kako da naprave dobar roster.
Actually don't know what they would like to default on.
So Xayah a little bit worse. Xayah not so good into the Wukong either. So it is going to be a quirky champion we don't see.
Iskreno, Korki je gori u Wukonga, ako ćemo iskreno. Xayah bar ima ulti, Korki nema ništa u Wukonga. Wukong ti perma ti koje knock-up da ti canceluje Valkyrie, Xayah bar možda ulta kroz to.
Pa Stalno je Xayah, kad smo kod Xayah.
Yeah, and unlike Game 1, we have a lot less engaged supports banned out. So the AORUS is available here if that's the priority option they want to go for. I think it
Mislim, ja samo razmišljam koga mogu uopšte da dovedu.
Pa dobro vidi, sljedeće godine, sljedeći split sljedeće godine, jeli posle Worldsa, svi će biti free agenti, tako da ko zna, mislim. Mogu da dovedu humanoida.
Ne.
To ne bi voleo, ali kao... Mislim, poenta je da će biti puno free agenta, tako da mislim da će između decembra i januara, februara kad krene split, imaš puno izbora. Znači tu su svi ugovori istekli, tu nema buyouta velikih. To je mnogo više playable za svaku ekipu. I tu su uvek najveći let's roster swapovi, tako da to je uvek okej.
I never feel bad when this guy has kills.
That is true, but I still think there's a, like, if Navi gets ahead, like, that team composition, it's quite nice to play as well. I think they got really good skirmishing power. I think that they actually have good zone control, playing around the bushes with Jace, QE from Sayas, like, the range is
Navi ima dobar team comp. Tima i Mkoi, iskreno. Imaju sasvim lep team comp.
Or in the team fights where the range is not too long.
Slažem se, solidan draft s obe strane, da kažem, mislim da... Mislim da će svako mnogo više odlučiti činjenica da je Navi bio toliko solidan u prvom gemu i da su bacili lead i mislim da nakon toga u drugom gemu samo neće moći se vratiti. To je neka moja prognoza. Ja mislim će ovo biti stomp, iskreno.
Vrlo verovatno.
That we're like the personal hotline for in-game grievances, though. Here we are, game 2 get Mkoi managing to win game 1 in a very weird game, let's be honest. They probably...
They should have won that.
Navi?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we already have a creative level 1 strat to come through here from the side of Navi. Maybe hoping to punish Mirawen for some over-aggression.
Oh, this is nice, because Adam can now actually force this rumble up. They're going to wrap in behind
They're doing
him.
It's happening again! EU top laners in their emote space! He's being punished for his hubris! Mirawen, where's the flash going to go? They're taking their time. They don't want to burn anything. Now he's flashing. He's zooming. He's fine. He does lose flash, though, which is pretty devastating in the early matchup.
Dobro, mislim, Mirvin preživio je okej, ali mislim da su mogli da uzmu kill. Iskreno.
But I like it from Mkoi. They've taken clear aggression in the enemy side, and they're going to see if they can just take this away from Tiger.
Blood for blood.
Blood for the blood god.
Okay, well, calm down. There's no kills still.
Good card.
Yeah, it's true. It's weird because you're making a reference within a reference. Because I don't think most people would think of that as a trading card. I think they will think of that in the...
Is that a double entendre?
No, no.
Damn.
No, it's not.
Guess I won't be rapping on these LEC videos.
Yeah, you failed. That was it. You failed. You don't know what double entendre.
Bar se zabavljaju kasteri ako ništa drugo, tako da to može uvek da se poštuje.
Big thing for me, Mkoi bot lane 2v2 feels like it should just be stronger, right? Feels like it should be very...
Da li je nama zabavno kad gledamo Rogue?
We kind of said the same thing about Navi's composition.
Pa vidi.
It doesn't make sense. It's completely opposite.
Yeah.
It just goes to the nature of the matchup.
Ja nekako sam...
He's kept his smite off. He's going to try and contest the Lyoy on the red buff.
Šta znam, 50-50, mislim ako će da igra Larsen ko što igra prošli game, da na Raizu neće, ali kako će da igra ko prošli game, igraće Akali i te nabadače, okej, ja šta. A čak sad na Raizu, sam ću dobiti batine ovde.
And I think the struggle for Navi is, like last game, we say, hey, if they snowball early, you can see how this composition is going to play. It's going to look fantastic. The difference is they don't have the Scion and the Jinx. They can't just easily lane swap. They don't have that dominant 2v2. This is going to be a rough early lane.
I mean, it will be, but... Oh, flash forward from Larsen.
What?
We've seen this against Jojo.
Goodbye, Larsenu. Wow, živeo je. Zbog levela, nevjerovatno. Izbito od Jojoa. Okej, Larsen je možda samo actually bog igre danas. On je sve to iskalkulisao sajna.
Lepo. Sve cool. Opet se Janko shypuje i opet će da bude razočaran kasnije. Jojo nema flash, ali nisu fajni dalje.
Okay, so what have we learned today?
Junglers are broken.
Level ups, crazy.
Yep.
Junglers are broken. Fair.
Larsen, new man, different person.
No flash from Elioya here, or Smite rather.
Force back. It's big, this brief window. Keep in mind, mid-pro for the first few levels was so in favor of Jojo Pune until that all-in. Nice flick though.
I do just want to tell the story that we missed. It was actually, of course, Elioya that invaded Taika. Oh my god, Adam on the top side, mirror in.
One more auto. Now trying to run. Needs to space perfectly. Scrap shield ready.
It's looking fine. But he's going to wrap around. Is Adam ready for that?
Miro's flash is going to be up first.
But it's not up yet.
It's going to be up in like 2 minutes. I don't know why I made that point. But yeah. In 2 minutes, Adam better be scared. Anyway, Miro should just get the push out.
Adam does have TP if he just wants to.
Walking in.
Taika's around the vicinity as well, in the blue side.
I think they're just going to reset here. Happy to have that deal. See what the first back looks like for Mirwin.
Tiger opet igra lepo early game, ali ne znam, mislim, on se i dalje kasnije raspadao, to ne znamo da zaboravimo, mislim.
Mislim, igra kao da je tier 2, ono, kao da može da radi neke stvari koje očigledno ne može, plus igra protiv Elioje, čoveka koji igra, ono, 20 godina je već pro. I bio je i na Worldsu i sve. I očigledno je da ima neke navike koje mu nisu, koje mora da nestanu, a nestanu samo što više igraš, tako da kada nauči da ne može sa nečim kao što je okej, Larsen ima to. Lepo.
Point click and watch him die. Jojo Pune going to be able to crash that wave in. Larsen, no TP either. That's a pretty big swing in the favor.
Taika did get spotted on that ward. Elioya is coming down as well. They want to make this a 3v3. HP bar advantage on Mkoi.
To je realno gledano ako radiš to da ne. Mislim, 1-1 je ko ima baš dobar kombo sa Pantheonom, mogu da perma farmuju razlici dok Ryze ne dođe do 3-4 itema, onda može 1-2 da ih dobije. Kada Gez da samo moraju se paziti za taj outski, ali to je manje više to. Mada smo zaključili da Navi uvek pika za scale, uvek igraju 40 minuta i onda samo u late-u ne znaju što da rade, tako da vidit ćemo da će opet biti isti slučaj. Mislim da su mnogo opasniji kad Larsen igra LeBlanc nešto agresivno i onda mogu snowballuju game pre nego što protiv kuždori bilo šta.
They don't have info, so it is just a guess from the side of Navi, but they've been pretty damn accurate so far. Good understanding of where he's going to be. There was a ping down on the Raptors. They decide not to contest it. Mkoi holding on to control for now as Larsen will confirm Elioya's location. And again, at pre-6, as long as you generally know where the Pantheon is, you don't have to be scared.
The swap with Jace here as well. This is really interesting. This could be scary once this Pantheon reaches level 6. Jace doesn't do too well as a weak sider, especially not against a Nico who has such insane dive setup when she turns into a minion.
Whoa, just left the wall! Flashes over a turn! Okay, guys, I know we're losing our mind over a very simple series of
Mislim da je trebao da odigra drugačije Alistar ovde. Mislim da stoji pored i čeka da mu ovaj priđe i onda baci Pulverize. Jer ovaj ako proba se flasha preko Alistara i dalje će biti u range-u Pulverize-a. Mislim da je Headbutt bio baš greedy.
Well, good job, Mirwin. They did get his flash in exchange for Mounrings. So, overall...
Kodaš u njega, baciš Q i onda walk aroundaš i baciš... I baciš headbutt.
Slažem se.
Alvaro and Supa maybe looking to get a little bit more pressure here as Larson trying to fire back against Jojo.
So Elioya's going to have mid prior, he's going to have bot prior, therefore he's invading on Tiger to get as much info as they can. Tiger's still not level 6, Elioya has hit that, and he might be forced to just give up his jungle here. Malrang moving down as well, this could be a fight in the jungle for boss.
They're waiting. Okay, they know which one is real now, as Elioya did use an ability. Alvaro revealing himself, Jojo Pin with the wall, Elioya with his ultimate as well, but Malrang is here.
Pink ward dropped.
Jojo Pin has to be careful. Nice rock to slow the initial engage.
Tiger nema ult.
Mkoi could use some pressure.
That's nice.
Možda bi mogli uzeti kill na Jojo da ima.
We're talking about you making use of the windows that you have. An objective can be a camp, it can be the Raptors, it can be the red buff, it can be Larson in the mid lane.
Larson in the mid lane will just barely be able to get out. That is the difference between having the brown bags and not having them. And Mkoi now going to look to shift their attention top side. They were able to get a decent amount of pressure in the top lane on the side of Navi, but Mirwin not at all concerned of the solo Xayah dive.
But I still like the way that they're moving around with the pressure, right? Because normally if a team had just used all their pressure on the bot side, you would probably lose some grubs. That didn't happen. They immediately after getting that red buff just moved up as a unit. Alvaro, Jojo, Elioya, and then you just...
Alvaro.
Say it again, say the name 3
Alvaro pretending to be Elioya.
Yes.
Yeah. Super sli, okej. Sve je cool, sve je chill, rise ult.
Which one's real? They've guessed correctly.
Dobro, pokušavaju nešto, ako ništa drugo. Larsen bacio ulti da proba da engage-uje, a ne da proba da pobegne, tako da...
Probaj da baci Alexa.
Da, ali nije uspeo. Mislim, završit će se ova partija vjerovatno kako se i Alexu završila njegova, tako da tu su negdje.
Vjerovatno, da. Bar će negdje uspjeti ga prekopira, na njegovu žalost u rezultatu.
Taking their time on the objective. Again, good lane assignments to get Supa to top wave first does make this contest so much easier. And really important to take the grubs away from the Ryze Jace composition. And side lanes were always going to be a little bit tricky.
Oh, here we go, Tiger.
On going in. Supa with the initial knock up. Punches there.
Wow.
Kind of fits for the final stun. A little bit
Okay, Supa ima flash.
I mean, God, credit to Mkoi. They have been on point with that ability. But now...
I šta sad? Ali oni njih sad samo biju, ovi sve bacili. Mkoi je sad su se zagrejali su se.
Nema, ja sam kolovo, prvi game možemo pričamo, ajde imali su tu neku šansu, ali drugu partiju mislim da samo... Koji će biti u fazonu, ok, šta radimo ono.
This is a little bit more of what we expected. Again, credit to Navi for some of those early game looks. And credit to Malrang for some creative plays. But Navi have been so close. Again, credit to Supa, credit to Mirwin in the previous play on the top side. Good flashes, really making the difference. And now everyone with a gold lead on the side of Mkoi.
Oh, careful. Are we counting minions? 2025? Yes, we are.
Ensemble ready. Not going to fall for it. There was a time when your AD carry would say, bro, this is sweet, the game bugged, I got a 4th melee minion.
Extra gold, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And you would sigh and know to yourself that despite the fact that your AD carry's an idiot, you have to baby him or you'll rage.
You're right, you know, there might even come more of those.
Hoćem se lično napadnuti, nakon ovog komentara.
Ja nisam ništa htio da kažem.
Sve cool, chill, kasteri no chill.
To smo mi, vraćaju nam. Flamovali smo ih ono tokom MSI-a i EVC i sad nam vraćaju.
Dobra, ajde, to je fair. Kad tako staviš ima smisla, okej, onda smo 1-1.
Mislim, mi smo i dalje bolji, ali...
Bukvalno u svakom mogućem smislu, ali okej, nema vezu, ono. shot for shot možemo da idemo. Iskreno, ja sam to snimao Epic Rap Battles of History, mi protiv njih.
To bi bilo cool. Ne znam koliko smo mi muzički jedino talentovani. Drakos bi nas baš polomio.
Ma kakvi, ne.
Drakosov rap flow je strašan.
Ma kakvi, silo čoveč, naši su. Ne znaju oni ništa.
Dopustit ćemo Raleca, neka on repuje. Rale sigurno ima neki umjeti. Ja ne znam, tako da tu već imamo problem jedan. Meni mora dobar autotune.
Ne, ti će beatboxuješ, ne vezi.
Ne znam ni to.
Mac, editovat ću. Za sve ima rešenja, za sve ima rešenja. Inače, ovo je jedna od onih partija, znate i vi. Ovo je jedan od klasičnih rogue game-ova.
A probali su malo, 7 minuta su probavali, sad je gotovo.
Tako je, da, dosta. Od koga je dobro je, što bi se reklo.
It's just going to be chill for a little bit. Minute 50 without Herald.
This is where I think this is going to be really interesting to see what Mkoi worked on the tempo they've been talking about, right? Like, these are the sort of stages where you want to gain advantages on your enemy any way you can, right? Is it a jungle camp? Is it this?
Sad u suštini čekamo da koji sam uzme sve na mapi i da Navi ili ti Rogue, kako ćemo ih zvati do kraja ove partije, urade ono što rade klasično, tako da...
Line of control forward is Mirwin.
Maverick with the ghost.
Won't be able to get anything in the bottom lane. Supa able to get away from a potential root there. A lot more damage coming out of that Corki, and now it's Larson the one in trouble. Pantheon on the way in. Larson,
Larson.
He's fast, but yeah, can't outplay that one. Boy, easy kill on the sideline. Really good punish, recognizing that Mountering, of course, was spotted bot, so easy for them to just force a play topside, and so close to this Herald means they're going to have full vision control on top side as well.
Absolutely. Still, down in the bot side, Merwin, no equalizer, but should be able to deal with this wave. Malrong is around, but I don't know if 2 people is enough to dive the
Nemaju oni dovoljno damage za njega, ja mislim.
I think the answer is no.
Yeah?
But I like that.
I think that was a good answer.
Yeah, bathing capybara. What a flex.
Alright, guys.
Mirwin's emo game. Credit to him. Okay, Malrang, again, doing a lot of flashy plays. I guess in this case, pun intended, but it just hasn't...
Klasična, uradi ništa i izgubi taktika.
Da, klasičan rogue doing rogue things bukvalno. Mislim, ne znam šta im je plan, ali definitivno moraju nešto da urade. Razumem da imaju Ryza i da su u fazonu imamo Ryza, imamo Wukonga, možemo da skelamo, ali... Ali dalje mislim su dosta daleko od toga što bi trebali da rade, pogotovo što ako padnu još više behind, ako izgube svaki objektiv na mapi, mislim i scalovanje te samo toliko daleko može dovesti.
Larson stepping too far forward, his team trying to shadow him, but they might be too late. Exis all for the additional movement speed. Knockup is there, flick back coming in clutch. Larson holding on for an extra second, but not nearly enough. Navi, they were on the right side of the map. Still not the right position though.
Don't know if he forgot his turret had fallen there, but yeah, Larson definitely out of position. That should just be Rift Herald. I don't know if they can do anything about that.
Možda sad ako pokažu Jankosa reverse, bit će reverse od prošlog puta. Adam. Čadam. Dajvuj ga, Adame.
EQ, come on. Sidesteps there. Tiger on the back. Has the equalizer.
Pokažu ga u depli, svima bude tužno i onda odluče da baci gen da bi Jankos bio srećan. Kakav execute.
Adam troluje, on prima damage od tureta, turet nastekao 2 shotova od Tigera.
Again, we're in the...
It's, yeah, I mean...
We're in the sad time.
We are. Sometimes as a losing team, we say a 1-for-1 can be nice. If you're trading turrets, you're getting objective bounties, but... Yeah.
Not good.
Situation like this here where it's a kill, Rift Herald, and then Larson down on that top side as well. Yeah, it's not enough. But it's also just Mkoi dominating this one, right? And I think they are so good at taking control of all the areas where they're fighting. They are just kept so much control on the top side, around the Rift Herald, in the enemy jungle, all that vision. It's going to go down on the bot side now instead. They're going to play around the dragon, and they're going to choke them out of the bot side now instead. So they're just moving around as a unit all the right places.
It's tough. Game one felt like there was a lot of parity. They were really punishing Mkoi in so many different circumstances. The first few levels in this game, it looked like it might be similar, but Navi not able to maintain the level.
Pogotovo ne sa Ryzen koji skela, mislim, da, ovo je...
Was game one just a dream?
Game one just a dream. Dobro kažu, dobro kažu.
Dobro je, da.
This game more kind of in line with my expectations. A little bit more like when the big kids on the playground offer to trade you Pokemon cards.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
They're like, oh, your Charizard, that card's terrible. How about the shiny Ponyta? You want a shiny Ponyta? It's so good.
I think I was that guy.
I've been that kid. We've all been that kid, Jimmers. We've all been that kid. And right now, that's Navi. Yeah, they're making bad trade deals. It's not their fault. It's the only one available to them. They're getting lost in the moment.
Ako ništa drugo, bar neće biti 3 game ovoga.
To je istina. To je istina.
Još u sljedećoj seriji da ne znam, da se nešto desi da ne bude 3 game-a i dobri smo.
Sljedeća serija će biti Fiesta, sljedeća serija će biti jao. Mada neće biti ovako razvučena ako ništa, tako da to je okej, to mogu da podržim. Ja mislim da sljedeća serija i da bude 3 game-a, bit će 3 Fieste i 3 nabadanja. Ova serija... Vidimo kakva je situacija, tako da...
Kid off. Do you want extra cash? He's like, no, he's happy to make the deal. It's just cardboard. I was like, no, you really don't understand. It's not just cardboard. Your son is just giving money away.
So last generational parents like that.
Yeah, no. This generation, they're like playing Pokemon Go with their kids.
I mean, the stock market is the Pokemon cards nowadays, isn't it? Yes.
Charge goes through in the mid lane.
Ajde, ja idem, a neće. Boj da ga skuca boje, uplašio se.
Yeah.
Just didn't want to overcommit.
See, crashes, that's the problem with the normal stock market, not with Pokemon cards. This is not financial advice. Sorry. Back to the game. Mkoi continuing to assert dominance. Larson, again, on the side lane, you can see in the 1v1s, Adam and Larson should feel relatively comfortable. Larson saving his minions, protecting them with his life, which is honorable.
I mean, they'll live for another few 30 seconds, but they'll definitely die.
You wouldn't, when your life is a minute long, you wouldn't 1.5 times your lifespan, bro? Is that not a worthwhile deal?
I'll take it. You sold me.
Next time on Cast, we'll hit you with the trolley problem. keep the philosophical debates going.
Get that one for Jack. He lost philosophy. Jojo up against Adam here. No one else is around, so Jojo, is he on vision here? He could overextend his welcome, but the thing is, Navi doesn't know he's alone either.
I also just think that Talia, it can be tricky in these fights because your initial burst combo, if you hit the flick, is really, really strong.
Hold up.
But can't fall apart quickly. Jojo getting good reactions, though, to just immediately ult. Now we'll back away. Audicon on the top side. Last game was Mkoi. Desperation start on that objective. This time around, I imagine it'll be a little bit more calm and controlled.
2820. Mislim, fore što mislim da kada ekipe provale da Rogue igra kao Rogue ili ti Navi igra kao Rogue, kako doćete, da samo skapiraju da ne moraju da uzimaju stvari koje nisu 300% free, kao što recimo ovaj play. Okej. Larsen sedi na botu kao raj sa jednim i po itemom, šotaćeš ga, nastavit ćeš dalje. Nisi nešto pretjerano rizikovao. Ali, generalno, osim ako nije takva situacija da si kao siguran dobiješ play, samo ne radiš ništa. Chillaš i malo po malo, jedna kula, druga kula, polako mapa. I manje više si lagan.
Evo, ispričao da pronađu nazad i je to cool da shut down bio.
No jungle camps up on the bot side either. So yeah,
again, just the kill, but Jojo gonna take this window of opportunity to set up aggressively here on the top side of the map, maybe push in and grab that tier 2.
Defensive Infinity Edge, wow.
Jojo with the grubs is just gonna knock down this. So
ima je dovoljno gol da se to.
Šta mislim, on je jak. To je činjenica, ali...
Niko više nije.
Da, nezgodno je. Previše stvari, previše pikova također imaju, tako da baš nisam siguran. Šta znam, ima Cleanse, ima Flash, možda. Možda u nekom svijetu.
I mean, Jojo has the ulti, he is pushed back off the wall.
Lepo od malo ranga.
Quick cleanse will be fine, but fine is a generous term. He loses half his HP. Does not have access to ult, so that was much closer than I think he bargained for.
Resets is going to have to come through. Question is, what do they make of this? They see Tiger.
Znaju da se targe. Ode.
Down he goes. Oh, frustrating. It was him caught in the previous game on the Zyra, caught once again. Mkoi.
A mislim, kod kad ne rade ništa. Ja ne bi krivio Tigera ovdje samo.
Krivim ga jedino za onaj što je ušao sa Zyrom tamo.
Dobro, da, ali znaš šta je problem? Problem je što pogotovo on kao manje iskusan jungler, ovi slow tempo gameovi su smrt za junglere. Jer ti ne dobijaš ništa, jungleru trebaju fiesta da bi dobio neke resurse na mapi.
Da, ali ovdje ga definitivno ne krivim za ovaj game, nije on problem.
Kao igraš Wukonga, hoćeš da se biješ, hoćeš resurse, hoćeš da skalaš, tvoja ekipa play AFK, Ryze uzima side wave-ove, Jace uzima side wave-ove, ti kao Wukong gledaš i u fazonu si, bit će bolje.
Mislim,
ne bude bolje, prven za njega.
1 za 1 is my, not bad. Mislim, izgubili su Atakan, ali ja ne mislim da je Atakan nešto pretjerano poseban.
Grabbing bot lane tier 1 as well, but as you highlighted, got the Drake. Didn't lose too many, managed to take out Alvaro in the meantime. Good escape from Hansamdi, excellent cleanse and the root as well.
And I like the play from Hansamdi, as you highlighted yourself, Dracos, the root afterwards. Cleanse in the beginning, doesn't really stop the ult.
Ne znam šta je Hansam teo da cleansuje, knock-up, root. Za nije mogu samo da ultuje instant.
Mislim da je trebao, da, možda samo plašio nekog follow-up. Follow-up CC-a, onda bio samo u fazonu da je samo što pre da se oslobodim, ali... Nezgodno je.
Da. Mislim, bacio je cleanse i onda nije ništa uradio, onda je bacio ult. Je kao, okej, nije ništa na kraju dodžovao tehnički. No svakako nije umro, I guess, tako da to je najbitnije za njih. Adam. Chadam? Nevermind. Ne, moj Chadame. Ma mal rang je, ono... špijun za Mkoi.
Da, double agent lagani.
That's okay. I'm not gonna elaborate, that was all I wanted with that one. Okay. Do you have an answer?
No.
Ode Baron. Ako ne uspije Tiger nekako da ga smajtuje, ali...
Pa ne znam, ako mu daju dušeta unutra, ali to ako se dogodi onda oni stvarno grifaju, to ne bi trebalo da bude slučaj.
Ono nije strašno. Šta je koji sad upravo uradio? Ovo je ogroman shutdown, ako ga... U stvari nema shutdown, već umro jednom.
Ove. Gdje je Jankos?
Brzo,
Dajte nam Jankosa da vidimo.
Trebao je Supa da bude tu izvan, pita pa ko, Piglet ukrade ga sa raketom.
Vidi, slažem se, trebao je da proba, mislim. Ko je baš izgrifovao Varo totalno van pozicije, mislim...
So it's way easier for them to pilot this team fight. The CC doesn't get layered down on one target, Flash is coming out.
Pa da ovo ne bi trebalo, mislim, ne znam, ovo je samo loše na toliko nivoa da ja nemam reći. Jer ovo je ekipa koja treba da, ono, možda ode na Worlds. I radi ovo protiv Navija.
Kako su samo entuzijastični. Baš ih lupa, baš su srećni, ono, kao u fazonu su, ono, ćemo možda da igramo još jednu partiju. Oni su ko mi ovde.
Damn well pleased to see it, and we said they needed to find a way to get ahead. They need to find a way to snowball. If they snowball, this comp gets scary. They did not snowball. Let's be clear. This is the exact opposite of a snowball. Has not happened. Has not happened, but...
Gledaj, ima onaj tim WE u LPL-u. Čini mi se su trenutno 1-9 i mislim da im je sve jedna serija bila da su izgubili 1-2. 2-1 da su izgubili. Sem od IG-a što su izgubili 2-0. Kao, neironično su najbolji 1-9 tim u ikad, ono. Presmešno, jednostavno.
The turns have tabled. Odlično, zbunio sam se ja na sekund.
But Adam getting scarier and scarier. You can see how much damage the melee combo did in that previous fight. Able to just 75% of Jojo Pune's health in the blink of an eye. Similar story for Supa as he was also zoned out of the fight. And now, easy dragon pickup. Again, we're really far away from Soul for either side, but it would be big for either team. You mentioned Corky Rocket poke. We've got some Jace poke as well. Here win. No flash. Who's getting in there? Larson. Okay, both sides just prodding, not going to overcommit. Oh, Nico doing a lot of work to just scout these brushes out.
Ne, da li ne znam koliko mi se sviđa Banshee, meni je Banshee tako loš item. Jako je useless.
Nisam ja
Random te stvar pogodi ti kao, nemaš item uopšte.
You can see Jojo's reticent to walk any further forward. Get caught out here. Advancing now alongside Supa. Rapidly trying to work
delimo mišljenje. Mislim da Banshee mora da se reworkuje malkice da neke stvari ne mogu da ga prokaju, kao što je na primjer Smite.
Da.
Ili da tipa bude, mislim mogu i to da fiksaju jako lako, ali ajde samo da vidimo šta se događa ovde. Adam Griffa, dobro, ništa no. Šta sam teo da kažem? Znaš ako mogu da reworkaju Banshee? Da samo apply Morgana Black Shield umjesto Banshee efekta. Što znači ti treba određena doza magic damage da razbije shield.
Možda. A mislim da to bi bilo jako bro. Ne znam kako bi onda morali da smanje u statovima što daje.
Ne, dobro vidi, samo da bude fazon, ne znam sad dajem primjer, ali kao 100 magic damage-a, to znači da ga smite ne uklanja jer je true damage. Ne mora možda skela sa levelom ili ne znam ni ja, ali kao da bude ta neka fora gdje ima neki uslov, a ne ono, prva stvar koja te pogodi. Corky baci raketu sa Ludenzom, Ludens splasha i kao ti si u fazonu, ok, ja sam izgubio Banshee.
Da. Mislim, ja ne bi imao problem i da bude malo jači od toga, pa da ono tipa daje 40 AP-a i znaš, ono kao jako malo statova da daje za uzvrat, ti da solidan ono efekat. Ja nemam uopšte problem recimo sa takvim itemima, čak mislim da bi trebalo više takvih itema da bude. Ono kao da imaju zanimljive efekte, ali da ti ne daju puno statova, pa ti gledaš, okej, ovo kao lep efekat ima, možda mogu nekako da ga ubacim u build, da vidim šta mogu da radim sa time, a malo statova daje. Mislim, ja sam čak imao ideju da vidim kako oni mogu da recimo promene tank iteme, da ti nužno ne možeš, ono kao, da bruzeri razmisle da li će ih kupovati. Jer bruzer kupi određeni tank item zato što ima jako dobre, mislim, dobre defanzivne statove ima. A relativno su jeftini. I ono kao, neka budu jeftini, ali neka svaki tank item ima pasiv, ono, tipa daje malo onih flat statova, ali ti daje procentualno. Kao što je Gargolja bila, Gargoyle Stone Plate, što je radio.
To je fair, to je fair.
Jer kao, u Larsen odleteo. U late game-u bilo bi jako dobro za tankove koji builduju generalno više tih itema. Pa dobro. Pa i kao okej. To je neka moja ideja kao bila za tank iteme. Ali ne znam da li bi to Riot ikada uradio, zato što onda ti early game ti bude baš slab.
Mislim, menjaš koncept igre sa takvim stvarima, to je jedina stvar koja malo zna da bude upitnija.
Stvrtno Zaja može da nosi sama ove fajtove.
Čekaj, Alvaro, ulto prazno. O, Jojo pa pogodi Q. Samo izgubi previše health ovdje.
Ali ne mogu uzeti Barona sad, da ne? A ne, idu na Zmaja, okej.
Baron has been started up by Tiger and Handsome D. This might be the second Baron going over to Navi in this game.
Baron, the bane of this Mkoi lineup. It looks like they can push themselves to soul point, but again, Adam, the
Rise Realm Warp uz my pit. No, nema Realm Warp. Ne znam da ga baci.
And this is a scattered Mkoi. This should be simple. You're 5 versus 3 initially. Fourth man comes in after. Adam engages. When you have a man deficit, they're just not ready for it. They're not respecting the aggression that Navi is bringing here. And once they're scattered, it's just easy for the rest of Navi to pick them up.
And I think the Xayah really just is the difference here, and not necessarily specifically Hansam D, but Xayah as a champion. The kit, the ulti means Alvaro can't go first. He needs someone else to go first, and we saw in that previous play, the second he's spotted by Adam, if Adam goes on him, he can't dive into your backline because it doesn't matter. The Xayah will immediately ult and you'll just do nothing.
And it's the setup pieces as well. This Talia needs to be with someone
koji grind od partije, znači bukvalno ne mogu da verujem šta rade.
But they haven't been connected. Only
baš je... Mislim, Talia ima 4 itema, ima Rabadon.
Malrang getting flicked back though, decent chunk of damage. Jojo Pune hurts. Level 18, the death cap you mentioned before has been completed. Adam starting to build a defensive item. Looks like he's chasing a spell shield here just to maybe stop some of that initial CC or poke. But Navi, advantage in their favor for now. Have to be careful not to overcommit, but one of the awkward things is they don't have the most range when it comes to pressure under tower. Yes, you have a bit of Jake's poke, but they need to push multiple points at the same time, something Jojo Pune's responding to by using that ult, attempting to clear out mid.
It's okay, they have all the tools they need here to actually be able to siege these turrets.
Šta im se, pa ništa, batalili su. Batalili su isport, to je to.
If that happens, slowly but surely, turrets will be taken down. It's going to take some time, but they will fall.
Isport je kao brod. To je rupa u koju bacate pare.
Čekaj, zašto je brod rupa u koju... Dobro, mislim, okej, jes, ako imaš jahtu...
Brod je, da, mislim... Brod kupiš i, ono, bacaš pare za održavanje.
Mare zvuči kao da ima 2-3 broda, iskreno.
Da, kao sreći. Možda u Simsu ili nečemu. To je diskutabilno.
Odlično, sviđa mi se.
Made a crucial mistake, a simple mistake that cost them that entire game. They've now been granted a second lifeline, a chance of redemption. And Mkoi still, the late game beast we know them as, cannot make a mistake against them.
No, can't afford to. It's difficult for Navi too, again, so hard to match the vision control that Alvaro is bringing to the table. Alvaro Can't always threaten the engage, but on Samdi, you can see just the poke onto Jojo Pune. Adam waiting over the wall as well. Some big damage on Asupa, loses 50% of his HP just walking up to the wave. That was the siege you mentioned before. Now the downside is we're still 3 minutes away from next Baron. We're 2 minutes away from what would be Soul for Mkoi if they can secure it. Navi not able to generate a greater advantage. Their second Baron likely to just knock down these tier 2s.
The map gets opened up. Right, only inhibitor turret standing at the base of Mkoi.
Pa jesu. Mislim, dosta je uloženo bilo u tu ekipu svakako. Koji je najveći raspad Naviju? Da. Da. Moj odgovor je da. Mislim, kažem, Navi je Rogue ljudi ista ekipa. Znači, ne možeš ti ono... Uzmeš isti roster, promeniš ime, promeniš dres, rezultati neće biti drastično drugačiji, nažalost. Ali samo je tako, šta da se radi.
Navi have some tools of their own, certainly with Larsen's Realm Warp, but it's just so easy for Mkoi if any member of Navi is caught out of position to find that kill, to find that advantage, and turn it into Soul.
Ajmo 40 minuta. Majko drag. Rice će stići da izbuilduje Rabadon na kraju. Zaya je full build.
Mislim, fore što ovako kasno u gameu sad nije ni bitno ko je koliko jak. To je najcrnije od svega, što kao sad jedna greška, ti si izgubio game. Jedan niste padi carry, ne znam, pogrešno, ono, countuje neki cooldown GG. Pogotovo što nijedna ekipa nema soul, nema ništa, pa ne može ni to da bude faktor za scale. Caps je najplaćeniji lec igrač, da. Što mislim i razumem, ono, iskreno.
Jako puno. Aja. Okej, spasio ih je malo rang. Čekaj. Zaya je mrtva.
They have to run. Adam sent packing 3 down from the side of Navi. The Soul will go, but he doesn't care about the Drake. He wants the enemy jungler.
Might not get him, but definitely will get the Soul, unless, actually, this could be crucial. Are they killing that dragon? Adam is around. He has vision on that side, I think. He might actually be spotting this. Oh, he went back to lane. Oh, he went back to lane. This could have been sick.
I mean, but come on, still.
Teška priča. Shockblast da ukrade.
Niko je luda. Ne mogu da verujem da ljudi ne trakuju Niko. Ali kako? Dobro. Pričaju upravo njihovi, pričaju kasteri upravo isti stvar. Kao? Daj, nemojte igrati 40 minuta samo da izgubite. Ako ćemo izgubiti, ja izgubimo 20.
Even 50% HP against a Pantheon, it doesn't matter how fed you are as that Zaya, right? Flick
Navi doing Navi things.
To survive. Beautifully played fight by Jojo. Yes, it starts terribly, loses the flash, it's rough, but manages to convert to a really solid fight overall. And now you're playing against Soul.
You are playing against Soul, and that Fed 80 carry we wanted to highlight before is now playing with 0 summoner spells. No cleanse, no flash.
And as much as Adam does a lot of damage,
yep,
doesn't have a lot of health, doesn't have a lot of defensive stats, that poke is gonna hurt.
Definitely will do. But at the same time, they're not playing with their flashes either, right? Like, this is one of those moments where they need to play around with their own range. They need to make sure that they're not the ones making a mistake.
Caps, Larsen je igrao giga lepo prvi game, za divno čudo. U stvari je igrao.
Once they got the power back, they are the one who's just dictating the pace.
That they have been. Much better control, again, constant deep vision by leveraging these clones.
But still, this could so easily still go down to Elder, right? Like, if you're not finding these inhibitors with this Baron buff, the game's still gonna drag out. And for now, they're not finding too much damage.
Poke still hurts.
It does.
Jace poke still hurts a lot.
Still almost full build on that Jace as well, right? Sitting on that Serratic Dirk, got a ton of armor pen and lethality.
Jojapion going from the Seekers to the full Zhonya's now. Double Zhonya's on the side of Mkoi, single for the side of Navi.
Sad Infernal Soul za bonus damage. Trebali je tuku malo jače.
Pushing this wave as best he can. Still a minute left on the Baron.
Talija šava mid uzme. Mislim, oni imaju Taliju i Pante, oni bi mogli toliko da ih vrte samo na rotaciji i na ulti, da je to nehumano.
So much instantaneous CC, the go button, the re-engage from Mkoi, a massive threat, and of course Hansambi can do a lot of work. If you fight into him, if you overcommit, the Xayah can easily just 1v5 the team fight.
Tier 2 faults in the mid lane, bot lane surely soon to follow, but I don't think they're getting those inhibitors.
Nope. Game's too close.
Not what I expected from today, I'll be honest.
No, neither, and I mean, again,
Perk se povukao da u penziji.
They found these angles. Fortunately for them in game one, so did Mkoi. But have kept it much closer than expected. Adam now with the Serpent's Fang.
Yeah, that's all right. How much? We have Sterak shield, W shield from Rumble. Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad.
AORUS with the Nico tech with the Frozen Heart. Really funny. You can send the clone in. The clone has Frozen Heart as well. They've reduced the attack speed.
Love that for
To je u stvari true. Ponima itemi se aplayaju na Niko.
Single lone attack speed item, crying sadly in the corner. Lethal tempo.
He's got W, it's fine.
I mean, it's true. There's a big difference though to slow down, like lethal tempo fully stacking, if you can find it. And also just gonna help him not be one shot more than anything by the Jace poke.
I mean, you can stack lethal tempo on the clone, right? So it's like...
True. So actually that is awkward. Yeah, does the 20% slow outweigh the fact that you're giving them free lethal tempo stacks?
These are the questions.
We'll put that one up there next to the next to the trolley problem for next time Jack is here. Classic philosophical conundrum. Actually, it's just a math problem, but I like to pretend it's philosophy.
Team Rise je ogroman sad I on ima brdo damage-a. Ako uspiju da, ono, fight traje duže od 5 sekundi.
Larson? Will they catch him? It looks like they are. Mirwin caught out. Again, he could go golden, but for what end?
Čuo, ga je Mirwin istopio. Će ubiti obojicu.
Infernal Soul Rumble bije. Dobit će bazu. On ima recall u TP.
Xayah clearovala sve.
Retreat is there. Bot lane now exposed. That tower down. Inhibitor easier to attack. Didn't cost Navi as much as I expected. Well played by Hansamdi to immediately cut the wave, but he loses his cleanse and his ult.
What happened there? They just let him live. They thought he was dead. Both kind of just backed off. Mirwin shield came through afterwards.
Iskreno mislim da nije da su ga pustili živi, nego bi ih potencijalno pobio sve, ali ajde.
Bukvalno ubio bi ih obojicu.
I don't know what happened there.
That's another question for Jack.
I like the idea that every time we don't know an answer, we just ask Jack. Just put more pressure on Jack.
Ne znam šta je Tigeru sa ultom bilo. Je on već bacio 2 charge ulta ili...
People know where it happened. Jankus just screamed. He doesn't know.
He just screamed, yeah. Thank you, Jankos. I didn't realize we could have a full conversation.
A okej, Janko si im vrištio. Okej, ja sam bio u fazonu ko je vrištao upravo.
What, that we can have a full conversation? Larson? Navi? Okay, Elder is here. This should be the fight to end all fights. Okay, we look at the setup. No cleanse available from Hansamdi. Flash is there. No major flashes except for Mirwin's missing on the side of Mkoi, but his ultimate is up and available.
Yeah, keep marking AORUS on the flank. You know where he's coming from, you see where the clones are, so at least you're not going to make the same mistake as before. But now you have to retake, right? You need the Jays to actually be threatening these bushes, forcing Ilyoya away, and that's not happening right now. AORUS is still just keeping so much control about the Tribus only with his clones.
They're so reticent to pull the trigger, and Mowering immediately going to ult, but they're going to burn a bunch of damage onto Pantheon. Adam's now trying to zone AORUS away. In the meantime, they're getting a bit more poke out. Yo-Yo just lost a lot of life though. Hansamdi doing some good damage. Larson isolated, but they can't really follow up. Mkoi, I think, are slowly getting chipped away at. This is not the fight, the circumstance they were looking for.
Ali Elioja se može vratiti s ultom, u tome je stvarno, ne mogu startovati Eldera.
Ward there. Malrank trying to zone Alvaro away.
Ok, ajmo da imamo. Jel joj ima ult? Čekamo. Ok, ide full u njih. Ima shield, ima shield. Moram mu pomogu zbog Zaje.
Oh my god, Larsen je lud.
Hans.
Joja i dalje živ. Pantheon, šta im je počinio, majko draga, još se respawnova se 60% health-a, ja mislim. Sundered Sky je tako broken item.
Busted je, beyond busted.
Užasno broken. Znači, taj item treba tako nerfovati u zemlju, da je to strašno. To je neverovatno koliko ti health-a vraća. Zaja ima Grievous Wounds, čak on se healuje kroz to.
Incredible stuff again in the final fight. They keep it going. Mkoi back and forth. They gave advantage they didn't need to, but at the end of the day it doesn't matter. It looks like they're on the road to a 2-0. Oh, yikes. Instant delete.
Nerealan fight, iskreno na kraju nerealan fight. Mislim da i dalje Koi mora da bude zabrinut. No fine, dobili su Rogue, ali su ih dobili jedva. A to je to, ali ne mogu da budu previše zadovoljni, iskreno. Ne mogu da budu previše zadovoljni. Ovo što smo vidjeli od njih nije bilo optimalno.
Preblizu, gameovi su bili baš blizu za tim koji, ono, treba da ide na Worlds.
That they do. Some hope for the side of Navi, but at the end of the day, Mkoi, a bounce back, finding that win. You can vote for your Kia player of the series, of course, Mirwin, Elyoya, or Alvaro.
Dobro, to nam je bila prva serija dana, 2-0, malo duže partije, ali svakako došli smo do pobednika koga smo i očekivali da ćemo vidjeti na samom tronu. Sljedeća partija, sljedeća serija bit će Heretici protiv ekipe SK. Očekujemo nešto prljaviju partiju. Malo više grešaka, najverovatnije. Ali iskreno ne znam ni koga kotiram tu kao pobednika, uzići obzir da obe ekipe su okej, blago rečeno, ništa spec. Ali ko zna, možda jedna ekipa bude pop-offovala pa bude interesantno. Pauza će nam biti malo duža. Kako to već funkcioniše između serija, u pitanju je 15 minuta pauze, tako da pa onda sljedeća serija. Tako da, idemo na pauzu, 15 minuta i tu smo u seriji broj 2.
Do you have any suggestions what we can call you, because you were literally unkillable in most of those fights? Is there like a Spanish nickname that we're not aware of that you have?
What do you mean?
Because they're trying to come up with a name, you know, Faker's the unkillable Demon King, but you were kind of unkillable in that game.
No, I don't think.
No.
I mean, and please don't put me any name or.
Okay, we'll think about it. We'll think about it.
Melzet will be even angrier, you know.
He will? Do you think he'll be really angry about those games? Tell me why.
For sure. Like, I mean, he has more than reasons enough. I think we were trying a different approach, and honestly, I don't think it was we had the best showing today. I would say we had really chaotic game, and you could really see like we weren't really on the same page. At the end, it's also normal. We come from not the best week of practice, so yeah, I mean, everything can have bad weeks. I think we are really happy that at least we could take the win.
Yeah.
Even though it was not the most clean games, at least it was a 2-0 with 2 wins.
It was, and I do want to kind of, I really understand you when you say that, because your schedule was very hectic, right? Because you went to 2 internationals back-to-back. After winning a championship, you had to come back and do media. I know you guys were on Euphoria. I know there was a little bit delayed in scrimming. So can you all contextualize that and that, okay, guys, this is okay for now, but it needs to be better come next week, come playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it is okay for now because, again, we're still far away from playoffs. I think we still have time to fix it, but this is not what we want. This is really far away from our standard, and honestly, we are going to have to work really hard coming the next upcoming weeks that we are already doing because, as you mentioned, we had to take a bit of a break since the schedule has been pretty tight for us. But as you said, yeah, this is not. We are not going to be happy with this, and it shows how much work we still have to put in. So yeah.
Yeah, how much of that is a side effect of what we heard on Euphoria, right? That you said, okay, or it was Jojo actually that said it. We're coming back from internationals. We're seeing how fast these LCK teams are playing. We want to implement that in everything we do. It's a really big kind of implementation. It's a big change. So is this also kind of causing some of these issues?
For sure. I mean, I think when you try to learn something new, there is always this process in which, I mean, as everyone knows, like the learning is not linear. You don't always go in a straight line. So right now we are having some issues that are normal because everyone is seeing different plays. We are not really clicking on the same page together, but we believe this is part of the process. We are still not happy with it, even though we know it's part of the process, and we just have to work.
And you're very apologetic because I know that you don't want to let your coaches down, you don't want to let the fans down, but a win is a win, and you're also our Kia player of the series.
I am?
Yes, I know. I mean, maybe you're like, the early games weren't great, but especially in game 2, you are one of the reasons why you won.
Yeah, I could see game 2, but I'm happy I got it. You know, I guess I have really good fans because I'm not sure if I'm really happy with my performance, but anyways, it's still really happy. And even though I'm really critical with myself and all of this, I don't want to take any credit from Navi. I think they played well today, and also we need to be happy for our wins.
Yeah, I think so as well. Muchas gracias a ti, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It wasn't the most beautiful win you would have wanted. 2-0 again for Mkoi, and we're going to take a quick break on this side of the stage and come back with Team Heretics versus SK.
Thank you.
Is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jojo, watch it. One more auto. You're way it. Watch it. One more auto. Oh, that's it. She gets open. Welcome back to NEC Summer, where we just got to bear witness to an absolute banger. My name is Dagda, and I'm joined by Jack Spectra and Mirwin. How do you feel coming off the back of that? Because that must have been heart racing, blood pumping, everything trying to play through that.
I mean, you know, basically after the game I had to go bathroom and feel a bit, you know, about what just happened. It was, I mean, really long game. Both games were like not the best quality. I hope the fans at least enjoy it, you know. Since we didn't give the best gameplay, I hope we gave some entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, Navi, Larson was kind of making fun of you guys, especially on the Akali. What do you think? Do you think they were just playing really well? Do you guys think you guys are a bit rusty after lack of practice, or?
I mean, I think today we played pretty bad, but I think also props to them, you know. I think they played better than, for example, into the KC series. So I think it goes both ways.
Yeah, I want to bring up the goal graphs just to have a look at them, because it felt like it was so back and forth. Game one, obviously, we saw Larson get the early lead that you were just talking about, and then was able to kind of not carry it across the line. Whereas in game two, it felt incredibly back and forth. So what was kind of your take going into game one as you started to drift behind? What was kind of the comms, and how did you bring it back?
I mean, I think we were pretty chill. Like, we were just reminding how we actually play team fights and everything. I don't think we were like, as a team, we always know that if we're behind, it doesn't matter. As long as we get a good team fight in our terms, we'll win it, because it's our biggest strength. So I think we were pretty chill about it, and same for game two, even though we fuck up in Nash. It just happens, you know, it's life.
Yeah. I mean, look, it went a bit awire for Navi on the opposite side as well. I want to take a look at Larson in particular, though, because Jack, I think he had an absolutely spectacular time. Yeah. We got to see a lot of plays that we wouldn't have generally expected from this guy.
Yeah, I was really surprised. Both the aggression he showed in game one and in game two, I think much bigger step up. He's been playing really passive over the last few years, and I was kind of sad that he just kind of keep falling down, you know, the slow decline. But this summer, he's looking kind of fresh.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I can see, like, last pitch he didn't play as aggressive. And, I mean, today he showed up, you know. He was playing really, really well. He was punishing our mistakes. So, yeah, good for him. I'm happy to see players, like, do improvements and step up. I think it's good for all the region in general, so we like those.
Has this changed your opinion now of Navi? Because we had that quote coming through from you guys kind of saying, hey, there's a clear top 3 teams, but we haven't really seen, you know, Fnatic step up into that top 4. Has this changed your mindset kind of the league as a whole after seeing Navi perform like this, or does it change your mindset on yourselves, or is it just a bad game?
I mean, I would say it's a bad series today.
Yeah.
Like, it's honestly, I don't think
Navi is the best team in the league.
Yeah, basically. Because, like, so Casey won into us, you know, and it goes sort of a chain.
And Casey stomped Navi.
Casey stomped Navi, so Casey is by far the best team in the world, actually, right now.
Yes.
And then Navi is better than us, basically, because they're the second best team in the league.
But who do you think is, like, let's say we're going to Worlds today, who is going to Worlds from LEC?
Us, Casey, and G2, I would say.
And what separates that in your mind for the top 3 teams?
I mean, I think G2 right now, until we come back to our form of last split, I think they're the best team. And I would say Casey is playing way better than last split, because I think last split they weren't like really looking as a team. And I think now they have a better plan. I think they have like more clear ideas, and they play all in the same page. And I think as a team, once we're back in form, we are one of the strongest team, if not the strongest. So yeah.
Do you think there's a big gap between like the top 3 and Fnatic, or do you think it's like super close? Maybe even Giant X could be top 3.
No, I think Fnatic is a really good team. Like, I think they have. I think the good thing of Fnatic, they're all in the same page. Like, they're a super aggressive team. It has been always like this for like last 2-3 years with Fnatic, and it works for them. That's how they actually win games. So I think it's teams with a strong identity, and if their 5 players actually have the same idea, I think they can always win games. And I think that's the biggest strong point from them. So I don't think it's actually a big gap, but I think they would be like top 4 for me.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mirren, for joining us. We are going to have to kick it over to the game, though. We got Betty and Hysteric standing by with another member of Mkoi, Super.
That's a spoiler. We're meant to introduce Super standing by, of course, the legendary superstar of the 80 carry. Welcome.
Thank you so much for joining us.
You're joining the great long list of players joining up. I don't think we've had an 80 carry on Destiny.
We don't very often get 80 carries, but we're extremely excited to have you, simply because you had a great series today. We know how tired you are. Thank you so much for joining us, because I know for a fact that that series was exhausting. But hopefully you can take your time, relax a little bit. For these teams, this series is quite important, but I imagine that while they're not in your group, having played against these 80 carries a bunch, is there one of the two 80 carries that kind of stands out to you, like both Blackhead and Kedui? How do they stand out? How do you rate them in terms of their performance?
Yes. I mean, I'm not sure about the number, but I played with Blackhead around like 20 matches already, 25 during our career in Superliga, in second division, kind of. So, I mean, I feel like Team Heretics look like more a group. They're playing, they draft accordingly. I think they look to get a better front to back. And
agreed.
SK doesn't look like a solid team right now. I feel like they are trying to find each other still. I don't know if the changes are going really good, so I would say Heretics should win for me, like 2-0.
I mean, I feel like that makes sense. If you're talking about a more cohesive unit, SK bring in Dun, you know, Abadage's back in the lead, Skeens as well. It's like this big mismatch where we don't know how the style of the team is. I'm sure that's like more the feeling where you guys, for example, I would relate more to Team Heretics, while the skill is obviously different right now in terms of performance. Team Heretics, same 5 roster, and they are developing that. Team Heretics feel like a lot better.
Evo nas nazad. Da vidimo šta će se ovdje izdogađati. Koja ekipa će izaći na samom vrhu, kao što smo rekli. Malo čudan matchup, u smislu da obe ekipe nisu baš u nekom prime-u, ali ne znam, mislim da i dalje možda bude interesantna partija, ako ništa, bit će fiesta, bit će zanimljivo.
It's kind of a little bit more formulaic. People understand what like the game 1 champs are, game 2 champions are. So based on what we've seen banned away right now, do you think Pantheon is still super high priority in game 1? Do you think Wukong is the higher priority?
I mean, now from my experience, there is a completely 2 different metas, Europe's and Worlds.
Right.
I think Fnatic try to copy Worlds, and G2 and us, I think we have our own things, but still Worlds level. And then there is the rest of the leagues that I think they try to get a strong front to back, easy champions like Nocturne, Oriana, AORUS. People ignore Pantheon because I think you need to play really well around the side lane, and you can play void grabs on the set time is really oppressive. So I mean, it's pretty solid now.
And there's an Nautilus just banned, I believe in both games of your series. I can't recall game 2 dropped. Okay. So banned away on blue side before Nautilus left up.
So are you allowed to tell us if it was a jungle Nautilus ban or a support Nautilus ban? It's fine if you say no.
I mean, it's not like suddenly Nautilus is banned when it's not that crazy.
That was our guess. That was our guess too. So
evo ga Nautilus.
we're thinking that this is going to be a Nautilus jungle into
Da, mislim da, neće ni on da kaže, ali realno hoće, mislim svi znamo da je not.
With the Nautilus flex, you can bump to supports and send it bot lane, and most likely you are gonna have a good matchup. They react with Sivir that I believe is super good into Varus and Nautilus, so I didn't like that much, this Nautilus, so I guess it's because they like into Nocturne. So right now I think Heretics should look to something to peel because the other team is going in.
So if you're a Varus in this situation, obviously with the threat of a dive, Sivir plus Nocturne, that is a lot that's targeting you. What sort of support do you think? Does Braum suddenly rise in priority? Alistair's already been banned away.
Yeah, I mean, Alistair for sure is the best one, really good into Nocturne and full peel. I think they should look either to, now they have 2 options, or send it, something that engage and you play front to back, and for other side, Rel go in, because if you engage first on Oriana, Nocturne is pretty bad for them.
Right.
So they have the 2 options. I think Heretics should hold to counter bot, and right now, I really like the SK draft. I think in general they are drafting pretty well. I think they are just missing in gameplay. That is the most important part.
Yeah, it is.
But in general, I really like their drafts.
Aurora into Cassante is the thought here. So bit more AP damage in solo lanes, and what's most interesting is Team Heretics already with the Nord jungle coming in. Front lines there. Vedi, you've talked about Brom, you've talked about disengage. Super, you mentioned that Alistar's the best pick. Now that that's taken away, would you start talking about Rel?
Ne znam da idu s ovom Lux, iskreno.
Rakan as an option here.
Yeah, I mean, if I tell you...
That's a Varus.
Corky mid, I would assume.
Okay, yeah, okay, sorry. I was
the Corky mid.
It's not me one, bro. I'm just sorry. It used to be one. I'm like, I see a Varus, and I see a Brand.
Wow.
As well. All right.
Čekaj, možda je Nautilus Port Brand mid, Brand Jungle, da.
I meni se čini da to jedino ima smisla, ali ajde vidjet ćemo šta će raditi svakako.
Likrit, Brand support.
Pa dobro da, mogu da ga flexi, oni su lagani svakako, rade šta god žele.
Volatile as fuck. Yeah, and I think they should win top, so and it's oppressive jungle, so I'm expecting SK playing really aggro in the early game, even late invading, but they need to do proactive things because if they scale, I think they're gonna end up losing.
So basically, SK just have a lot of agency with their laners because their ability to either get the push, it's super easy to support their jungler, and so the responsibility falls on Skeens. But in my head, when you're playing a comp like this, is your goal to try and steal away camps, like the Can Insider style? You use your push to steal away enemy objectives? Or is it just, we want to make sure the Noxon gets to 6 as quickly as possible?
I mean, since they have a better laner, they should get advantage through this, and it's either you die or you invade, kinda, in this meta. So they should transfer this advantage to get Void Grabs, Drakes, and stack early soul, and forcing enemy to come into you and then
Void Grabs.
So I don't know how they were gonna do, but if they play safe, it's a big...
Krivo mi je što nije Nautilus iskreno u džungli. Volao bi da vidim nešto što ono ne vidimo toliko često. Ali mislim da je mislim da ovo tek početak, mislim da će Nautilus biti pikovan svako manje više non stop kad je otvoren, tako da... Ono, vidim ugao gdje će samo biti... Gdje će biti na kraju dana perma pikan, gledat ćemo ga u džungli, gledat ćemo ga svugde, tako da mislim da je samo pitanje vremena, bukvalno.
But there has been a problem with SK and how they come together in their fights. Like, their coordination ain't like you, ain't like KC, ain't like G2 at the top of the league.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Heretics doing pretty well, getting some info, because as I say, if enemy gets where you start and they kind of match you, you should get really fucked in the jungle. So I'm expecting that the Heretics try to be solid, look for a swap, because it's actually the best they can do, try to mismatch. So
ajde vidimo, ovo će biti interesantno. Mislim ja bih voleo da pobede s ovim team kompom, kao da vidimo malo više ovih stvari, ali vidjet ćemo. Mislim, Nocturne Oriana je već uigran kombo.
Ja volim da slušam kad pričaju igrači, slušaj super šta priča isto o matchupu, dosta interesantno kako gleda na game.
I mean, Sivir is pretty good into Varus because he can't poke you and control the zones that easy, like mid waves and waves, and Sivir can actually win prio into Varus early game, no? So Rel is really good into Nautilus since level 2 because you destroy the seal and you can engage, and if he engages on you, you just Q and disengage. So he kind of can't do anything to you and you can do whatever you want. So if Varus lethality is falling behind in the early game, you should have a hard game because this champion just wants to control zones and start poking from before.
Fair. I also think of, like, in the mid game, to me, Varus is a relatively low mobility champion, and if you've got Rel, Sivir, Nocturne, like, if that poke isn't landing, you're just going to get engaged on, and then the Varus makes it becomes impossible to play, right?
Yep, this is true, but right now the champion is so broken that you can build the lethality shield and you can play from behind and still be fine, but it's true, like, if you are even in the game and Sivir still outscale you, this is going to be hard. If Sivir is good this game, he actually has no threat this comp.
Fair. Well, we'll keep eyes on the bot lane.
Now, important question as well. I believe your parents were here last week, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Were they here both days of last week or just one?
Last week they come one full week to stay with me, and then they come for the 2 matches.
Nice.
I mean, it's the first time they could stay for really good matches.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, LEC, at least.
So they came for the right time. That's nice. And then they've gone home.
Yeah.
But it's nice. It's nice that your family came.
Now I need to go Madrid, so they come again.
Ticket sales were there before, by the way. Very nice. I've never been to Spain. I haven't been to Madrid or Spain at all. So I'm, you know, hoping to join you there.
Yeah. The problem will be most likely it's gonna be super hot.
Yeah, but that's okay.
But we are gonna be inside the event, so we'll be chill.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I expect. Bit of an engage. Level 4 for Thor. Seer is blocked, and Shea, rather, it was a conflagration. He flashes over the wall. Shea is bullied out, and Skeen's just bullying the fact that he got Conqueror first.
So, earlier you mentioned about the swaps. We're seeing a very early swap from SK. From your perspective, is this them trying to get ahead, anticipating the swap? Or is this them just making a misplay?
I mean, I'm pretty confused, not gonna lie.
Hteli su predictive swap. Hoće da beže od matchupa, to je, mislim, normalno kad imaš takav matchup.
I don't like this. The only way I think this can work is if you free stop and you play with your rel Sivir and K'Sante can touch a minion, but K'Sante actually is not in a threat into Sivir. He's not that strong early game. So, I mean, I think SK fuck up here.
Okej.
Prvo, dali ste igrača da vam kastuje, naravno će psuje. Šta očekujete? Šta očekujete, realno gledano? Ajde da se ne lažemo sad ovdje, mislim stvarno, ono... Šta će da radi nego da opsuje, igrač je, bukvalno nije kriv, ne zna bolje. Ne možete hejtujete igrača za te stvari. Nikako. Nikako.
Ja, ni malo ono kao, ja se ne bi ni nešto pretjerano osvrnuo na to. Jer meni, to da nije počeo Vedius da se smeje, ja bi ono kao samo prešao to.
Mislim, u fazonu normalan razgovor. I to igračima normalan razgovor isto, mislim, oni tako pričaju međusobno. Gdje on zna da ne treba da psuje i da treba da se ponaša.
Meni je par puta kad smo kastovali za malo izletelo. Znaš ono kao, vidim nešto toliko čudno i budem u fazonu da ono kao hoću da opsujem. Znaš, ne, u podsvesti mi je. Ali mislim, uhvatim se jer ipak to nam je posao.
Da, kažem ti, on nije navikao na to. Oni nisu navikli samo na to i jednostavno... Napravit će tu da kažeš grešku, ispad, šta god.
I mean, right now, probably because they think Aurora is hard losing in the 1v1 into K'Sante, so...
But they did pick it into the K'Sante.
I was going to say, they chose to take this matchup.
I'm confused.
That's all I needed to hear, because we too sometimes get confused, and this is helpful. So if you're Heretics right now, what are you thinking? What's your game plan in this situation?
I mean, right now what I will look is to try to play chill, play for void grabs, wait that Carlsen get this 1v1 tempo, or at least match it. And I think right now with the Varus 4v4 they should win, so just coordinate, play all for the same, secure void grabs, and don't reswap. Don't reswap, like, enemy is gonna need to cover him. You are scaling for free, getting everything, just keep playing, because I think they can get all the control all the time when they coordinate with the jungle.
It could be free at this point. I want to quickly ask you, Super, as well, in this early game. We see the brand jungle. Do you have any
Zone ne zna što beže od matchupa, što je istina, nema razloga nužno da beže od matchupa, ali okej.
How does this hit for you? Top lane's going to battle a little bit. Kadui just going to walk it off, and the wave's actually not in the greatest spot as Carlsen's just taking it up. He doesn't care. Any thoughts on brand jungle?
I mean, I think he's kinda... I mean, they buffed him, but I think kinda Carlsen and...
O, mislim da mi je internet upravo blago zabao na sekund. Ti me čuješ, ali tako? Čuješ me?
Yes. Da.
Okej, nadamo se će slika brzo se vrati, trenutno ja vidim sve crno, tako da... Mislim da će polako da se vrati, evo je nazad, sve je okej. Sreće, pošto ja tebi streamujem, nemamo delay kada se dogodi ovako nešto.
Da. Ne moramo da resyncujemo. Ili tako nešto.
But I will say that I think that teams that do a good job of putting him behind tend to kind of also just put Heretics behind. And how strong do you think SK are in a position to contest this? Do you think they even can from this position?
No, because I mean, they at least got one.
Yeah.
So right now, if I was them, I will look to play for the second Drake. You need early fights, kinda. You need to use this Nocturne Oriana. You need to get advantage through this. Because I think if you keep scaling, you will arrive to one point that Nocturne Oriana, if are even, they don't kill either Corki or Brand. So I think they need to be more proactive and look for early fights. More or less, they are trying.
Because you did say that, like, one win condition for SK is they use their prio to control the early objectives, and then eventually you're going to force that third dragon fight, maybe the fourth dragon fight, the Herald, and because you're forcing it, you're also forcing the fight on your terms, and that's why Heretics feels like in a good position, because they're getting those grubs largely uncontested, right?
Yeah. So, more or less, they are not that bad, but I think they need to... how to say, they need to play more aggressive the map when the objectives come.
Right.
They are not that bad. I think they should win the fights in 1-2 items still. But if they keep not pressuring, I think the Brand will be really annoying and the Corki when they reach 1-2 items.
True. Which is coming soon. Faded Ash is already starting us off. Swifties here for Camilo is... It's a slow-paced game, but as we keep saying, Team Heretics loving it at the moment. Dragon in 120, and that'll be the second Dragon there. Now, Super, we are getting ready to hand you back because, again, now Orgs don't want to take...
Mori da vrate Super nazad koji 2-0. Da, ali iskreno, ne znam. Ne trebaju da budu previše ponosni na seriju, samo ću to reći.
You've only got one best of 3 left. You got Vitality next week. And that's it. And then you've got, and then if you can get in top 2 in the group, which we're expecting, you have one best of 5 to make it into Worlds again.
I mean, we need to step up for sure, because I think Vitality is stronger than Navi. So if we play like this today, I think into Vitality we could be losing. We did it already the last split. So we need to step up. We can't be performing into worse team than us in theory in a stage, because we know that we can perform into the best team in the league, but this is not acceptable if we want to build a good base to win LEC again and go international. So we will need to prepare really well, and I hope you enjoy the matchup of today and tomorrow, because I think the match of the LEC.
Oh yeah.
Well, final thoughts before we let you go. Who do you think is going to win this game?
I mean, right now looks like Heretics has it, but you never know with Nocturne Oriana.
You never know with Nocturne Oriana.
I always love this combo because it's a game changer.
Well, we might get to see some action in a second.
Stands. Oj, kako slako kuk max range. Brand se trade za to, on je mrtav. Na kraju samo mali trade, ništa spec, mislim.
They have a smite, and maybe Super, that was enough to change the game. What do you think? As we need to look top because
Ništa ogromno i dalje.
Čekaj, mislim da dalje Dundun može da pobegne. Da. Šta radimo? Okej, milion damage-a, never mind.
He might be a sacrificial lamb, but it's giving a 2v1 over to Kadui, where Camilo is just free-firing. Blackhead and Camilo double 80 carry power. Now looking for another. The slow from the Mountain Dragon, the poke as well. Blackhead close to getting kill number 3. And Oriana coming in. Abadage wants a new angle, but Shayo's now alive. Steals the Dragon, and you might be right, Team Heretics just took that one back.
I mean, I think with this advantage, Heretics will be able to close.
On je još tu, oni su ga pustili i onda su rekli šalimo se, nismo te pustili, vrati se nazad.
Just a joke, just a joke.
Okej, dobro, nisam očekivao taj potez, iskreno, sniki.
Vidjeli su bump u fanovima zato što je Supa Španac i onda su kao, brzo ostavite ga još malo.
Ima smisla.
bump, right?
Yeah, after I said it. Thank you, Super.
I was looking at you, which was a massive
You could be a bad person.
Anyway.
I don't know who you are.
Wow, what an intense team fight we just got off the back of. Super gave us a lot of great insight and also kind of set up what we kind of expect to see in this game. And SK, with a couple of questionable swaps in the early game, have allowed Heretics to get into this favorable position where now they've been able to equalize the Dragons. They have a small grub advantage, and ultimately they are leading with a 1k gold lead. And crucially, it's Flackhead that's sitting with those 2 kills as well. So this Varus, that Super himself said, is mega OP, and the Lethality Varus wants to be ahead, is currently ahead.
The word game changer was floated around a couple of times. Varus definitely in the conversation. Sheo, quick note as well. He's now really snowballing ahead, and the power of Bran, when maybe only a year or so ago, Betty, I can't remember how long.
Da li snowballuje? Ima 15 CS-a više, kao gold je even između njega i Nocturna.
Ne, baš pretjerano.
Important for Heretics, as we were talking about before, that this series, with their rough start to the schedule, granted G2 Fnatic, this is a must-win series, and Heretics having a good start to said series is great for the mental, but also for their chances of making playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, while arguably the schedule started tough but gets easy for Heretics, that's not true for SK, because their opposition is not going to be an easy one. Today, they are, of course, playing against Heretics, but then they have to go up against G2, the team that's currently fighting for first in the group. So this series today is extremely important for this org, because they need it to avoid that last place spot. Both teams that finish last in each of their respective groups, their year is over. There is no playoffs, there's no opportunity to go to Worlds, they will have no chances left. So a super important series for both these teams, and right now it is Heretics leading the charge.
And again, for Heretics, as Super kind of mentioned, they've been the team that's felt a lot more put together, and granted, they're sticking as 5 together. So it's no surprise that, again, their synergy is improving as SK took a chance on Dundun over from the LCK. Skeens is back in, Abadage is back in, all the while they're trying this new 80 carry from this year, and Loopy alongside. There's a lot of moving parts from SK. This game's far from over. 1k gold lead so far, and Herald is now up.
Game daleko od gotovi serije, daleko od gotovog, uzeći u obzir da bukvalno ništa ovdje još nije odlučeno.
Da, mislim, tek je počeo kao prvo game i manje više su even, so 1000 goldu, nikakva razlika. Holy moly, brand damage. Wow.
Brand je malo nati, iskreno.
It's Heretics with full control around the neutral objectives. SK wanted to be using the prio that they should have had from their lanes to be controlling
blago nenormalan heroj. Ali dobro, to je okej, mislim, iskreno mi je drago ako se meta vrati nazad na Branda, Zairu za gledanje. Ne nužno za igranje, nije zabavno igrati protiv toga. Ali kao za gledanje leca, ja bih 100 puta rađe gledao napadača u džungli nego gledam Sejuani protiv Maokaja svaki game.
Slažem se. Ima čempiona koji su mnogo zabavniji da se gleda nego da igraš protiv njih. Zato ja uvijek kažem kao, dobro, igrati protiv Lee Sina je ok jer toliko je star champion, ali gledate Lee Sina je uvijek zabavno, što mnogi jungleri su bili Lee Sin main ili su igrali jako puno tog championa u solo queue i onda kada dođu stvarno imaju mehanike i mogu da urade nešto jako cool, zato je meni uvijek zabavno da ga gledam bez obzira na sve.
Da, mislim, i Lee Sin može da te nadigra i kao okej, ne osjećaš se toliko loše, Brand šukne ulti u tvom smjeru i šotate, mislim da je to mnogo veći problem.
Da. Šta? Samo da nije zriknuo sve magije, možda bi uzeo koji kill.
Možda bi prošlo, okej, možda bi prošlo, okej.
But Sheo just stood his ground in that fight. He says, I've got my ultimate, I've got enough damage, and you know what? I've also got a herald. He uses it to force SK to retreat, connects it onto the tower, and they're even going to convert it into their second dragon of the game. Heretics on a 1-for-1 command on top.
It's that pointed out Seekers that makes the difference as well. We'll watch how it was used, because as you said, standing his ground, Sheo at level 11 here.
So a beautiful engage, shuts down Flacket, makes it impossible for him to play. The follow-up from Loopy is good as well as Sten flashes over the wall. There is that arm guard from Sheo, buying enough time. He throws out the ultimate, it bounces between Loopy and Abadage, forcing them both to below 50% HP, and then he rides off into the sunset off the back of the Herald, forcing the rest of SK to retreat, while the Corki ends up picking up another kill. Well, his first kill of the game, I should say, but 100% kill participation for Kamilu so far here.
Much better performance, much better start, when I feel like Kamilu's laning has been criticized, but here today he's gotten through quite fine against Abadage.
Igra fajn Kamilu, ali mislim i Abadage nije... Mislim da Abadage nije prava osoba da kazni Kamilovu laning fazu, iskreno. Mislim da i toga ima malo.
1200 gold lead still there. They got the dragon, you mentioned Veti, but Atakan's coming up in 115. Not sure we'll do much with that, but regardless, it is still a nice and easy game here. While the gold might not seem much, with everything we've set up for the draft and how Super especially said, you know, the scaling is going to become immense. Especially when you have a 2-item brand, by the way. He just picked up a Sonya's. It does start getting concerning if they can't keep pulling this trigger on SK, this Nocturne, this Orianna combo, to get their way through this early to mid-game.
They are... I liked Super's point about when you have multiple damage threats, once you've fired that shotgun, you don't have a way to reload the weapon.
True.
So they really have to make sure that that pick counts. And then Kedui, while he doesn't really have any... Oh, hang on a minute.
There's a pick here, depth charge again, but they're doing this onto Loopy once more, caught out of position. Rocket almost.
Ooh, Loopy is živ. Okay, never mind.
Loopy gets fired upon. Kamilu's second there, and he's right on the money.
He finds another one. The kills extend to 6 as Heretics find advantage after advantage. Loopy gets caught out, holding the lion's share of the death so far in this game, as Carlson largely just ignores Dundun on the top side.
Sim, opet dosta sport tempo partije kad pogledaš, što je očekivano kad pogledamo i sam draft, ali...
Shockwave nije prošao. Prerano ga bacio. Abedaga. Okay, never mind, da li je uzo kill.
Carry. Posle ti igra taj roll look, Sante.
Wow! Okay.
Lepo, lepo, lepo. I rotacija gore, defa kulu.
So a 1-for-1 trade is Flacket. There's little that the Varus can do in these situations. When Nocturne wants to commit the ultimate and you don't have flash, I mean, what options does Flacket really have? He tried to leverage the safety of his tower, but yeah, the shockwave didn't actually connect, so a bit of a...
Čak je Skins čak nije bacio tokom ulti, ono kao da blokuje odmah, nego bacio ga posle. Čekao je onako 1-2 sekunde nakon ultija je bacio
Infernal flame petals, I suppose.
The cinders?
The cinders. Yes. Everything is a petal on the rift now.
True. Everything is flowers.
But it gives you a bit of extra movement speed when you do pick them up, and that allowed Sheo to catch up as well.
There's got to be someone, right, who's just a florist in their side job that was like, you know, how can I get my job on the screen? How can I represent my floristry? Let's add Atakan, this demon that drops flowers.
Coven is called the Black Rose.
Oh, is it? Yes. That is cool. That's such a cool code name.
You know this, her famous code is
the Black Rose
shall bloom once more.
Yeah, but the thing is...
What?
Pa ne znam. Zar Black Rose nije spomenut u Arkenu, koliko se ja sećam? Sam toliko davno gledao Arkenu.
Jeste, pomenut je.
Joj mu je rekao da se LeBlancov Coven zove Black Rose i on je rekao, really? Disrespect za kastere. Ne može da se ne zna ovaj...
Arcane roll.
Tako je, da.
Lore.
To nikako, to nije u redu.
To je hit Netflix TV show sa onom plavokosom koja je iz Fortnite, jer tako?
Da.
Kako sam stanilo oko ovoga?
Okej, šta god da si rekao, recimo da jeste.
A ne, su bacili Jinx u Fortnite i onda je bila šala moja da je kao Arcane je hit Netflix show sa Jinx iz Fortnite-a.
Sve je tu u stvari Fortnite uradio, kad malo bolje razmisliš.
Ba, sve je Fortnite, da. Mislim, to je igrica koju ono igraju klinci.
Dobro, dugo se čekalo.
Team Heretics have to back away. SK pull the trigger, and it works well again.
That is the combo that SK have been looking for. Well
Ja tak
executed
mislim
connects onto two
da je bilo
rest of
poprilično smiješno jer je Flacket flashovao na Shea. Za svaki slučaj da i njega pogodi Shockwave.
Uzimaju, ovdje su baš previše uzeli u stvari. Jer su uzeli top cool, uzeli su Atakana, 2 Drake-a, sad imaju... Flip it, pa nemaju junglera, flip it. Flip it izgubi 2 čoveka, šta? Jer nije flip, ako oni nemaju smite, zar ne?
Da, Stand je bacio... Stand je bacio hook i promašio target koji se teleportovao ispred njega.
To se dogodi, što da radiš?
You never know with Nocturne Orianna. A single combination could be enough to swing the game's momentum, and it's done just that. SK find themselves now in a much more comfortable spot. 2 items being completed across the board. Oh, and we're getting it, Heretics. Look at the Orianna's build. That is a one-shot build.
That is the Orianna from hell. That's what we want to see.
No Rod of Ages, no Sarah.
Jedini viable build ako mene pitaš. Mislim, videli smo Roa 4-5 hiljada helta Viktora koji nosi game u EBL-u, ali brate, mile dosadno je u odnosu na ovo. Hoćemo bre, gledamo. Ovo mislim, radi on okej, super je sve, ali... Kao gledaoc, želim da gledam na badanje. Želim da gledam da imaš 1500 helta i da tvoje R-shota. Jer to je zabavno.
Taj build bez problema, mislim ja sam igrao slične buildove, taj build bez problema može da izbaci Riftmaker i ubaci Rabadon i samo topi. Znači, istopiš sa ultijem ono tankove, jednostavno, koliko damage-a radi.
Again, we need to talk about the filter. You need to stop and think.
We had Super on. There was no filter there. He let loose. He can't get fined. He's a player. But
oh my goodness!
No one should talk to him about it. He was great. Unchained is great, especially as Baron at 25 minutes now spawns. Let's get an Unchained fight as Flacket moves forwards. He's got a Seekers as well, by the way. And with the Zhonya's over here, there is a lot of time stopping abilities.
Hex Flash.
I'm looking for it, but he goes backwards. You were excited for Stand, and now I hold.
I was excited. Levels up across the board for Heretics as we all make our way into mid lane. Dundun gets a nice push out top side. Carlson does have the TP. I feel like he should be making his way to bot, try and get that deep push in, force someone to go and catch. Kamilu now has to move towards top. This will make it easier for Kedui to get that push into the mid lane, and now SK can have their turn moving into the top side river. With Baron alive, there's always that threat. And they want to be on the objective first because they want to be the ones deciding how the fights are played out. Sheo, Kamilu, Flackhead all have to be cautious about how they approach the fight. Overgrouping could be their demise against this Nocturne Orianna combo.
It really feels like it because even Vedius, like, look at the experience difference between 80 carries here. Look at the experience difference between top laners as well. Like, there's a full level now pretty much between Carlson and Dundun because Dundun's been sitting in these side lanes, adding pressure. Love that this curse just picked up, by the way. And Kadui has been solo farming mid with his team hitting those side lanes where you talk about overgrouping. Carlson just hovered, stole EXP from Flacked, and it does feel like if you want to be a nerd and nerd out on the macro, that is a bit of a mistake from Team Heretics in the mid game.
Yeah, because we saw 2 instances of this from Carlson, where he came bot for the Herald, sorry, not for the Otacon contest, which he lost a lot of time on because Dundun, he was able to get another wave, or even 2 topside before he ended up TPing in. And now, just now, as you highlighted, Carlson hovering around mid lane, Dundun was able to catch another wave on the top lane. So here in this mid game, well, closer to late game now, as the 3rd items are being worked on and even completed, as the Infinity Edge is now finished for Kadui, level 16 on the Sivir as well. I think, that's tied for the highest level in the game alongside Dundun.
Yep.
SK should feel very comfortable with how their position is. We're getting closer to that big, important dragon fight. And the Nocturne Oriana is looming.
Ne znam da bi samo 16 puta mnogo rađe imao komp SK i dalje, ja mislim. Varus koji builda polu AP, polu AD. A da, Korki je dobar, ali opet s ovim buildom ti ne ideš na crit Korkija, nego si caster. Tebi i dalje combo od Oriane bije.
More gold. It's unseen gold in League of Legends as we continue around mid.
Abadage really wants to complete his next item before his base. He's so close to level 16 as well. Camilo is pushing super deep on the bot side. Does Abadage have enough for, well, the Void Staff, possibly?
So Carl just there so they can clear wards still. Dundun is going to get some autos, and remember they still have one grub themselves. A collapse from Carlson. Shao is soloing Dragon for the time being, so still going to edge out a win. If Team Heretics get this, it'll be 3rd Dragon. But if the fight starts now, which it will with the Shockwave, and the Seeker's Armor Guard getting burned, and the Magna Storm on top, they're in deep.
Šteta za Flakeda, ali pametna ideja da uzme samo zonju.
Mislim,
život AD carry-a.
Da, sad će biti daleko od toga, to je problem. Ti čim prokuješ, znači, to je toliko vitalno kad ovako rano uzmeš Seekers i ti prokuješ Seekers. Pogledaj mu iteme. On ima Warhammer i Longsword. On je od zonije toliko daleko, a čist AP, bez ikakve sinergije, spellpena, deathcapa, šta god, mu u stvari ne znači toliko. Tako da on sam mora da da 1600 golda, skoro ni na šta da bi došao do zonije, što je jako loše za njega.
Ja mislim da je opcija za njega da ode full AP, mislim. Ono kao, razumem igra Letality, zato što ima range, a kao, možeš isto stvar da probaš da uradiš sa AP buildom. Samo igraš full AP. Ma, Fear, ali Fear traje li traje, on neće da ga pusti, on ga Fearovo, ovaj čovjek ode, došao do mene u Novom Sadu, pozdravio, pokućao na vrata, sad ušao. Lik uplašen, ne zna gde se nalazi. Kakav CC odvratan, strašno, majko draga, pa mislim da nema goreg u igri.
Pogotovo što bi 700 movement speeda i to je malo...
Da.
Oh, he's seen. No, okay. Sten just predicts and he knows. The all-out pulled here on the top lane, but Dundun gets away into another dimension. He strikes. He has to run.
Dundun.
Baron is killing Dundun, but he gets out if only just. Loopy on the back of the pit as well. It's going to be a reset angle. And Carlson and Sten did what they could to hold the game.
My goodness. How did Sten know? I wonder if he spotted Dundun walking into the brush, but that Hex Flash over the wall to catch out the top laner was massive, because after forcing him out of the fight, Heretics realized, no, this Baron isn't low enough, we can't stall out enough time, we're just going to have to disengage. Heretics buy another window, delaying the Baron, and also the closer they get to Soul, the better their chances are of regaining some control over this game.
And Infernal Soul as well. It's pretty dangerous. I feel like Team Heretics, I mean, this game was kind of pacing out for themselves. Baron's being done. I was just waiting for a contest, but no. SK just started this. Team Heretics reset. They're not here in time. It's gone. It is just gone. The Shockwave not going to hit anyone else, but neither is the Chain of Corruption. The other side, Dundun.
Ma ode Brent, aj vidim sve.
Burning shutting down, but Carlson now isolated with the poke coming through and Dundun from over the wall. Carlson
Šeo, brat moj, igra frontline brenda. Fair.
Izlazite, tankuje.
SK fully in the driver's seat. Really nice engage once more. They keep it simple, they keep it straightforward, and they look to attack the easiest target. They don't even get the flash out from Shell either. They just don't give him room to breathe. The shockwave doesn't connect, but they didn't need it. Now the Dragon spawning in a minute 30. SK need to hold control. We've seen teams throw with leads like this before. How we've seen it today.
Pa mislim da, SK jeste uvatio momentum, tako da...
And SK need this series win to keep their playoff chances alive.
And in a game that started really depressing and sided by Super, who had all reason to say Team Heretics, this draft looks good. And especially with the early game state, SK, their mid-game, their sidelines have been spectacular.
Sad samo trebaju se na, ono, dovoljno... Še opet.
Where is the mobility? Give them a car or something. Team Heretics need to get the hell out of there.
Dundun finally gets something on the scoreboard. His first kill of the whole game. He's been spending a lot of his time in this game, sitting on a side lane, farming up. He's able to get that pick on Nasheo. SK secure another tower, and now they can return to the Dragon. We're going to see 6 Dragons.
Dundun je krenuo loše, ali on ima 2000 golda prednosti na ovoj Aurori. Ne znam odakle samo. A, ne uzima se tureta, to jeste.
Jeste, dobio je, da. On je, mislim, kinda je bio polu AFK, pola partija, ali na kraju mi se to dosta isplatilo.
But they've turned it around, and as you rightly said, Skeens and Abadage found the engages, they locked onto Flacker, they didn't give him room to breathe, they were tower diving him in the mid lane as well. They made it impossible for him to play the game, and now they're reaping the rewards.
I feel like, even though Skeens Abadage working his unit is, yes, this Dragon's going to go down, we know this is going down. I feel like Skeens has been the moneymaker this game. Like,
100%.
While the shockwaves don't always follow through, Skeens' timing on the paranoia has been insane. And not only has he kept up with the brand farming, he's got a level lead naturally because of all the contribution he's had towards those bloods. But 4th item coming soon, he's got a GA now. That diving is becoming so much easier.
And Nocturne did get nerfed this patch, but that was because they buffed experimental.
Pa da, buffali su play, to sam sad teo da kažem. Mislim, ako pričamo o nerfu, ne možemo da pričamo o tome da je njegov jedan, ono, kao najbitniji njegov item je dobio buff.
The damage that Nocturne can throw out with the Black Cleaver as well, getting a bit of magic resistance to help deal with Sheo. This Nocturne is a real assassin at this point in the game.
20% extra on the overdrive attack speed and 5% extra on the move speed. Worth mentioning here, we haven't engaged. Skeens is fine though, remember again, GA. Even at half HP, he can go back to his jungle, he can heal up. He's got a couple of camps on bot side, so pause for now. But that Baron sits there in 2 minutes 30. That's when it'll come up, that's when we fight over it for now. All about vision, all about control in these next said 2 minutes.
Yeah, the bad news for SK is they couldn't use the Baron to break open the base of Heretics. If they had been able to, it would have just been this massive point of pressure, which would have made it easier for them to steal away Heretics' camps and just continue to grow the gold lead. Unfortunately, Heretics still has access to their jungle camps. They still have access to these waves, and with no neutrals to really play for, they've still got a lot of time to stall. You can see this Corki continuing to build up towards his 4th itemization, and the longer this game goes, the gold becomes less relevant.
To je true. Gledamo slično oko prethodnoj partiji s tim da je 17 killovo 35 minuta. Znači ja ne znam šta je s ovim gameovima, ali se toliko vremenski ono razvlače da je baš čudno. Ne znam da li je to sad postala meta, da li je to nešto što nam niko živ ne govori ovde šta se događa, ali...
Ja mislim da su samo loši timovi. Iskreno. Kao... Puštaju jako puno objektiva, ono kao ne mogu da dobiju taj soul. I čak i kada su dobili soul Navi, ono, izgube partiju zato što im jungler istroluje pred Elder. I onda...
Zhonya's we've talked about extensively this game. I see things like the Randuins from Carlson that can also slow the approach of everyone else. Zhonya's now fully complete for Flackett. He's 4 items deep with the Serelda's Grudge adding for the slow. Also see Lifeline added by Camilo as he picks himself up.
Dobro, fakt jeste stigo do zone, što je dosta bitno. Cyril da mu je dosta chill.
S čime završi build?
Of course, SK working on damage on their side. There's that death cap now finished.
Oh yeah.
BF sword picked up for Kadui.
Oh yeah.
Guardian?
What else gonna circle?
And so it's gonna be
nešto full defanzivu, mislim da je to totalno legitimno.
There's little that Heretic should be able to see around this neutral objective.
Sam ja razmišljao da ode neki još AP, ali mislim da ne može.
Maybe we should add in though that Kadui as a sipper is almost full item build, and while there is a shotgun, I guess that's the, what do you call it, the continuity play. Yeah, the insurance is built out like.
And something again that we heard from Super was that there's not really any threat on Kadui.
Yeah.
On this Civ, this champion isn't really afraid of that many things, especially given that you can spell shield things like Carlson's ultimate, you can spell shield the Nautilus ultimate.
Just don't get poked out is the one condition,
exactly.
Right?
You just have to avoid that poke, which you can even spell shield, one of them, if you have to. So Kadui is in a great spot. He's going to continue to get wave prio on these lanes. Look at how quickly he just clears out the minion wave, gives easy access to the topside river.
But again, we're noticing the same thing for Team Heretics. They're grouping around Baron. With double TP available, it's surprising to see that no one's in lanes. Like Camilo's not top. Carlson is grouped up with everyone here to face check. They're worried about how they approach this objective, and with the ward down, they see that SK are not on it for now. Poke out, a Seer comes through as well, rather a Pillar of Flame from Sheo. It's also a good face-checking tool as Carlson's going to stick around. Dundun is going to get flanked here, and we'll see if the Gatling gun's going to be...
nećemo da vidimo očigledno. Varus je flashova, bacio barijeru, ima Skinza na glavi, ne može da preživi, Xante je mrtav, mislim da je samo dobio game ovde. A Bedage se flashova u Camilo, ne znam šta radi, ali nije ni bitno, njegova ekipa ga nosi.
Kako je Nocturne prejak.
Da, Bastet, beyond Bastet hero, znači nema smisla koliko je jak. Nerfovali su ga, da, a tech speed sa Hexpetom su buffovali sa 20 na 50%, s 30 na 50%.
Užas.
Znači, dali su ono, prefidali su item bez razloga i malo su mu smanjili brojki. Kad kupiš Hexpet, opet si jači nego što si bio.
And SK are running through victorious.
Stand with a cheeky Zhonya's, utilizing the arm guard to buy a bit of time. Still smiles on the faces of Camilu. As SK, they leveraged the Nocturne Orianna combo so effectively in the mid-game. Confusing swaps, scary early game. It felt like Heretics, with their objective control, was going to be the team to take this game one, but SK...
Čudna partija, baš sam nekako zbunjen, ali nijedna ekipa nije bila konkretna. Zar ne?
Da, mislim, ne znam kako da opišem. Padali su, izgubili su na isto foru. Kao Nocturne Orianna i to je to.
Ništa, čujemo intervju i pauza.
How do you feel, Kadui, after this? Good. I think my jungler played really insane, so it was a really nice win. We could have played better. We were struggling a bit, but it's good to start with a win, but now we need to finish it.
Yeah, I've been really surprised. Skins has been playing so well. Has that been a surprise for you as well, or did you always think he was just as good?
I mean, we changed junglers, this is the split, so it's for sure something new with him, but I really like him, and he improved so much the split already. So I think he just has like really good mood, and he's like just so positive that he's doing good.
Great, thank you very much, Kadui. Good luck in your next game. We're off to a little break, where we come and return for Game 2, SK versus Team Heretics. Don't go anywhere.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. What a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
Depth charge again, but they're doing this onto Loopy once more, caught out of position. Rocket almost comes out of Camilla's pocket, and Loopy gets fired upon a little bit early, I believe. Beard's still going to come out, Barry there as well. Kadui under turret, but where's the damage? Skeen is taking it up, and Abadage comes through eventually.
Yeah, he was really good. I mean, Loopy Nation is eating good for this game, but maybe it's Skeens Nation after that previous game. What a masterclass.
It was a banger.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was sick to see.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, like the coordination between Abadage and also then Skeens worked out really, really well for them. Loopy was in good positions for the fights. It felt like SK kind of understood the game plan they wanted to go for and were able to execute on it.
Yeah, Nocturne Ori doing well. Dylan Falco somewhere waking up in a cold sweat. It does work! You should have believed me!
But it's also so nice to see a team just kind of embrace, play an easy to play comp, and make it easy.
Yeah.
They just always were the first ones to pull the trigger, and Heretics didn't have the disengage tools that they really needed. You saw Flacket, he tried to buy the Seekers to try to survive. It still wasn't enough. Then we see his camera, he's like face palming, he can't do anything. And that's how a good Nocturne Orianna in action, it should look like that.
It's suffocating,
Yeah.
right? Let's take a look at a couple of those highlights. Because it is true, it is really once you have pulled the trigger and it's worked out, they're also constantly afraid of what you might do.
Yeah, but it was even the mind games that came down to the Ori Nocturne. Like in the very last fight, they didn't pull the trigger immediately. They held on to the Orianna ult. So it's kind of this, will they, won't they, what the hell are we going to do? But so often, as you can see in the clips here, they just got caught out consistently and they're able to find this over and over on two key targets, pick them off and just make the fight so unplayable after. And shout out to Loopy in a lot of these. Like you see that first target
Just looks like Flacket bullying. So it kind of looks like it.
Actually, between now and last week, when they were playing G2, Flacket got hard camped and focused.
He's getting bullied, yeah.
Yeah, but Supa did say on the desk, oh, I got to talk about this build maybe, absolute Chad build.
Yeah.
Just pure damage.
Nice to see an Orianna that doesn't go full vegan with
it's
full
very
damage.
nice.
And she did do a lot of damage as well, helps set the Nocturne up for success very nicely.
Yeah, who says that item builds don't really matter? I guess nobody says that.
I think
actually nobody says
I think
that,
somebody
Sean.
says like item builds are all that matters, and that's like when it goes a bit too far.
However, no, it was really great to see. And when I say it comes out of left field, it really did for me because going into this matchup, I think SK kind of looked like it's kind of just like thrown together. You don't really know how it's supposed to work, even though you get good moments. But we saw from Navi the same thing. It's not because you get some good moments that you close these games out. But do we think that this is kind of a one comp Band-Aid thing? Because this comp is great for doing that.
Yeah, I think that's where it gets a little bit more difficult because we've seen over the past few series that they've had, like BDS and Fnatic, that SK weren't really able to get their footing and then find those leads. And even at the start of this game, there was like a weird lane swap scenario that they went for that was kind of a bit off base. So I'm a little bit worrisome, but I think the thing that does give me the shining light is the fact that Skeens was able to show up against Shale, because like Skeens has been someone that I've had my eye on for a little bit. Like he played for Vitality B in the ERLs. He was like the heart and soul alongside Jack Troll for how that early game was organized. And then you get to see it against then you get to see it here against Shale as well, where he's able to get control in the early stages, work with this Orianna. And I think this is a man that even in the losses, was still doing a lot of work. Like I think back to like BDS game 1, he was on the Trundle. We have these really good cross maps against Fnatic that is actually kind of keeping, against BDS, that is keeping them within touching distance for parts of that game. So this is someone, even if SK aren't able to get this across the finish line, it's great to see him stepping up because I think he has a lot more to offer as the season goes on.
This team is just wild. You have Abba, of course, coming back from NA, trying to say like, I still matter in EU. We've got Skeens. The guy was on a team in 2016, right? We have Kadui, kind of the same story, always wanting to get to that next hurdle. So it's cool that they're making the best of it. It's really, really nice to see. And Jack, as you know as well as anyone, sometimes all it takes is one good day for that momentum to start swinging.
For sure, I completely agree. And I think the team, for me to see more consistency from SK, I think it relies a lot on Loopy Nation. Because if Skeens is the one engaging, I can put all my eggs in that basket and believe in that being great. But when it's Loopy being the sole engage, that makes me
a little bit nervous.
Yeah, a little bit nervous.
It makes sense. Let's pull up the groups, Rob, because this game actually matters a lot. Not just the match, even the singular games, because that counts towards, you know, perhaps making it to that next round.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, this is insane. If SK are able to take down Heretics, SK are against G2 next week, which is always going to be a difficult match for them.
Then they have to, if they lose this, they have to beat him.
Exactly. But if they can beat Heretics now with a game in the lead, Heretics have to play BDS next week, which means that then Heretics would then be in this, like, we have to win against BDS to try and force this, like, maybe 1-3 scenario that ends up all over the place. So, like, for SK, this could be the win that potentially puts them into that cross-play decider match. And that's such a huge moment for what was a team that everyone essentially counted out at this stage.
Yeah. What is that? The cross-play decider match. Yeah. What is that?
That's going to be the matchup that the 4th and 5th place teams from each group then fight off against each other before we get into playoffs.
Before we get into playoffs. Yes. Got it.
3rd and 4th team, because the 5th team is the one that gets eliminated.
The 5th team is the only one that gets eliminated. Yeah. But basically, 4 out of every 5 in a group do make it to postseason, whatever that may be. So let's get into this second draft and see if they got another insane combo up their sleeve.
I really want to see more engaged tools from Heretics, or if they decide not to have the team comp that is going to be the one to really pull the trigger, they need better disengage. Last game, we saw it. Flackit, nobody could peel for him. Nobody could set him up for success. And when Heretics look at their best, I think it's Shale and Flackit that are really leading the team forward.
Yeah, I'm curious if you can end up picking up an early Azir here as well. It depends on this last ban from SK, which then could provide some of those tools that you were just talking about, Jack, especially with Wukong gone. I feel like an Azir is a great pickup. Try and set yourself up. Unless you're looking at a Talia Pantheon, but realistically, I think just the Azir works wonders here.
Yeah, I think both Azir and Talia here are great pickups.
I evo nas nazad, potencijalno finalni game ove serije. Do duše, kako je ova serija krenula, stoji solidna šansa da ćemo otići u game broj 3. Heretici su sad na plavoj strani, plava strana navodno bolja. Nautilus uzet, tako da nažalost, uzet prošli game. Tako da nažalost nećemo vidjeti Nautilusa u džungli, ali dobro, videli smo Brenda, ima još šanse za sve i svašta, tako da mislim da draft ovaj patch malo zabavniji.
Semi-global ultimate for that side and control is great. Now, is SK a team that can necessarily feel that? I don't know. But still, I think it is a very strong option unless they do...
Zed jungle, ajmo.
I was thinking we might get Rek'Sai top into the rumble.
Dobro, to nam je prošli patch bilo, ne?
I mean, the thing, my skepticism with rumble is that a lot of times what ends up happening...
Bilo nam je, ono, Tarzan je igrao.
And the equalizers a lot of the time are not...
Na MSI ili na EVC, ne znam na koja tada turnira više.
But won the game.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Maybe Carlson's thinking, I can do that. I can pull that off.
It's about though I actually like the Trundle pickup because a lot of the junglers you'd want to set up the rumble in this sort of situation is like a Mkoi or something that's a bit more of a tank CC oriented pick. So the Trundle already alleviates a lot of that pressure, and now they've taken the Talia as well, denying that Talia Pantheon combo. So overall, I think the first few picks from SK have really set them up well and semi-snookered Heretics in what they want to move forward.
Snookered! That's sick, I love that.
The only worry I have is that you have like Trundle, Talia, who both would want something to set them up, but they're not really contributing that much towards each other. But it's going to be the Yone for Camilo here.
Okay.
A bit cocky.
A little bit.
A little bit. We'll get to see what jungler they pair up with it. So when you have the rumble, you can choose to still go AP jungle with the Yone, but you can also choose to go for a tank. That's something that just sets up
Camilo, Jon, ne bi mu dao da igra Jona, iskreno. Iskreno mu ne bi dao da igra Jona.
Zašto ne veruješ u mladoga? Ne znam šta je Camilo po nacionalnosti.
Imam trip da je neki Francuz, ali ko će ga znati iskreno.
Camilo, lol. Francuzi, pravo si. Kako zna, moj kolega sve zna.
Pa nego, čoveč, pa nego. Znaš mene. Ja sam pun informacija.
Nema šta, boga mi, Camilo je lud igrač. Posljednja 4 splita. Ok, 2 puta se kvalifikovao za playoff. Jednom je bio, znači na zimu je bio 8. sa Hereticima i onda se kvalifikovao za playoff, završili su posljednji. Onda je na proleće bio 6. kvalifikovali su se za playoff i bili su posljednji u playoff.
Da, ali to je, znaš, imaš i taj veliki faktor, a to je igraš u istoj ligi koji igra i Rogue, tako da faktički ne možeš zadnji da budeš i onda se nabadaš sa SK ko će biti najlošiji, pošto se Rogue podrazumeva.
because he hasn't necessarily been at fault in some. He's actually been good in some of these early games, right? But then the whole
Yes,
plan
definitivno, ali...
it's demotivating. It sure is.
Kako je na zimu išlo 8 timova u playoff? Kako je ovo playoff?
A bili su u fazonu, žao mi je da ovi ne idu, a svi ostali idu, pa kao ajde da Znaš.
Na zimu je bilo onaj klasičan format lige, ja sam to skoro zaboravio. Ne znam kako sam to izbacio iz sećanja uopšte. Bio je skroz onaj format liga kao jedna velika tabela od 10 timova. Posljednji su bili Rogue i SK sa 1-8. I onda iznad njih je bio Heretic sa 3-6. Tako da, dobri, jaki. Koga je uopšte pobedio Rogue? Lebajn. Heretics. Wow, idemo!
Eto više o čemu ti pričam. I posle što ja ne verujem. Nije do mene, veruj mi, nije do mene. Ja bih volio da verujem. Ja bih volio da sam taj koji veruje, ali...
A znaš koga je SK Gaming pobedio za svoj jedan win?
Koga, BDS?
Rogue.
Rogue.
To!
Makes sense.
That's probably why. I think something like the Zeri, maybe.
Sve to ima smisla, sve to ima smisla.
I think also Lucian, you really want to snowball early game, and SK just haven't been snowballing early game.
No.
So I don't think that's a good plan to have, especially when you're kind of a weaker team without having that much confidence. And Lucian Leon is also kind of a strange combination.
Yeah.
Lucian Bard is even weirder.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Lucian Bard it is.
Okay, tell me why.
I mean, the thought process is that you get some setup from the Bard. It's a free lane into Rakan, and it's good into Jhin. You can also deny some of the engage
Doesn't
from
sound that bad.
Team Heretics. It's not a bad pick, it's just kind of a bad duo bot lane. But at the same time, Bard is like one of the best scaling supports in the game.
Yeah.
So he's pretty happy to play in this game. I wouldn't be too happy if I was the Lucian personally, but if I was the coach, I'd be decently happy.
Decently happy.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think? Nice eyebrows, Hankers. They're back! So they do look amazing. Let's go!
But I think Team Heretics draft.
Čovjek obrio obrve, postao mim.
Looks quite a bit better.
What Jankos radi uopšte?
Bio neki bet i onda obrio obrve. Ne mogu setiti zašto je bilo.
Jao da, sećam se u stvari da jeste bio, u pravu si. Zaboravio sam na to. Ali on je svakako plavušan. Nisu mu se ni videle obrve.
Pa to, nije toliko strašno, nije toliko strašno.
It's one of those things where you forget how loud he really is.
He is loud.
But he was loud as a pro and he hasn't lost that.
Mi imamo taj kolačić u kancelariji.
Da.
Now, while we are sending out shoutouts, shout out to Jack Spectre on the desk who said that, you know, he likes the Bard, but he doesn't like the Bard. The coach likes the Bard. I don't know if he likes the Bard. Look, SK's comp, we can break it down a little bit further for you as we get into the game. Reminder, this series has big weight for the tournament. Everyone versus each other only once. And this is SK and Heretics' chance to get their first win on the board, both sitting 0 and 2. Heretics have come close, and we talked about it in the first game against Fnatic, when Fnatic were, you know, molding in Poby in week 1. There was a chance there, and a lot of people saying that Heretics should have actually 2-0'd that series, and I can agree with them there. I feel like game 1 was more of the same. Heretics had a bit of a lead, and then it got to mid-game, and it just fell apart. And you can say that about a lot of teams in our league, but like, Heretics, we saw the skill there from the early game, and then managing the swaps, and it didn't translate into these fights and these pickoffs where Flackett multiple times got ran at by Skeens and Abadage.
It was such a difficult game for Flackett. I think we can both agree with that. And for me, like, I was a Bard doubter, I would say.
When?
At the beginning of the year, I would say. I was just not that
Ja
confident
nikad nisam
on the
Bard autor, ja
champion. I
verujem u
wasn't as
Barda.
convinced as to what it necessarily
Mislim da
brought
niko
to a
Barda slučajno ne pika, većina ljudi koji igraju Barda u stvari znaju šta rade, tako da s te strane sam totalno okej sa tim.
Really opened my eyes to the potential of this champion. And already before that, I think we were already seeing like great examples of how well it can be played.
Yeah.
But in particular, how he's used as both a disengage and an engage, because his ultimate, I think pros around the world are just gotten very good at utilizing that ultimate to punish poor mobility.
Yeah.
Once the flash is gone, especially a champion that just loves to roam around the map, I think it's such a powerful tool, and I think we've seen so many great examples of that. And you think about Rumble, you think about Jhin in particular.
Yep.
These champs, if they don't have flash, if that Jhin tries to ulti, no you don't, Bard ultimate.
True.
Right, and I think that there's a bunch of different use cases, whether it be defensively. Maybe it's to buy time because, oh, my player's caught. I'm going to use this on them to then buy time for the team to come and potentially help. Or maybe it's to set up for a play to then create a pick opportunity on someone on a side lane. I think Bard as a champion is just super flexible, and I definitely agree with Jack that straight up in the 2 versus 2, it's not the most useful champion. Like, bear in mind, you've got, well, yeah, like you at level 2, you've got 2 skills, and then at level 3, you've still only got 2 skills.
Ne smijete zaboraviti da na levelu 1 i dalje jedan od najjačih suportova, ako ćemo, mislim da pričamo specifično Bardo kao suportu. Njegov level 1 je jedan od najboljih suportova, ono, za skrmišika, da bukvalno. Jer tvoja pasivna je spell sama po sebi, ti kad nekog pukneš i čukneš mu 50 healtha na levelu 1 plus ga usporiš, setupuješ svoje Q, zato i Bard na levelu 3 nema taj spike.
Jer ga ima na levelu 1.
Pa to, mislim.
In lane, Bard doesn't offer a huge amount, but in the Rakan lane at least, it's a little bit harder to punish compared to what other lanes that you could potentially play into. Speaking of those level 3s, they have come through. Kadui getting some nice trades down in the bot lane matchup. Wave still going the way of Heretics for the time being though, but look at junglers. Skeen's made his way bot.
It's not bad timing. Pillar's going to be out, but again, just a grand entrance away. Sten gets out. Skeen's going to get bot side Scuttle Crab, while top seems to be the mark here for Sheo, where he'll just walk his way up after getting his red buff, using his movement speed passively, and Skeen's a little bit ahead of the charge right now as he's spotted. No, he's not. That's their own ward. Camilla, though, senses something and walks up to where Sheo is pathing to be safe.
Both junglers effectively just doing a full clear with Skeen's getting that slight tempo advantage, going to be able to get back out onto the map that bit quicker.
Ovo će biti slow opet, tramp opet.
Towards the Raptor camp though, sticking to a plan that we often see from junglers, which is when you start on the Raptors, go towards the Krugs. Those camps just then respawn that much faster, and even though Skeen's got the early back, has spent some gold, in terms of clear speed, Sheo is now going to be much further ahead. And this is how champions like Lilia can really get out of control in these matchups. When you have that fast clearing jungler, your ability to just power farm through the lane. I said Raptors into Krugs. I was mistaken. Raptors into Wolves and Raptors into topside. Then back to bot. My apologies. My apologies.
What are you saying?
I wasn't tracking him closely enough in the early game. But again, what you're going to see is Gromp immediately going to come back up. And he's basically just done 2 full clears, more or less. He's still missing a camp, of course. Whereas Trundle has just finished clearing his Krugs.
Where it's kind of dopamine, like as Lilia, no? Like, you know, you get that movement speed, you feel so fast, and you see the Dream Dust doing its work, passively ticking down. You just don't want to stop.
I used to duo queue a lot with Ender. Shout out my boy.
Okay, nice.
And he
carried
and I loved playing Nocturne Karthus. And his Karthus, that's exactly what he did. Just power farm, power farm, power farm.
I mean,
we used to play a game as to like how much more CS could he be up on the enemy jungler, and he was pretty good at it.
100 at like 15
Yeah,
minutes.
about that, yeah.
That sounds about right. Abadaga in the move, by the way, just quickly.
Dobro, mislim, igranje tempo junglera generalno je... Kao ono, igraš na te resurse, igraš na taj... Ono, imam brži clear od tebe, pogotovo Lilia koja to obožava da radi. Što ovaj game... Baš to ni ne vidimo, ako ćemo iskreno.
Factually correct. Yeah, he was really good. But keeping my eyes on Sheo here, hovering around the bot side of the map, ready to
Graves u medi ima strašan tempo kad je u meti.
Graves?
Da, kako brzo plivaju.
Jeste, da. Dobro, malo je, mislim, fora s Gravesom što je njemu sve AOE, čak i basic attack. I onda baš ono, imaš, svaki jungler imaš i taj burn damage, trebaš da sve tapaš po jednom, da dobiješ i onaj dot i onda njemu je prelako jer čak i smoke nade na rateovima mu daje lud momentum, tako da jeste, slažem se, dosta je jak.
Čudno da nije buffovan, mislim ne vidimo ga. A dosta junglera bi igralo Gravesa iskreno, isto je ono, može bude hard carry champ.
watch here with Sten getting over the wall. Seismic Shove does connect onto Shayo instead. Magical Journey, Cosmic Binding rather. He's nice.
Oh my god.
Cleans it up, flashes over the wall onto Kadui. One more auto, Kadui will survive. Camilo though, he's brought this fight back over to Team Heretics and Flacket now on the chase. Another Cosmic Binding from Loopy. Really makes himself known in the second game, a 1-for-1 to kick open our game.
Both AD carries get the kills as well. So the gold going to where both teams want it to go. But it's Flacket who gets to push out this extra wave in the bottom lane. He has that slight gold advantage thanks to the CS lead that he's been able to build up for himself. And the grubs are spawning in about 35 seconds. I expect to see the swaps come through soon. We turn back.
Aj je bilo sa Sham, kako je on umro?
But with the Talia coming down, they realize there's an opportunity for a fight. So the ultimate comes through, early flash from Stens. And then the knockback from Show was not what he was expecting. Quickly bursted down, but a nice response from Kamilu. Connecting his ultimate onto two. He almost gets a second kill. But as you rightly identified, a single auto attack would have been enough.
That was a close call to being a Team Heretics win. With Camilo's recovery, with his fix up of that fight, there is a kill onto Flacket now. They move towards mid, and remember, grubs are up in a couple of seconds, so top side's going to be the focus here, but the difference is in this upcoming fight, we do have a subjugate, we do have a Sleepy Lullaby available for Shayo as well, so there are new ults entering the equation. Curtain Call has just come up as well, as Kadui also has the culling, but for now, it's just Shayo's territory, as Dragon for grubs is going to be a complete trade by SK.
Looks like they're okay with that trade as well.
Abadage, he's getting ganked here. Stand has the quickness, set up Seismic Shot, buys him some time, but there's the charm finally. Loopy has got a magical journey in, but not out. Abadage, lucky to be alive. Camilo hits him a little bit, and his ulti's almost up. That fate sealed in 10 seconds. Camilo has another chance. Bowling ball.
There is that exchange, and there is the Lilia ball rolling on by.
What is that? It's a swirl seed, but what, like, is it just a seed?
It's a swirl seed.
It's a plant?
It's a seed that is defined by its swirl-like shapes.
Like, if I put that in dirt, would that grow a plant? What would that do?
I imagine so, yes.
Yeah, but what is it?
Ja, ne mogu, oni su bukvalno trolovi.
Is a swirl? Like the cinnamon swirls, you get like a bag?
No, you're taking the name of it too literally.
Well, then what is it?
You know, because there are these rhinoceros birds that do not grow up to be rhinoceroses, but they do emulate the horn of a rhinoceros.
Is this in League or real life?
No, they're real-life birds.
Rhinoceros birds.
It's called a rhinoceros bird.
They have horns?
They have a bird-like, no, they have a horn-like beak.
I gotta Google this, hang on.
Okay, I mean, I think
Bird-like horn, ja se predajem. Moram samo Afrika na 20 sekundi sam do WC-a, sad ću doći brzo.
Okay.
Swirls. It can just be, just, you know, it's called that based on its
Okay, Vedius je actually correct. Postoji ta ptica.
It doesn't really look like a rhino, but it has a horn.
Yes, exactly.
I get it. And that's a miss from Kamilu. He just gets shoved away.
Kako čudno izgleda ova ptica, zapravo jako cool. Svaka čast Vedius da zna ovo, nikad ne bi rekao. Rhinoceros Hornbill, tako se zove na engleskom.
We've already dissed on Yankos. We've dissed. Actually, Yankos has copped it a bit today. That guy not only has had mention after mention, he's been bagged out for his eyebrows by someone in our audience. He got a second opinion from Dracos.
The number of disses is based on your playoff performance.
Ah, playoff performance to equals diss ratio.
Yeah.
It's a math equation that the people behind our scenes actually make up. We're going to lay something on Dom later on as well. We just cooked that one up. Yamato would come for you next, man. The problem with Yamato is his voice. It's too silky smooth.
Like, you never lead a sentence with that.
No, it's not a problem, but you know what I mean? Like, that dude sounds like he's caressing your eardrums.
Yes, I wish he did more audio books, I agree.
He should do audio books.
Kako spore partije danas, baš se ništa ne dešava u većini. Kao ona prva je bilo zabavno donekle za gledanje, ali... Zato što su Navi bar nešto radio, kao probavali, a sve ostalo je me do negdje 25. minuta.
And Abadage,
we've had 2 kills in 11 minutes. I'm ready for bloodshed.
Let's go for Flacket next. Pillar out, he flashes away. Now Flacket, no flash for a Jin. Hurts a little bit.
Because against the bard, level 6.
Kjeve, sam promašio nešto, nisam malo vidio ovi, ali...
Ništa se ne dešava.
Ništa konkretno, da, dobro, to ima.
Bukvalno pričam kako su danas partije, baš se ništa ne dešava u njima.
Jeste istina, sporo je dosta. Dosta je sporo.
I think it's a one. We're not going to die, though. That's the thing.
Over some stones. So what, did you just tell us what the swirl seed is? Like,
oh my goodness, you need to let the swirl seed drop.
I just need to know. I need to know what
it's a fictional seed.
Yeah, but
it's described based on its patterns. It's got swirls
yeah, but what does it
on
plant? It's like
I don't know. I don't read Lilia lore. I'm sorry.
It might not be in the lore. It might be hidden. Like, you know, like.
But why do you think that I would know that?
Like Nico and Hecarim being her mother and father. Like that was that's a hidden lore.
I think you made that up.
I don't think I did.
You're just making stuff up now.
I'm not the first one to say something like that. I will not be the last.
Do you and the Shyvana feet guy, are you in connections with one another?
No. I've heard about that, but no, I am much holier.
Questionable. Questionable.
I'm a saint. How dare you?
Right.
Now, when early games are this slow, don't worry. We've got you covered. We make graphics before the day. Well, actually, no. This one got made today.
What graphic have you got prepared for us?
Skins!
He had a great game one.
That guy was good in game one.
Certainly was. 92.9%.
Wow, grafika za game 1, okej, idemo.
Dude was the action.
Dobro, gledaj, to je više nego što i BL ima, tako da, svaka čast. Ne, ja mislim da ne možemo staviti više posla na našu režiju.
To ja mislim da još nešto moraju da prave, kolektivan mental boom bi se dogodio, tako da...
It was why I remember. Do you remember the Trundle Poppy permanent matchup that we always used to watch?
Yeah, in like season 2017.
I don't.
I mean, it's happened a few metas,
yeah,
right?
It's true. But the idea is that when the Poppy comes in, tries to disengage, just nom, steal away all the stats, and then Poppy becomes paper.
I don't think that's the noise that Trundle does. Trundle steals like he's siphoned. Nom is the Cho'Gath.
No. He's literally just like nom.
No, he's not.
Yeah, no, he is.
No, he just yells, doesn't he? He just screams.
The Troll King has a sensitive side too.
You think when Riot made it, because the Champions it came out 2009 when the game came out, right?
How do you know that?
No, but when did he come out? When did Trundle come out?
Again, you keep asking me these questions.
You're
How
that
could I know
old.
that?
You've been in the game for so long,
We're
Betty.
the same age.
People associate you with like Abraham Lincoln, man. Like you are.
Oti, oni pričaju
uopšte. About to happen. Let's lock in. TP comes through from Abadage.
Now what? It's going to reset a little bit.
Started.
Sheo is sending out a ball again onto Kadui. Could be a one-man lilting lullaby. Not going to be popped yet. The charm comes out. The cleanse immediately. Kadui gets turned golden by a tempered fate. Did Sheo just steal it? I think he did. Camilo flushes out of the way.
Okay.
Two-man knock-up. And on the Yona, he whips. Sends it between the goalposts, but does enough damage. Camilo takes down Abadage, and Sheo just walked in and yoinked the dragon.
Felt like a one-sided fight from start to finish.
Ušao uz otiša, ništa ga ne zanima.
Positioning because Kadui was eliminated from the fight right off the get-go. Loopy's ultimate did keep him alive, but that Rumble ultimate already brought him down to about 50% HP. He was slowed down.
Držimo se.
Forced away from the objective. We'll see it again here, and how SK look like they have control over the river, but then that early poke comes down onto Kadui. The ultimate then
Šeo dođe, uđe, baci Q, sačeka malo, ukrade Drake ako čovjek, ništa ga ne zanima. Trundlov basic nije, Q basic nije prošao. Očekivao je taj damage da bi confirmovao kill, ali je failovo.
Luby did flash out of the way, quickly missed that one as Camilo is still getting a lot. I think it's Yone this game has actually been pretty clean. And there's been a lot of close calls with Team Heretics coming out ahead. We're contesting now over the Herald, and we've gone from 0 to 100 quite quickly in this game. The fights are only just beginning as Herald's going to reset. And note that that might be beneficial for Team Heretics because those ultis not up and available on Camilo, on Flacket, on Stend to help push this long-range fight along. Dundun running into a rumble, not always ideal.
Let's have that early magic resistance, but it is Heretics that have solid control here. We think back to last game, it was Heretics that got an early game advantage, and we were concerned for how SK would approach their mid game, but then in the mid game, they found some fantastic fights. The problem is their composition this time around is not that straightforward to execute.
Yeah.
When you think about how they actually engage these fights, you are quite reliant on finding a pick with the Bard possibly, maybe even finding a pick with Ambessa, but there's no inherent synergy, I would say, across the board.
I agree with that.
They mentioned it in the draft discussion, but Talia versus Pantheon, clear synergy. Pantheon stuns a target, you then get the knockback, you can potentially one-shot someone. Trundle will...
Dobro, mislim, aj sad da se nadovežem na ono što pričaju, ali Ambessa možda tajmira ulti sa Bard ultom. Što je isto fine, kar se malo grifa, okej?
Dun. Da li je Dun samo najbolji top laner? Never mind that. Oh my god, actually guys, solo killovao.
Solo bolo, solo bolo.
Sheo picks up the easiest kill of his life on the bot side of the map, whereas Kamilu solo kills Abadage in top lane. A 2.2k gold lead in their favor now, as Heretics gaining more and more advantages.
Again, we question what they can do with it, but 2k gold lead now, and a Yone that's 2-0 with Blade of the Wrong King, and a pickaxe just bought. Kamilu POV.
So we look back at this, throws out an early side steps to knock back.
Ulti, hitbox malo laže.
Jedan od boljih heroja, jedan od boljih heroja. Jedan od boljih heroja.
Ja kad igram Joneta, onda ništa, ono. Moj ulti takav ne pogodi ništa, samo onako prođe.
Da, ali, mislim, sa buffovanim botrkom, mislim, ono, postaje malo lakše da radiš što hoćeš. Jer to se dogodi kada Riot buffuje neki item određeni heroji samo postanu Beyond Broken. Ne znam da li si vidio sad nov tek sa Mordeom. Morde je postao odvratan.
Nisam vidio šta.
Pošto su mu dali AD scaling na Q, to znaš, jel tako?
Da.
Sad ima 120% bonus AD-a i sad ljudi buildaju Hexlet na Mordea. Ultate i samo te ispesniči.
Da.
Jer ima, ne treba mu Rajal, ima previše movement speeda, ima previše attack speed, ima previše AD-a. I kad te ulta legit samo postane ono... Znači ne životinja, bukvalno.
To neironično može da uzme i mogu da uzme i drugi čempovi, iskreno. Ja razmišljao sam o Hexplate'u. Ono kao on hit AORUS možda, čak.
Može, da. Mislim, jedino što kao s Mordeom, ono kad te ulta kao zaglavljen si u zoni, i ako dobije malo više movement speeda, da, onda je baš ono... Mislim, sličan koncept kao Rajala, i samo sad dobije taj AD petting, jeli?
Doing a good job of putting pressure onto the mid lane as well. As you rightly identified, Heretics spent a lot of time on the top side, chasing after that dive.
Same problem as first game. This overcommitment to a play, this over-map movement. Is that a word, Betty?
They still get the first turret, they'll still get the feats of warfare. And now, but Sheo is only just basing now, which means he's going to be very late to this objective. I don't think Heretics is really in a position. Sten does have Smite of his own.
But Sten's Smite is only going to be 600, and it's just easy for Skeen to take this away himself. And the difference with the Weaver's Wall out as well is that Team Heretics approaching this is impossible. Second Dragon of the game for SK, and I'll say it again, yeah, Sheo backing away. The timing's just not there for Team Heretics. Once again, they get punished for it, for however little, however small.
I agree. I ultimately think that we saw a lot of dragons in game one, and it looks like that Soul is going to be off the table for quite a while. Adakan is
još jedan sport game.
Kamilu just continues to get stronger on this side lane. He's a serious threat on the bot side of the map. And this was what I was trying to mention earlier. There's no one that can really deal with the Yone. Like, this Talia can wave clear, but we've already seen what happens if you even misplay that on the top side. So Yone is a real monster in these side lanes, a little bit weaker in the fights depending on how the target focus goes, but there's not really a lot on SK's side to lock this Yone down either.
And the rest of the comp hits from a screen away. You know, we talked a little bit about SK's tools, and I know you were mentioning like the synergy of the draft isn't really there, and there's a lot of things that might work against each other. Range from Team Heretics also might be a bit of a problem here, as the setup just seems to be that much easier. Now, Herald has been spawned through mid. This will be a free charge. This will open up mid turret. It is a nice objective for SK to pick up. Regardless, though, 3.5k is the difference in this game. There's a 2-item Infinity Edge, a Tempered Fate, down in bot, Loopy. He didn't get anything out. Kamilu actually didn't flash. He did ulti, though. But Adakan's not going to be started up. Still risky here for SK.
I mean, a 21-minute Infinity Edge is very nice for Flacked. Kamilu has to be close to his second item. He's going to go back to base. Let's see if he picks it up. The shield bow. There it is. Quick cloak as well.
Then maybe a pick on the bard. Observer looking in. What do you see, Observer?
Bar svičamo na TP, ali nema ništa ni od toga.
Aren't they? But they're not penguins. They're like little meeps, aren't they? They're the meeps.
What did you just say?
They're the meeps.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but they're represented as penguins on this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean,
look, he's got little
penguins.
penguins following him.
True.
They're all running behind him, being like, "Blood for the bard god."
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
Okay. Deadly Flourish gonna do not too much here.
Strašno.
Oh, junglers.
Better.
Oh.
Nice. Okay, Carlson flushes away. Down with the ulti. They've bought a lot of time. Shadow gonna bring
Očajan
it loose,
ulti.
it's only for one.
Očajan
They
ulti.
kill Carlson before
Katastrofalan.
he goes to bed. Skeens thinks he's in trouble, but he's willing to turn this. On a Dundun.
Iznišava razvija damage. Samo treba da kajte dovoljno i to je to. I sad je fine. Skins je flashovo. Samo da tajmiraju malo bolje, nema veze. Stand je dobio kill, imaju out. Fine za Heretic je okej, abedage.
A ne, tu je Lucian.
Dobar unraveled.
Neironično ga može ubiti Sheo.
Da, ali mora da odigra dobro. Nema flasha, Lucian ima flash, ima cleanse, ima PTA, tako da baš mora da se pazi.
To help me understand why the TP came in so late. Like, if they were going to commit to respond to that, I feel like they needed to respond sooner. Like, SK tried to force a pick, they weren't prepared for Sheo to be there. I need to look at the minimap. Talia currently doing the Grom. Okay, no TP just yet, but I feel like right now they could already be considering the TP. Maybe they're worried about the Urinate interrupting. Maybe they're in a bit of a skirmish of their own. Meanwhile, in the fight in and of itself, good damage comes down onto Rumble, but the arrival of Stend completely changes the dynamic. And only now does the Talia find the space to actually reset, create enough distance away from the Yone with which the TP then comes in. So I guess just more action was happening on the bot side of the map. But then Sheo so fast sidesteps everything. Abadage stuck underneath the tower. And Kadui realizes, nah, no, if I chase this, I am
dead as well.
Yeah.
Seeker's armor got picked up after the fight. Sheo put on a bit of a masterclass, but that was messy, that was chaotic. 11 kills and 4.5k gold lead. Team Heretics in the second game are holding the reins in this mid game, and Baron's up in 45. Dragon, number 3 for SK. That could be theirs in 30 seconds, but we're looking at items for good reason.
Nah, look at the levels, man. Like,
I'm looking at levels
for
good reason.
16.
Loopy might be called out. Look at the damage!
Yep.
Quickness. Oh, man, out with a magical journey. There's no lilting lullaby. Shero can't get it off. There's double redemption. Snipe. Getting a little bit silly. As Carlson's going to get a mega blast going on top of his face. He's going to burn down Skeens, but there's a pillar in the way. Public execution again from Dundun is nice. And he'll pick up his 3rd kill of the game. Meanwhile, Camilo sending it in. The fate seals, the shove away. Abadage.
Ovoga puta ga je zeznuo, Abadage.
Safeguarded, buying time. Both side lanes are pushing on the pressure. But SK's is going faster as the Weaver's Wall sent towards mid.
Mislim, funny game, bar se nabadaju, to ono što smo rekli, bar ne gledamo Navi koji razlači sat vremena partiju, tako da to je bar dosta dobro.
Trundle and Ambessa are a strong skirmish duo, and so they're just throwing everything they can at Carlson to look for a cross map. They realize that they're unlikely to win out on the 5 versus 5, so they're just trying to attack anywhere that the Yone isn't. This does mean that Camilo just gets free reign over the bot lane. Level 16 on this Yone. He is 3 levels up on Abadage. And, I mean, at the very least, SK's getting something back out onto the map, but I'm not sure I would call it control.
I'm not sure what I would call it, but overall, I like where we're at. We're setting ourselves up for a Baron in 25 minutes now that...
Astrima se sviđa tempo partije, to mogu da razumem iskreno. Pogotovo nakon one Navi serije, mislim da je svako srećan što ne gledamo opet istu.
You know, maybe
I still think that they wouldn't be
okay, the odds are not even, ladies and gentlemen. They're not, and especially not now. Abadage walks into Sheo, a seismic shove that saves his life again, but this dream lane...
Ma nema leba.
...equalizer down, it's not fair. The Veal is taking its target.
SK's got to go Baron right now. I feel they've just spotted the jungler on the bottom side of the map, but it's Lilia. And so they're worried about how quickly Sheo can get back up towards the Baron, and they don't believe that they can kill it fast enough. So an easy pick comes happen on the bot side of the map. And Sheo is just so strong on the Lilia right now.
Man, this Scottish deer is insane. Like 2.5K, sorry, 2 and a bit items rather. I'm not that far ahead, but 1,200 is the lead, right? I'm watching him back now. What is he going to get? He's got a needlessly large rod.
He's going to upgrade his boots as well.
Yeah. So, Sheo is
To je rekao Scottish deer se meni učinilo.
And you can see gold on the left side of your
Ne
screen.
znam.
I'm surprised
Ponekad ih ne razumem šta kažu.
Skins is a different
Pa sam se bunio zašto koliko znam i Sheo je Francus. Mislim da zadnji Škot koga smo imali u Lecu je bio, ne nije ni Snupe, Snupe iz UK-a.
Škot posljednji. To je jako dobro pitanje.
Ne znam li je Snupe bio iz Škotske ili iz UK-a, ali...
Like, he should cover, work with bot to then get the vision. Like, you can't just face check.
Because Carlson does this all the time. He just perma groups through mid. And now it's set up towards the Baron. So this time it's worked out. Loopy going down. He has 15 seconds. No TP to join the fight. And Sheo shreds
To je jako dobro pitanje.
so damn quick. The power of Lilia and the power of Team Heretics in the second game cannot be understated.
Šta je uzi pola, Snupe pola.
Ne, nisam siguran šta je.
Klara je rekla da je pola, tako da verovat ću joj na reč, jer znam da je on imao neki akcenat kao da je škotski, pa mi je zato pao na pamet on.
I'm looking for a win condition and I'm struggling to find it because Heretics, they're constantly finding better picks on the map, they're converting it into more objectives, and now with the Baron, they can start that siege onto these tier 2 towers. I think the only reliable wave clear that SK has is through Abadage. But you mentioned it earlier, the siege, like, the easiest way for Heretics to siege, Rumble ultimate, Jhin ultimate. A tower will not survive.
True. And if anything misses, well, we just send Camilla in.
But it doesn't, it's about the message, right?
Ah, yes. Oi, dun. Public execution now down. And that means that Team Heretics can just siege this up. So one ability to engage, a big one at that. Betty, it opens the doors, or should I say the floodgates, because Team Heretics, this siege is going to be egregious.
I would prefer it if they put the Yone bot lane and then brought the Rumble up, but this is also fine. Keep the Yone mid and then rotate down towards the Rumble.
Maybe stop Dun from moving anyway. Deadly Flux is really good here because the quickness is well set up. Lock up and Curtain Call flies in. Dun, he hasn't been ultied yet by the Lilia. Even though the burn gets close to enough redemption, is that a snipe?
A mogli su ga ubiti, da su odigrali malo bolje. Wow, ja su ga ubili.
Predator missile came in, destroyed, and now with Loopy setting up the ulti Abadage, he's out of the thick of it. He was in Donacije in the meantime. He has to flash away. Team Heretics now sieging in, and I must say, done very classily to try and end this second game.
But you see what we were talking about. It's so easy for this composition to siege, and SK just don't have the wave clear. One inhibitor is going to fall, a second is right behind it. Sub 30 minutes, Heretics will break open the
Uzime Inkib otvaraju im bazu, tako da su konačno našli nešto konkretno na mapi.
Very nicely done from Heretics, using the Baron exactly like they're supposed to. And Camilo, he just added insult to injury because in the mid lane he was also diving 2 versus 1. And it wasn't even about getting kills, it was just about getting enough damage down to threaten SK so that when the rotation from bot came over to mid, there was no way for SK to be able to defend. So now with only that bot top tower left standing, I'm surprised on the exit that they're not focusing getting this dragon. Camilla may have overextended here.
Let's see, it's a Baker Stenders nearby, and remember there's a Curtain Call from Blackout coming in as well. Quickness, ulti does whiff, but it doesn't matter. Abadage is in the thick of it. Sten's going to take a magical journey, and into Luby with Carlson there sitting on the side. Whatever Bart tastes like, I'm sure it's no surprise. Team Heretics take 2, and now the base is up.
Oh, and now it's Skeens who's in a lot of danger because behind the turret is Carlson and Sten. They're looking for another pick.
It's going to be an easy setup, and again, upside of the map seems to be it. Dundun's going to teleport in, culling out through as well. Team Heretics, that is theirs. There's a quick drowsy behavior. Sheo is just going to burn down 5
Vodi da ne igraju oni. Pregazili su, mislim pregazili su 32 minuta, ali...
Da su dobili malo veću prednost, onda su ih baš dovršili brzo. Jedna od retkih partija da vidim da Lilia kinda radi nešto Inače, bude pikujemo Liliju i ono kao, dok dođe trenutak da ona radi nešto, game je gotov. I izgubi. Uzeli su 3 inhiba, idu na zmaja, so point ako hoće, odužit će ga još malo, 2 minuta, 3 minuta i ući će završiti sa 6 super minjana i to je to.
Tako je bar i trebalo, mislim. Behind su izgubili ovo, izgubili su seriju, tako da nema baš previše prostora za rizik, ali... Čudan game, puno grešaka. Heretici imaju full momentum ovdje, tako da oni bi trebali su relativno okej, kao što si rekao, samo da uzmeš objektiv jedan za drugim, sačekaš ove velike tačkice da dođu do baze i onda sa njima uđeš, bockaš preko pola mape malo po malo i to je to.
Ne znam čak ni da li ima nešto što SK može da uradi ovdje da se vrati. Mora dobiti fight, ali... Ne znam, jako su low range u Liliju, Rakana, Rambla, Jona i tako to.
The perfect setup, but it's so easy to layer with this comp. It's so easy to just run in the base now and hit them with range. And Betty, 3 waves coming in. This is surely where it ends.
It's looking likely, Hysterics. They need those waves to crash. A bot wave is on its way. A mid soon to follow. The double super minions.
Well seed. Shayo has
to the towers.
I'm waiting for the flash in from Shayo to put everyone to bed. Swellseed misses. He's got his movement speed up. The ability to run in. Watch the Lilia. Tempered Fate does not connect. He's too fast. It's there in headlight. Another one out as Stan sets up for the engagement.
Šta radi Abedaga?
Still no lilting Lullaby waiting.
Evo ga.
Jeste, Škotska je bila u pitanju, dobro sam čuo, da, mislim, Heretici ovdje uzimaju game, nema šta. Ekipa SK, iskreno, dosta loše ovaj game. Mene, ako ništa ba raduje što u trećem gameu ću vidjeti nešto novo. Kakva je meta, eto, možda budemo imali sreće da vidimo i neke opet agresivne, čudnije džanglere. Ali kao što smo rekli, obe ove ekipe su jako nisko na lestvici i stvarno mislim da malo ko očekuje od njih da rade bog zna što ovaj split, tako da tu su da ulete u playoff i verovatno samo da dobiju batine u istom. Imamo 11 minuta pauza i idemo na finalni game dana, tako da ostanite s nama. Dobra pauza.
Lilia jungle game. How are you feeling about the little meta shifts that have allowed so many AP junglers to come back in?
And I love it. I like to play AP junglers, so I'm glad I can play them again. And maybe for game 3, another one.
That's kind of what I'm hoping for too, but I don't want to give anything away. What's the biggest focus you think from the team after that game 2 bounce back to make sure that you guys can succeed in game 3?
I think just play our game. I don't think they're doing much, so if we just stay calm, we should win.
Sounds like a good plan. I'll let you get back to your team. Thank you so much. That does it for us here. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, game 3, we'll find out who takes it.
Yeah, null.
Okay, tell it up.
I cook them on bot. Yeah.
Good job, good job. Lucian ultimate.
Handle around here.
Okay, nice. Nice. Lucian is up. No sums.
Oh, effective.
Yeah? Has on it, Talia.
You killed them, I think. Oh, I did this one now.
I got it.
Nice.
Has flash. No flash. Hopla.
Come in.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, guys. Nice. One more. Let's go, boys.
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of Game 3 between SK and Team Heretics. Now, before we get into the game, I have to check in with Carney. I'm sorry it couldn't be under better circumstances. I'll give you my Carney. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, too.
Game 2. Draft diffy, execution diffy. What happened, man?
So I'm not trying to cope that much. I would say both. And first of all, I should not let you into my booth after you cursed Jankos already before, because he thought surely his team
That was shocked. She's the queen of curses. I don't curse people.
Okay, I quote you on that one later.
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, no, we just put a check mark on game 2 and go into next game. It never happened.
What is the key, do you think, for the boys? Are there any champs you really want to see? Is there any strategy you really want to see? Any player you want to see enabled? Like, what if you were there setting the draft up? Who would you be looking at?
Actually, especially after hearing Kidui interview after game 1, I think it would be quite important for us to get some agency on skins. Because, I mean, Trundle is for sure one of the better junglers right now, but you can't really do that much. You have your pillar, you have no engage, you can't really lead your team as he used to in game 1. So just give me some agency for him. If it's a dog jungler or carry jungler, I don't mind, just let him do his thing.
Yeah,
and I think we can win.
I mean, I like that setup. It feels like Skeens is completely popping off. Is there any chance at all Kidui ever gets to play Ezreal again? That's the last question for me. It's I want to see it. I don't think they're ever going to let him have it.
As long as don't have to see his Kai'Sa ults again, I don't mind. I'm allowed to flame him. I'm allowed to flame him.
All right, well, what a way to set up game 3. Let's send it back to the analysts. Let's get ready for this one.
Thank you. And also, why am I catching stray bullets here? I haven't cursed anyone in a long time, okay? I was a bit cursed for SK, though. That second game, I think you summarized it pretty well. Yeah, the Trundle, I don't know. Like, if Skeens was the only thing we were looking at in game 1, I think Sheo was one of the main things we were looking at on the other side. It's kind of jungler superstars on each side.
Yeah, I get the Trundle pick. We were kind of talking about it in the draft. Like, I actually liked the Trundle because it was, hey, if they pick Sejuani or they pick Mkoi, you get mega value from this Trundle. And you can kind of see they understood what they wanted to do with it, which was cross-map, try and take towers, try and play through that. But I think Sheo did a great job of reading some of those opportunities, getting into positions where he's able to pick them off on side lanes. And then Sheo just ran away on this Lily and looked fantastic.
I mean, look, after game 1, I said Loopy Nation is what this team needs if they're going to succeed when Skeens is not being enabled. And Loopy Nation had a bad game too, folks. It was rough on the board. It wasn't really able to do much of anything. And it really shows the weakness of this team. We need to see Skeens on a champion where he can be the difference maker, because the other teammates, they're not capable of stepping up.
Oh, it's harsh, but I believe it may be true. So Lisa in game 3.
That would be insane.
Maybe.
I want to see the Zed come out. Not like I understand where the position for Zed to come out is, but like in LCK, Zed is just so much fun.
In LCK,
I thought we were gonna see like CC champs. You guys are just saying your most fun like dream junglers that you want to see.
It's like if you see the game, right, and you really want to influence it as jungler. But we'll talk about that later. I do want to talk a little bit about what went right for Team Heretics, because they deserve that as well. And it looked a lot more like the Team Heretics that we have come to expect. But a special shout out maybe to the mid laner in Camilo, because this is still a journey this guy is on, right? In terms of kind of stepping up to that top level.
Well, that's the part I didn't expect, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think it is a go back to what was the expectation for Heretics, but Camilo stepping up on a Yone was not what I had on my bingo card coming into today. This guy, we've always kind of seen, at least in my head, is like the facilitator, even on picks like the tank Shogat mid and all these kind of stuff that he was bringing out last year. But I think this time around, he was phenomenal in team fights. He had a great laning phase. His ultimates were on point. He was phenomenal in these moments. And as you say, like for a man who's on a journey, this is a really correct step in the right direction.
Yeah, no magical journey on the other side.
No magical journey.
Journey for Camilo.
For me, it was a real surprise, both of these games from him. Like, usually Camilo laning phase has been a bit rough. He falls a lot down in CS, but I think even in the Quirky game, he was like 12 CS per minute, consistently out farming. In this Yone game as well, he had like nearly 100 CS ahead near the end. And of course, Abaddonga had a very rough game as well. I think we need to say that. We need to be honest, right? But at the same time, Camilo stepped up.
Yeah, okay, but let's look at this, because, right, like, Skeens is doing well. They actually get the first kill, the initial kill here, and then they're not going to get the second. But that mid laner, where is he? Where is he?
He has TP, he's not TPing. He's not TPing. He's not TPing.
Yeah.
And...
He's about to
turn it. We can turn it. This is our moment.
Let's go. Like, what happens there? And then I think what the most egregious thing here is, I mean, it's not egregious, because I think they're trying to get something out of a lost play.
I think you can call it egregious a bit how this is played.
But look, and now it's like, oh, boom, and...
Yeah.
Oh, man, that sucks.
And then when I heard in the comments as well that the enemy team is saying, yes, Sonia's, he's going to press Sonia's, and then they're just like, oh, he didn't press Sonia's.
Oh, that's awful. But, yeah. I like that you're saying it because you have also been in that position, right? It's like if you're just playing for yourself and that happens, you're like, yeah, nobody saw that right now. Like,
I mean, it's rough for sure. Sometimes it's just the nerves. Sometimes, like with plays like that, you feel like you're for sure gonna get the kill, and then just your hands don't do it right, and everything falls apart.
And mid laners.
But at the same time, like I don't know, I want to hold it to a higher standard, you know? Like, I think it's fine for us to say that, like, that is egregious, you know? Like, that is bad.
Yeah,
I think it does show the issues that we've seen with SK, right? Game 1, they have this super easy identified draft about how they want to try and play. Game 2 is much more kind of like, hey, you have to split push well, you have to set up lanes well, you want to be using this Talia to try and have impact moments on side lanes, and it's just a complete swing and a miss. So I think this is where for SK, it is going back to kind of what we heard already was, you know, enable Skeens, but also just keep it simple. Like, don't go for any of these kind of crazy plays. I'd rather you slap an Ornn in the top lane, you get a decent scaling AD carry, and you play for an easy to execute fight, rather than trying to play for something that requires much more coordination, because, like, no offense to you lads, but you clearly don't have it.
Yeah, it's true. For Team Heretics to be put on the back foot here was a little bit, you know, I think disappointing to me, because I do believe them to be the better team, or they should be the better team. But still, I'm not getting those same vibes that I got from Heretics, even kind of like in the splits that they made it to playoffs even, right? So I do want to see a little bit more, and definitely want to see them slam Game 3. Camilo's always smiling though.
Yeah.
That's great. It's really important, I think.
I think Camilo and Flacket are definitely bringing that positive vibe. So one of the things you touched on was like Flacket having that confidence game.
Yeah.
I still don't feel like he's maybe had that.
No.
He was more like, he was doing his job in this game, but it wasn't a standout performance. I'd love to see him on a hyper carry really show that he can be a great ADC, and he can be a leader in this team to actually make them reach playoffs.
Yeah, in Game 3, we see that SK is going to pick the blue side, expected. First pick Lee Sin.
I like either Lee Sin or like Pantheon or any of those.
I said Pantheon sounds really good.
Or the Zed, no?
Zed as well, yeah. Actually, what you should do is swap to red side and pick Lee Sin and Zed, and then you can always swap where you want to place them, right? You can keep the mind games going.
And then Kai'Sa for the AP on bot, and you got a good comp.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Although
I don't know why
Party
they
hates
don't
that. Let's see, indeed. All jokes aside, though, really important third game. Like, winning this series would put you in a much, much better position in this group. This is literally your direct competition. It doesn't get any more direct than this one. So you just got to slam it, right? And I believe in every important game, slamming the Ornn is never wrong. I believe that.
I agree. Pick scaling, play an easy to play composition, and they'll make it work.
Yes, I want to hear that Ornn horn. Ah, let's go.
Fantastic impression. You know what? I want to hit Ornn horn as well. I agree. Never a bad choice. And when we've seen like great performances, people like Mirwin, and I'd say like team fighting from Carlson and Dundun within the series at specific moments, maybe it is not a wrong choice. Maybe the Sign gets let through as well, and we just get tank battles slapping each other.
You know what? In EU, and you're in a do or die situation, Ornn Jinx.
True.
Just can't go wrong.
True. Or Sion Aphelios.
I've seen some not great Aphelios in EU. I would
okay.
lean more on the Jinx side.
That's okay. We have Kadui and Flacket to prove that wrong. Now, let's get into the vibe. Yeah, it's Game 3. Game 3. The disco music's out.
We're getting a bit of
we need to pump this up. Production need to make this screw our voices.
Evo nas Game 3. Da vidimo ko će ova dva neverovatna tima da pobedi. Da li će to biti Los Heretics ili ne znam ni šta je S u SK. SK Gaming. Piše samo SK, ok. Šta god oni značili. Sk Skugaming, okej.
Like, are we gonna go what? Azir's gone as well.
Is it a Jax?
Oh my god, 1v1.
Oh my god.
Wow, Azir je prošao prve 3, pa vjerojatno je bio banovan. Niko ga nije pikovao, tako da šta možemo da vidimo na midu? Sindru, Viktora.
So you can't blind a tank. Did Kadui look annoyed there? He slammed down his hand warmer.
Rek'Sai bi bila...
Rek'Sai is a top flex currently. Whether this gets locked in now...
Nešto što ja ne verujem da ćemo mi vidjeti. Kao što kaže Vedius, mnogo više smisla ima da se uzme Gwene nego Rek'Sai. Ja ne znam ni da li je Rek'Sai uopšte čempion, ja imam osjećaj da je konstantno kada vidim da ljudi pričaju o Rek'Sai da kažu samo da je ono poprilično u lošem trenutnoj stanju, tako da...
We did talk about the Jinx earlier. I do think in a best of 3, Jinx does make a lot of sense.
Ryze, da, Ryze je prošao, Ryze je... Zaira, to smo vidjeli od Navija, Tigera. Gledala je okej, iskreno. Ti si siguran. Oko. Sumnjam da će Kartus biti, ako ćemo već igrati AP, vjerovatno ćemo igrati Zaju. Ništa od toga. Jax.
Well, now, Orianna has been picked in this series. I mean, I know Abadage has played Cassio before. I don't know if I like it though.
Bože, Lisin. O, Graves. O, Vaj. Okej, Vaj je verovatno. Bejtuje me skins, bejtuje me skins. By the way, ja ne znam o čemu je ovaj... Nije Ender, je Render? Ne znam kako se zove. Drugi caster. Ja ne znam o čemu vam pričao. Sheo nije iz Škotske. Sheo je Francuz. Ja sam pogledao na Wikipedia, osim ako je nešto o nečem drugom pričao, ono kao. Dosta magic damage na top side-u, Gwen, Galio. Oj, coach. Na trenutak sam pomislio da je to Balls iz T9-a, bivši top laner. Ali nije. Nego je neko Mačuki ili Naruto Rador. Narute Rador. Jedan od ta dva. Poppy.
Pause on that, 80 carries are not picked. Ezreal going to be the first to go, and that feels like something that can kite away from this comp.
Also just targeted towards Kadui, very well known.
Yeah, that's
Zaya, Kai'Sa, Ezreal.
Has a lot of value in
Ili ne moraju da banuju Kai'Su, mogu je pikovati. Zato što imaju prvi pik ovdje. Ali ja mislim da će SK banovati Zaju, a Kai'Su ako ne bude banovana sada, da.
Yeah, with Jhin, Lucian, Sivir, Varus gone. I'm trying to think of what AD carries suddenly rises.
Zeri je ostala.
As a comp, what do you think about Zeri Lulu here?
I mean, for Heretics, I think it would be fine.
Yeah.
Gledamo opet hard skill.
I think you kind of need an engaged support for
Da, baš se pitam da li bi uzeli Zeri, ali to mi dalo je jako hard skill. Ovo je dobar ban, da ne možeš da igraš Aphiliosa. Mislim možeš ga igrati sa drugim sportima, ali mislim da je Aphelios trash samo najbolji komb.
Jeste, to si dobro rekao, to je totalno fair.
We haven't seen a huge amount of Senna in EU, there's possibly Aphelios, Misfortune, Caitlyn as well.
Surely it's just engage support, your pick of the litter, and then counterpick AD carry, right? Okay.
They could also consider, well, I was going to say Callista for Heretics, but I changed my mind. I don't really like it. There's the Jinx!
The Jinx, yeah. Who is going to start off the engage? Vi ults in, Galio follows, Jinx Lulu, spaces.
This is a comp where you could pick an Enchanter for SK. Like Lulu is good, Milio is meh.
Do you care about the disengage too much as Milio, I guess, is the question? Like, just sits by Jinx?
Yeah, because usually with Milio, you want to get value out of his ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Ja mislim da Renata je dobila ono kao
which was really effective, got a lot of value in that matchup.
Lošu, ono kao manje je popularna zato što je Kalista loša, ali ja mislim da je Renata skroz fine pick sama od sebe.
Ja se slažem, ali ja bi također dodao da je Kalista polako postala stvar, tako da mogu o tome polako da počnu da razmišljaju. Jer full AP Kalista je busted na ovom patchu.
Da, sad... Mislim da ćemo možda vidjeti sljedeće nedelje. Ne. Sljedeće nedelje je isti patch, je li tako? Možda sljedeće nedelje. Mislim da im je možda malo dana bilo da vežbaju AP Kalistu.
Pa možda, mislim ne znam.
Ne znam kakav je gameplay, kao isti, potpuno isti gameplay.
Da, isto.
Onda možda su i mogli da igraju iskreno.
Samo što... ono, tepa bukvalno. Jer dobio baš bolestan skill.
Heretics comp has a lot of ways to create chaos in the fight, making it harder for SK to follow up on those engages. But you can't deny the fact that Vi goes in, Galio follows. That combo is guaranteed to happen, and that's going to force Heretics to spread out. At the end of the day, this game is largely going to come down to, can Kadui get resets? If they kill Kadui, a lot of the damage disappears and the responsibility falls onto Dundun, but there are ways to deal with this Gwen, with this composition. Alternatively, the moment Jinx gets a reset, it becomes very difficult to stop because Heretics
Jinx, Lulu. I doba enchantera se vratilo.
I dalje ne, mislim, ono kao, prioritet im nije još uvijek toliki u odnosu na ono kao Real. Vidi ga ovaj iz Dandadan. Okarun. TSM! Video sam TSM, idemo.
Znaju. Znaju, a to je najbitnija stvar. Možda jednog dana i TSM se vrati.
Nothing decided concrete here today, but like there's only one team that gets eliminated from each group. The other bottom two will be able to play the cross-group decider, which is not playoffs, but feels like playoffs.
Da, jedna ekipa dobije insta-kick, druga ekipa dobija kick nakon što dobiju prvog teškog protivnika. To je ono što casteri žele da kažu.
Team Heretics came through, they versed off against Fnatic, they versed off against G2. They've had a really hard schedule. That's why a lot of people were favoring them coming up against SK, who ran against BDS Fnatic themselves. But SK put up a good fight today, and they've really shown like they've put a lot of work into their mid game with this very new five-man roster.
I think we've seen the growth happen from this roster, but we're still also seeing the mistakes. The draft I didn't love. We did see players getting caught out at times. We saw Loopy getting caught a couple of times. We saw Abadage getting caught. I think game 2 is largely about Dundun and Skeens, who are trying to make plays through the side lane. And so, where will the focus be this time around? These two AD carries, naturally your attention is drawn towards them because they're very famous hyper carries. I think it was 2023 was the year where like they were meta all year long. It was just these two ADs non-stop. But that Enchanter difference, like, Nico is a good lane bully. She has great team fight value. She's got a lot of potential setup. She can do some clever plays thanks to her cloning ability. Lulu is all about providing peel. And don't fall for the trap that she's exclusively for the Jinx as well. She can offer a huge amount of value for the Gwen. Back in the old days, there used to be the Juggermore, right? Which was this idea of you put Lulu with a Cogmore, but then teams started doing Lulu with Olaf. And the idea is that you just
mislim Lulu Xin je isto stvar, tako da
this unkillable monster that can dive into the backline, and you can do the same thing with a Gwen, especially running this Ignite. If this Gwen is able to get a little bit ahead, she can do some serious work in the team fights, especially if she has an Enchanter behind her. So SK definitely have a lot of carry threats. We'll see how SK handle them. And Camilo on this rise, I want to see him making plays through the side lane. They have great tools to try and collapse with that rise ultimate, but of course the Galio ultimate...
Teško je reći ko dobije ovo, iskreno. Teško je reći ko dobije ovo.
Does feel nice.
Iskreno, obe ekipe nisu ništa sveci, to malo pravi problem.
Ja da uvek gledam koji tim ima malo lakše za izvesti team comp, ali šta ja znam, deluju mi iste, čak i ono kao po težini da odradiš šta tvoj team comp želi nužno.
Pa da, mislim i late game, Jinx i Ofeliosa će biti jedan dobar klik od jednog ili od drugog i to je manje više to, tako da...
Their series against Fnatic was very winnable. They should already have a win on the board by most people's standards. But here again today, this final game against SK is so damn important because both teams 0-2, and a loss here, I would say, is as good as saying you're probably out unless some teams fumble at the finish line.
I do think that the matchup into BDS can definitely go their way based on what we've seen from Heretics throughout the spring.
Škamilo ga isprobio lepo.
They have stepped up towards the playoffs. I think for SK, though, it's a much rougher schedule because they're the ones that will have to go up against G2 next week. And if they can't get a win here, they are going up against, right now, one of the scariest teams in the group, which is definitely a difficult matchup that they would have to play into. And they would need to win that matchup as well to stay relevant.
Quick little heal from Loopy here. Range being used well with Calibrum, Gravitum, and Blackard just gets that range down a little bit further, and that's a good trade in the end as well. So there's 2v2 starting to win out as well. And it feels quite nice as Betty.
Camilo is doing fantastic in the mid lane right now. He has a 36 CS lead. Well, no, he has a 16 CS lead over Abadage. He's already got about a half a level over him, even securing this wave. Actually, this wave should probably close that gap a decent amount. But I mean, this matchup should be Ryze favored, but not this Ryze favored. Like he's already built up a kill.
Yeah.
In terms of gold lead.
Like I said, Camilo's having a good day. Lane in game one was actually not too bad either. Like I remember him going, you know, quite even on the Ori matchup, and granted that was a very different matchup. Like apart from missing a couple of shockwaves, I feel like what was Abadaga? I'm just completely speaking with the wrong angle. The Corki game, right? Like he did still lane well, and he still had a decent mid game. I feel like Team Heretics was well above. Yeah, it was. I had a 50-50 shot there. I just missed. A quick reminder as well. I'm yapping your ear off about what the schedule means. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but just so you have it all visually from home. This is why for SK, like this last matchup, you could say is even more important because they're going to verse G2. And G2 have only played one best of 3.
Ne znam, iskreno, ne znam šta kažem ove dvije ekipe, kakva je situacija, stvarno... Mislim da će jedna ekipa ispasti, sad jedna ekipa će ispasti prvi sljedeći duel.
Yeah, and of course there's only one best of 3, so don't want to jump to any conclusions, but it was definitely a scary version of G2. Seems that they took a lot away from their trip to MSI. For the time being, though, here in this matchup, 6 minutes in, we're yet to see any first blood, but that mid lane lead just continues to grow.
Abadage missed like 1 or 2 minions. I'm not sure if I caught the tail into that.
Late as well. 586 gold is the lead.
Obscene at this point in the game.
That gap is monstrous. Like the gap should not be that big. I will tell you that right now.
And who thought it would be Camilo? Like this guy receives probably the most flack out of the team. Carlson had a really good week too. She had a really good first week, and like Flacken instead of being here, being there, but I feel like Camilo consistently is the person that gets criticized a lot as...
Well, I mean, remember, he did come in from a 2nd division LFL team.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't even from the LFL.
To je fair, to je fair, to je fair.
Straight to the LEC, naturally a ton of question marks, but they had a surprisingly solid winter, and then they made the playoffs in summer. Sorry, spring, I should say. My apologies.
Pa da iskreno treba iskritikovati stav koji je doveo igrača iz Tier 2 LFL-a i bili su u fazonu mada on će biti dobar sigurno.
And so far this split against Fnatic, I think we got to see some of that potential. They really pushed Fnatic. Sheo had a fantastic series. Then against G2, that potential was squashed.
That was hard to talk about.
And then here in game 1, it was shaky for Heretics. They built up a solid lead. Things were going kind of as we expected, but then the Nocturne Orianna just turned online, and we need to see that kind of performance again from SK. Skeens needs to have an impact, and he is the player that we're keeping our eyes on. Can he do on the Vibe what he did with the Nocturne earlier in the day?
Yeah. It is a jungle v jungle series, really, when you look at the performances, the outstanding performances in Game 1 for Skeens, Game 2 for Sheo. I do feel like these junglers are going to make or break this roster now. Obviously, in this game, there's going to be a lot of AD carry focus, especially at 3 items as they scale into the game. There is now standing to be a bit of mid lane focus with Camilo, who's just reached over level 6, now level 7, actually almost.
Da, ne znam, nisi bio tu kad sam pričao, ali ja ne znam šta je ovaj spominjao Škotsku.
Pa ne znam ni ja, nije ni meni nejasno.
Šeo je Francuska.
Pa da.
I ono, ne znam.
I ja sam se veoma zbunio, iskreno.
SK do have a few wards littered across the top side river, but it's all going to be about who can get that initial push. Both AD carries fairly even, but it will be Heretics to get off to a
Skins. Ne znaju da je tamo.
It's going to be face checked by Sten. He's trying to be faked out, but he's looking. Rare's real flackered. Cease and desist. He gets a little artillery punch. He gets popped away. Flush from Abadage, but the rocket hasn't found anything. It's a good disengage, I think, from Sheo, but now away from the Justice Punch, he survives.
Bedaga je! Joj!
I think they're so lucky to get away from that.
Sve je lagano, kažem. Problem je što u ovom gameu, ono, ni jedna ni druga strana nije nešto pretjerano dobra, pa je malo nezgodno.
Ne, ali... A Bedaga je promašio point blank sa Galijom.
Kažem ti, ja sam napomenuo i nije da sam bio hejter, ali je Bedage stvarno nije dobra osoba da kazni Camilo. Camilo je problematičan igrač, ali to neće vidjeti protiv Abedagea.
Abedage je opran, maksimalno. Moram... Ja mislim da su ga uzeli samo zato što je jeftin.
Pa verovatno, mislim, kapiram da opala mu je tržišna vrednost, u fazonu su treba nam neko... Ne znam, mislim, dosta je bilo priče i Crowny je to pokrenuo kada je pričao to kako u lecu ljudi uleću preko veze koji ne bi trebali da uleću itd. I stvarno se da primijetiti, mislim. Znaš, ti dovedeš igrača iz tier 2 LFL-a kad imaš igrača iz tier 1 koji su spremni i sposobni da igraju. I naravno će tu da bude pitanja, pogotovo ako ne performa. Znaš, ti možda kažeš pa da, naš, ali to je eksperiment. Pa da, eksperimentišeš sa lec ekipom. Mislim, ja koliko znam, Heretici imaju ekipu u Španiji. Dovedi ga u Španiju jedan split. Nek ti igra u akademiji jednom.
Da, definitivno, slažem se. Svi čak ne verujem, ne sjećam se da sam čuo da Heretics imaju nešto problema sa... tolikih problema sa financijama da ne mogu dovesti nekoga bar iz tier keca, ono.
Ne, mislim da nije, mislim da nisu ni financije, mislim da je bukvalno samo ta činjenica da, ono, Camilo je znao nekoga iz Heretika i znaš kako to funkcioniše. Kao što je rekao Crownshot. I drago mi da je Crowny to rekao, kao neko ko je igrao dosta dugo u lecu. Naravno vidimo da kod nekih ekipa radi drugačije, recimo u G2 Cup se mnogo pita. I fazon, ako si loš sa Cupsom neće igrati u G2. Jer on ima tu moć, tako je podela u Orgi, fajn, šta god.
I ne možeš čak ne reći ni da je nužno pogrešno, jer on je stvarno toliko dobro, okej, nije sada kao što je bio nekad, ali i dalje kad je Caps dobar, on je jako dobar i najbolji u ligi, midlaner, ali...
Ovo je kinda big. Ovo je baš big i Jinx ovim...
You can see the difference when Skeens has something that he can have a bit more agency over. They make the dive happen top. They're going to give the kill over to Dundun. All this tower gold as well. SK quickly building a very solid advantage here in game 3.
And Camilo has got his own time on bot turret, that's nice, but they have no grubs, so this Rise is hitting with a pixel blue thing that's not really doing too much damage. He will get himself another plate in the process, but Teleport's going to defend the rest of it as the new wave enters on its approach.
Uzeli su kulu, našli su kill, oni su baš na... Oni su baš na konju. Ne, Caps, mislim, da, ali samo moja poenta je bila da svaka ekipa ima neku svoju dinamiku kako zove igrače, ko može da igra itd. itd. I nekada je to smislenije, nekada nije. Očigledno za ekipu Heretika imaju baš neki čudan način kako to rade, jer... Jer ne znam. Eto, govorim jer sam ja bio jedan koji je bio dosta od kritičnih ljudi kakav minut kad je došao. Jer stvarno nisam razumeo pick-up.
Simply a clone again, but you have to admit, SK, with that play, regardless, they just get more gold in their back pocket.
They are playing the map well. Yeah.
I isako mi stvarno, znaš šta ima još? Da možda ima neko u Orgi ko misli da je lud. U smislu kao da zna znanje. I kao, ja sam video talent u njemu, on će biti sljedeći faker, znaš. I onda dovedu igrača koji bismo mi, ajde, najblaže rečeno rekli da je projekat, ali, mislim, ubaciš ga u loš tim i sad tražiš od njega da performuje, mislim, kada je neko toliki talent, to se vidi. To se stvarno jasno vidi u njegovoj igri. Ljudi kao što su Faker, kao što je Chovy, kao, mislim, Chovy bio 16 godina imao, koliko ima, 16 godina, sa 17, ja mislim, skoro krenuo da igra Lec. Ne Lec, bože, LCK. Tako da, mislim, ti talenti se vide.
Ali znaš što je meni problem s tim? Ja mislim da taj talent ne može se vidi u LFL dvojici. Kao da smurfuje nad tier 2 Francuzima. Mislim, opet sad da ne bude kao da ne sete nešto pogrešno, ali kao LFL 2 nivo igrača je IBL. Znači Spooky i Navkel igraju LFL-u 2, ne znam sad da su otišli u keca. Ali kao, to nije nivo igrača koji je, ma da, to je sigurno Lec. Ti ako dobiješ Spooky, a ti si Lec materijal, nisi. Znaš, što je meni problem? Što on mora se dokaže negde gde se u stvari računa. LFL dvojka, ti se ni u Masteru nisi dokazao. A pričamo o, znaš, mislim, ne znam.
Da imaju nekoga u Orgi koji je ono kao lud i misli da zna. Što ja kažem, znaš kao, da im dam, da dam njemu, ono kao, benefit of the doubt, da nije došao tu zato što je znao nekoga. Jer to ne mogu da dokažem, znaš. Ne može ni Crowny da dokaže. Znaš, kao možemo da pričamo o tome, specifično o Kamilu, kao, mislim, očigledno da ima takvih ljudi, ja stvarno neću da kažem, ima ljudi koji su u Lecu igrali godinama, pa nisu trebali da budu tu. I to i ti znaš i svi to znamo.
Jeste, ja isto neću da kažem, Oskarini dalje igra. Ali ima, da, ima starijih isto ima dosta, koji su dosta duže bili tu. Tako da, da, ne znam.
Tako da, čisto kao potencijalna ideja da ima i takvih situacija, da je management jednostavno ono, jako loš.
Spend what he can. Look, he's going to grab that BF sword. A nice pickup ahead of a big fight. It is. Just a big injection of AD, but this wave is going to be lost. That's the only downside. Going to lose a bit of experience off the back of that. Kadui, if he could get level 11...
Ovaj game će isto biti dugačak. Ovo sva 3 gema se izdala 40 minuta. Strašno.
No.
I imagine another push around the mid wave, so he should get that level up.
Dosta razvučena partija.
Loopy's the one I'm really looking at again with everything up and available with the Redemption 2 and the Dream Bubble. Those shields do quite a lot. The extra magic damage for the Jinx means that Yuntal might feel like an item and a half properly. Look, there's damage already onto Blackout. He's just ordering. Camille flashes in, gets a cleanse out. Pop Blossom gets an engage, and meanwhile, Loopy's isolated. The Wild Growth gets
Ali Sheo ga je spasio, molim te.
Blackout, you could say the same as the Herald. Now looking for its charge. That will complete, but it doesn't open up mid-tower. Redemption onto Loopy. Heals him up, and he's still got the shields. Kadui is full HP, so he just has to kite back and play it safe.
Loopy is very susceptible, but with the flash committed from Kamilu, that's one less tool that they have to engage. And with the ultimate gone from Stand, I don't really see how Heretics can find a fight. Maybe a good Poppy ultimate could open them up. Abadage trying to zone them away.
Carlson has a blast cone. That's his angle. Skeens is not even on the dragon. He's taking a different approach. What a block onto Kadui. Skeens has just saved the fight. The reset there. The death rocket true. Flack it away.
Ajde Kadui, sad trč. Ok, nije teo više trč, nije teo da urlati u rut.
Didn't get an opportunity to use the ultimate, but it didn't matter because Kadui was the player that they needed to protect. If they could get the resets onto the Jinx, then SK had a fighting chance, and it was Skeens that allowed that to happen. From the tri-brush, he interrupts Carlson's dive onto the backline, he keeps his AD carry alive, and it turns the fight. So we see Abadage being the focus, gets CC'd into the wall, Flacker doing good damage, his chain CC'd can't do anything, but that interrupt from Skeens on the backside commits the ultimate as well, working with Dudley.
Što Carlson nije odmah zaustavio svoj stun?
Kadui's rocket, if he was dead, he wouldn't be able to send that out and force away Flacker from the fight, force away, I believe it was Camilla alongside him, so...
Ja se izvinjam ako se čuje kako li uništava flašu pozadi, ali... Mogu mu kažem što hoću, neće prestati, dok ne reši flašu 1 na 1.
Dobijali?
Da, flaša je njegova, Mislim da mi komp malkice zabo.
Luis zapravo pojeo neki kabel.
Grafička mi je ona eksplodirala, ne znam ja šta je bilo.
Bill Gates video šta gledamo je bio u fazonu, ovo moram da rešimo ono bezaka. Sad jedan električki udar u sign of TC.
Growing a lead that is getting harder and harder for Heretics to deal with.
I'm noting all the big CSs. Maybe the Dundun, I'm being a bit generous, but I still has massive lead over Carlson. 2 items here for this Gwen. Almost 2,000 the lead. That's insane. Dundun's level 13. He's got almost a full level over. Shao interrupted. Skeens doesn't pop the ulti. It's just simply a
Znači da mutam izgleda, ali svakako biće sport game, ima Lui vremena da prebije flašu. 20. minut, 3 čoveka preko 200 CS-a, Gwen još malo tu. Carlson je dosta behind, ali cijelu ovu seriju malo lekuje. Tako ćemo vidjeti šta ćeš moći da uradi, ali... Ne znam, Jax kad je behind također jako je... Nije igrivo preterano.
But the problem is, if you do that anywhere that isn't the Galio, there's the possibility of the Galio ulting in. Yep. And if you do it into the Galio, well, he can then, in theory, ult out.
Yes, good one.
So, this is what I mean by, like, if I'm Heretics in this situation, I'm thinking about, like, what plays can we make? And I guess you're basically just saying we're relying on Flackhead to do a lot of damage, in theory, win the front.
U Hyperlate-u, Mare, bi rađimo Jinx ili Aphelios-a?
If you knock
Lično volim Jinx više, jer mislim da ne mora ono kao, ok, dobri igrači će uvijek shuffleovati pištolje kako treba, ali mislim da je Jinx samo bolja. Kao u Hyper Late-u. Ali mislim da Aphelios ima ono kao veći pik. Kao, ako baš klikne, onda će da klikne kako treba.
To jest.
Ne znam.
Da, mislim...
Ja mislim da bih, kao, overall više volao da imam Jinx.
My deliveries have never come in through the garden.
When I was living in Australia, I used to live up this like...
Da Aphelios ima veći trenutak gdje će da klikne dugme da popuje i da ono napravi veliku razliku, a s druge strane Jinx ima taj kao consistent, dobijem kill, snowballamo sa pasivnom itd.
Da, baš to. I ono kao ti baciš ulti sa onim...
Infernumom, da.
Infernum. Baciš ulti ono, ako krituje Mislim, što u Hyper Late-u hoće, na 100% pita. No kao, ok, možeš samo pobiti sve.
Da, apsolutno, apsolutno.
Ili ona kombinacija crvenog-belog, pa onda se healuješ maksimalno u fajtu i ono kao preživljavaš. Nešto Jinx kinda ne može.
Da, Felios ima više alata, to je sigurno. Ok, SK. Ovo je čak i fajn, ja bih tradeo Ataka na za 1 kill uvek.
They do give the shutdown over to Flathead, so overall I think it's a worthwhile trade for SK. Securing that Atakan is a huge advantage, but Heretics don't get nothing for it. Flathead got a huge injection of gold, securing that mid tower as well, and they're looking to put themselves on sole point, and I don't think from this position SK can really contest.
No, you're right, especially not with Dundun in his angle, so Team Heretics might call that worth in the end. Dagda was talking to me about it last week, where Atakan, give or take, is about 3,000 gold. Like, that's what the worth is. So, you got to remember, for SK, maybe it's like a 4K gold lead now, but Team Heretics, they're on sole point. Abadage, he's got wings, but so does Carlson. He just jumps away. Loopy here to hop up. And the whole of SK are going to take up topside jungle because that's the trade-off. They lost bot side, and this is just what they can get, the scraps left over.
A tense situation, and that sequence of plays, I think it had more impact than SK perhaps realized. Flathead just getting that extra bit of acceleration could very well be the difference maker. And I guess like in this position, like, while SK have been playing relatively well, I think it's safe to say that for both of these teams, their mid-game macro has been a point of contention.
Yes. You know what that is? Sometimes you say a thing on the nose. Sometimes the mid games have sucked. Okay, let's be real.
Well, I wasn't going to say that,
but you kind of did. You just said it nicely.
I did say it nicely.
You know, Vedius, you're like an Atakan. You're a point. You know, you're too neutral.
I see.
You just got to attack someone. You just got to claw at someone. Okay?
Well, my point is that anything could happen.
There you go. Just like Atakan.
Just like Atakan.
Anything happens there. I'm surprised the game wasn't flipped completely.
Jesi vidio što su Ataka nastavili ovaj oružje od novog Darkina koji izlazi?
Items are being picked up, and I'm looking at a free item for Flacket, so your point, your domino effect that you're talking about, like, that shutdown gave Flacket the entry point into Aphelios territory.
Mare, samo nije tu ili me ne čuje jedno od ta dva?
Aha, izvini, mutao sam se na moment, pošto je napolju bila velika buka, pa nisam teo da se čuje u programu. U svakom slučaju, čuo sam za ovo što si me pitao za Darkina i htio sam ti kažem, ja generalno kada vidim da novi heroj izlazi, ja se trudim da ignorišem u potpunosti, zato što ne volim da vidim nove heroje.
Dobro, okej, razumem.
Znaš, i onda, bukvalno nisam ni znao da izlazi novi Darkin. Tako da sad prvi put čujem od tebe.
Možda sam ti malo spojlova, okej, izvini zbog toga, ako nisi planirao ti bude spojlovano.
Ne interesuje mi, meni slobodno kao...
Ja volim...
Šta god imaš da mi kažeš zanimljivo, reci mi.
Znaš što je fora, ja volim easter eggove. Meni je to fora, ja volim kada devovi ubacuju tako neke stvari da ti hintaju nešto. I sad su Atakanu zamijenili jednu ruku za sajt od Darkina, pošto Darkin sajt izlazi. I mislim da je to cool. Ne znam da li si recimo znao davno, nekada baš davno, na ćošku mape stajao je kao kovčeg i u to kovčegu su bila 2-3 heroja koje je Riot skrepao.
Da. To su oni stara je Lis, zar ne? Ona je jedan mali, u stvari je bio, ja ne znam koji je.
Kao vanzemaljac neki nešto je bilo, da.
To su stara 3 heroja, da, to je stari lore.
A to je fora, znaš, ja to mnogo volim iskreno, mislim da onako to daje života igrici. I mislim da to treba Rio da radi non stop, tako da ovo sad što su eto kao spojlovali da izlazi novi, mislim to bi ljudi izmajnovali iz fajlova svejedno, nema što sakriti od community-a, tako da umjesto da kriješ embrace it i daj ljudima da mogu da se zabave, da eto imaju nešto cool u igri.
the mantle. But he's getting there. Hey, this series, I'm ready.
Right
Camilo
now, I
deserves
feel
it.
like that you haven't had enough action, and now your brain is starting to wander. So I'm going to need you to lock back in.
I am locked in. I'm ready.
The tension is mounting.
I'm like a fridge with like 2 doors.
I see.
You close one, you got to make sure the other's closed.
All right. Don't understand that reference.
Neither do I. I was just thinking, I was like, I don't want the fridge to go warm, you know? So I got really concerned. In my head, I'm like, and if you get a fridge, you need the water, you know, you need the water thing.
How do I follow this?
There's a rocket.
They were spawning out in the event the Baron had been started. They were a little bit worried.
I have seen your fridge. It's not very good, ladies and gentlemen. Vedius has nothing in it.
Okay.
Ovo isto Vedius frižder, ne razumijem čemu to.
Is super close to level 16.
Buy some groceries, I'm coming over next week.
Achieved it. Heretics, I need you to Heretics. Hysterics.
Yeah.
You need to focus.
I am in, I'm locked in.
Erik se zove drugi caster, da, ne Ender.
Interrupt, Camilo. Oh, he doesn't
Da, to je taj kod za Rise of Ulti. Mislim da je bio napolju svakako, ali... O, užas. A ja, mene.
SK find a huge pick. But Heretics can get themselves the soul. The dragon spawns in 8 seconds time. This Baron is not going down that quickly.
Jinx passive.
To steal this one away.
I don't know if this is worth betting. I don't think Soul, but Baron is going to cut it.
Oni će ga pustiti. Soul, really?
Soul for a team that doesn't have an engage, they have chase.
Interesantan razvoj događaja.
I mean, it depends how much value SK can get off the back of this Baron. The Rise is still dead. They're going to begin the siege onto the top tower.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesantan razvoj događaja.
They're going to need it, as you said, how much value do they get? They get at least this top turret. But if it's only 1 or 2 turrets, if they can't break the base and put this
A ti igraju Hextech Drakea, sa Niko, sa Ryzom, sa Feliosom, Flames Peter te pukne slučajno, usporite Jinx. Ako nema Clan, samo je izgubila game, bukvalno.
Will it matter? SK, the waves are being pushed out. Look at the bot lane from Camilo.
Mislim, razumijem ih što su otišli na Baron jer su svi bili na top side-u, ali mislim da je greška svakako.
To slow SK down so they can't get as much value out of the Baron. Procs to phase rush. Milu runs away to safety.
Bolt breaker didn't hit, so that's why Skeens doesn't get as much time as he'd like. Doesn't use his ulti, thankfully. But he's going to take a lot of this bot side jungle. So as he takes away, SK are trying to group up and get a bait in, but Kadui, who keeps farming away now with the Runans. Feeling confident here to step up to the turret. Chomper's down. Sheo flashes in. What an engage from the Poppy. Ulti's up. Abadage gets out for now. Shield of Duran is there. Kadui doesn't give any splash damage over. But look at where Skeens is. Isolated, not punished. Team Heretics couldn't get to him in time.
Dundun is able to secure the mid-tier 2. Carlson can't quite hold the wave. But a nice engage from Sheo at the very least pushes the rest of SK back.
Slows the game down. That's what Team Heretics want. Maybe no, speed it up. Okay, Dundun right on top of them as well. 1v3 with the needle work. He's pop blossomed.
Teška priča, mada, dobar klon da blokira. Imaju Camila, Camilo je uhvaćen. I Camilo ostao bez splash, to je isto problem.
Abadage is the savior that Dundun needs, keeping the Gwen alive and splitting Heretics up, converting it into a kill. SK don't waste the opportunity. They immediately TP into bot lane and they're looking to break the base.
Camilo's 35 seconds from coming up and alive. This inhibitor's going to drop at the very least.
Oni možda čak mogu da završe. Imaju Barona. Da li imaće 2 wave-a? Neće.
Kako je teko dan, da. Kako je teko dan reset pa na top, verovatno, ali i dalje igraju Soul i opet jedan loš fight možda ih košta.
Team Heretics are in disarray with their base crumbled before them.
A fantastic punish from SK, capitalizing on that kill and converting it into 2 inhibitors. A massive swing just as the Baron falls off, and we asked, was the Baron for Soul Trade worth it? Off the back of that play, it certainly was. Heretics, I love the idea. Try to get a pick onto Dundun, get another
ne znaju oni za Gwen iz Immune, nisu obavešteni.
Abadage's ultimate does wonders for SK. Heretics is forced to retreat, and they get so much off the back of it. Now SK can set their sights on the top tier 3, my apologies.
Yeah, no, you're right.
GA completed for Skeens.
Yeah.
And this man, what a night and day difference when he gets a champion that he can have agency on. We saw it in game 1, we're seeing it again in game 3. He really did run the early game and put SK in this position.
Sitting on a ward now, though. We're talking him up on the GA. Is it going to get popped? Carlson looks in, but doesn't take the Counter-Strike leap. Instead, top wave getting pushed here by SK, and Kidui and Luby feel safe enough. The whole team Heretics matching this for now, but you look towards that bot wave. That's pushing in. That's super minions. Mid being sent up by Dundun as well, clearing wards as he goes, as SK on all 3 lanes are assaulting.
Heretics are really feeling the pressure.
Rain.
SK, oh, look at Skeens, look at Skeens!
And he's in, he just dives in, under turret, they don't care, black at the target, the heroic entrance in, Pop Blossom on Sten does nothing!
Što sam ulti od Niko. Pa dobro, GG. Juhuhu, Jinx! Brum, bum, 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 bum. Okej.
And glaze the hell out of Skeens. His fight is unfreaking believable as SK Mountain get their first
33. minut. 10-2 opet bi trebao da bude Stomp malo brži, ali nije. Što je malo čudno. Izgleda da je meta samo odlučeno da bude malo više razvučeno. Ali, dobro, svako vidit ćemo kakva je situacija i kasnije, ajde sutra, pre nego što dođemo do samog intervjua, pre nego što odijemo u program, pitaću te samo za kratke predloge za sutra. Tu ćeš biti sutra, naravno, ali da, gledamo Vitality, Navi i pazi onda drugi game dana, Fnatic, G2.
Ti dobija Navi.
Dobro, to je, tu se slažemo, to je očigledno, daj mi drugu, to me više zanima.
G2 2-0.
Ne veruješ u pobija?
Mislim da Fnatic ima... u stvari sad kad bez humanoida... Mislim, okej, menjam. G2 2-1, ali mislim da neće dobiti zato što Fnatic ima blok protiv G2-a.
Dobro, to je fair,
ali bit će 2-1.
Ja mislim će biti 2-1, mislim da neće biti 2-0. Mislim da neće biti, svako vidimo da se neko sprema vama u pozdini da uleti na intervju, tako da mi odjavljujemo program za sad, vidimo se na streamu za neki 45 minuta, do tada uživajte intervju, mi se vidimo na live-u malo kasnije, Mare veliki pozdrav, mi se vidimo sutra.
Pozdrav, vidimo se.
Like, they did use the Lulu kind of how we expected them. They were facilitating the Gwen, they were facilitating the Vi, those divers onto the backline, and it felt like the Heretics at no point in the game really had any tools to make things happen for themselves.
It did feel like the lack of engage hurt the comp massively, and again they were forcing, but I can't believe the Baron flip, the Baron for Soul Call worked out in the end as Skeens is on stage, and man, that guy has got style. I want to hear what he has to say.
He absolutely does. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Skeens. Skeens, that was in game 1 and 3. We can talk about 2 later, but one of the most insane carry performances I have ever seen in the LEC. So what was it like to play in those games, specifically the last one where everything was on the line?
I mean, yeah, it was really odd. I think I was really stressed for the game today, actually, because I feel like enemy jungle was really good. But yeah, I was still really confident on myself, even if we were like 0-4.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just happy about how I performed today, actually.
Yeah, it was really, really nice to see. And in game 2, obviously, you were on the Trundle. And for us at the desk, it was more like, oh, we really do want to see him maybe on the Pantheon that they hovered later, or maybe on something that could influence the game more, like the Vi. So did you also walk away from that game 2 with the, okay, I'm going to step up and I'm going to do it for my team?
Yeah, I mean, we exactly talked about it, actually. After the game 2, I was like, I really want to be on the Playmaker champion, or like do stuff. So it was really obvious for us that we were going for the Vi. And yeah, like we were actually thinking about it.
Yeah, doing stuff is great always as a jungler. Talk to me about the end of that game and the fact that you guys did go to Baron, but then they got Drake, and the decision making in the end of that game.
I mean, for me, it was quite easy actually to think about it. I knew that with this Nash we could get a lot actually. Even if they had the Soul, I actually called it that we could still win the game. It was like only we had to find one good engage. And yeah, we did it.
You did it. It was very stressful, you said, because of the stakes, of course. You want to get into the crossplay elimination game, but into the playoffs after that and into the postseason overall. And it seems like with the team, I don't really know what to expect from SK, and I think that's probably the same internally. What is the mood like overall, and how do you think this momentum can propel you?
I mean, I think the mood is really good still in the team. I feel like we enjoy playing together. I think this win will help a lot as well for the scrim. Like, it will be less stress, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, now we have a win. So no, the mood is still really good.
Awesome. It's also really important for the standings as they are now. You are also our Kia Player of the Series, Skeens. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very deserved.
Thank you very much.
For you, of course, we have seen you on this stage before. I don't think it maybe went exactly as you would have wanted it to. So with this performance and this kind of kickoff, this reintroduction that we're getting to Skeens, what do you want to prove this summer?
I mean, I still want to prove that I can do good stuff. I feel like when I joined LEC the first time, I was not playing my best, and I don't think I was ready, to be honest. I think I was playing quite bad. But no, yeah, I came. I think I'm really confident now. I feel like I show good stuff still, even if we lose, and even if we win now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just want to prove that I can do good.
Okay, that was awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Beaucoup. It was
Merci beaucoup.
really awesome to watch these games. It's SK that walks away with the win, and we're going to kick it over to PGL, where Kadui is waiting as well. Bye-bye.